and I say omonti ana omote na omonfa ho because look unim it's a CNDC the kind of complaints are ye abonti no ye receive obu o wa wako Jubilee House am obi adidi natem o free presidents wa no oba ye ho obu o wa pani bia ene na exchange na say obi wo presidency asemwe adidi Najigezi atem
oh yeah
Najigezi efo de mame
enye oba no
so unim dia so we get a whole lot of complaints and the one now the bufu ba kwakwa to bomb abonte say ya ombe steady na omobuafu but make us say sunipa no oba mu ani 4 years kura o ya ye adwuma no free 2008 ya ye adwo mama ho image mu adwuma free 2000 ya ye adwuma saa na say ya no na wabegya de ne de abofom ban complaints pa me to say menua complaints e be a regional chairman e be a constituency executives e be wa a presidency for whatever reason e be to be send you audio yeah just you ask yourself so many questions
when say her party here nyede bampani for na man yede your politician be opposition or we ni waso oba abamu a na so ayira.
Why?
Na kanani.
Ade.
Because on person better the wo catch no. O person te the ono person catch no. South African politician it. It is a say no mpanifo no bi wo a wo wani uni aso. O wani uni aso. Eti the ekoba ina na ye de wo kae no. Say pressure na start eko John so. And yema yenti e ho asese or one person. You see, the president cannot micromanage every department and agency of this country. Inti yema pressure na kwa gu ne so saa no a start ko saa no. When our presidency won't be Philibi because one chief of staff or your party ba.
Yes.
No saso ye Ghana ni.
Yes.
Callistos or your party ba or your Ghana ni. Ofosu kwa chede ya no akọ hinta. Was on a pressure no. E kwa no so a miniminuano. Why you better in wegu so? Because I a pressure. It may be a grown akwa kodro no. As I say, DC is nankasa no. E bomb ho so kakra. Kwabena no kwase ma men kan plane. Ye DC is no. E bi no me slow dodo.
Oh kwambe so.
Omo ye slow dodo.
Oh kwambe.
Kwabena hwe. Who did DC? CCA. Who say abayin triauka?
Yes.
Enti sike ni ho abayin. What o salary my?
Yes.
Assembly no niska.
Yes.
Enti o mu free fuel ana. Enti o mu free fuel ana.
Come back say bia na bibi bomba no say giant.
O mu free fuel ana say won boy dey. Kwabena DC what orientation? Because DC no a president of the area.
Yes.
Enti se sika ho sika ni ho ni kwan so many pen who se sika ni ho na sika ho. It's a body language and our confidence level no so high, very optimistic about everything. Said about ya nipa na e district ni mo no wo hu a obenya ni da so. If not more, Mahama campaign was hope.
But that and that's also almost say at the pressure about almost.
Baby, say that's what me my pressure there and they have been worded there na beba.
Say no be ama ho
na chese ukun nipa no
obi ama dia wo dwene ho
if any that's what me my pressure there and na chese abemubo ni
so for ni da kwan say at least ubema ni bibi obi di ni best school fees ba obi di adwuma samo ba obi di so these are the things almost they are running away
wo mpo mo ho so ketua bi nkosoro kakra won say etoda ye ma me no mo no efie nyansa no Kwabena me ne wo fie nyansa no emu odu o e chen won a omuso makosuku bebre ye ma minim se aduane na onnoa no esua so okasa otete ama ye ntama aduane wo fie ebeso ye yina na ebinim men
exactly
enti obese de delay aduane no ano na wasoma ko anti ya manu ho e wo mampon ase ho na ka kire ne se ada no me ka se nka omfa de bi ma me ompa se ma me ni ho
ai
na wasoma Kwadwo
na ubekọ ebiso we ni da so say
ukwaji bibia o ma me no aduane o ba no na wonu aba ha ya me no ahi ma me wa ho na wo meja bode no man say o se me ntwa na de bode no e strategy enti bode no yehu banchi no yehu sesi wo ba ye ma me nim say ono ama ne bin kufa hwo sesi a about 3 o'clock ebi ni hobi mo de be 7 pm e kombe kun anajo wadar sa wadar once about 5 no ono kan say dimirika mo papa wa he no we dress so ayere so 6 pm no fufu no shoot team yes so ye ndidi anajo de enti ye ma me na toda mo ndidi anajo ne say aduane ni so
tu di wi akoda
da bo so gu so say dim no akoda
o tete down sa no akoda
enti no esese amemwo no fie nyansa kakra bam efie nyansa kakra bi
you have a point
e ba ta ho wo nti ndema no bi ho a wo boto an wa boto a no we je na nkofa huhu kakra no wasa twe adogu mfimfi ha wo ha no wa tapia kakra e se be no wasa boko no mo dimirika no wasa ese wo de fie nyansa kakra etotototo ho na omunja kasa no
but wonya sure say bia omum biemu ema manfo me bi akoye patakon ageko abobo adwuma enipa ba ko na ebonobo ade no ontimi
na de pressure ne ba
but ebonobo
na pressure
o kan bibia ache na enkrofo wo mbetumi aboa wo se da bi mempene wonya sure say ye no
a ebi no behave to say chiame a wabro nsa na ohene kasa de otia na yezuom Karadi awsere
oh
chiame a wabro asam na ohene kan so ohene kan de so we oti alizium na koro no
na nakasa
na nakasa say achame hene yiru asere
do say
afi no kwa kobusa won enti no esese woto obo ase Kwabena number 2 o manage mensini o manage district o manage municipal assembly district bi o manage departments o manage agency bia esese wote ase esese time a wo waset no wo diso ansa wo wase na diso
yes
DC bi o ya punctual bia pressure ni so
quite bezo
me na be catch wa wo pa bi say
no what kind of pressure they need so
this is not very punctual no they are able to tell, they can forecast into what can happen in the office into obedi kan edru office ho no share inside ho enti coordinating director be ba beto no accountant be ba beto no accountant ho am na abado so party for that kodi yenyen dey pacho show mami see as a president catch Julius say show wisdom mami pressure is a free president so
a chief of staff so
but so this in we later about beton do that
who travel you okay
okay
you have a point
yes what one you see what na office abanyama appointment na your strategy because the kind of the adwane nya wo dia anya wo ho na fiba na wetimi ade won sabo wotrim bam hey mo fam na me yenkoye common fund in my district assembly you functionless you can function
bibia nko bibia ma
bibia na wa be ko bibia be ba it said DC is little trust a strategy how to handle some of these things now in all sincerity shekumawu
yes
DC you know ho no your friend say Tom C
young guy no
Tom C esa sikane mbaye no e na otese omo ye feed Ghana e na ono atu ni cars DC e na na me nkro na wokumawu ni na aso obi ambobo mabu na no ye ko feed Ghana ye kodo straight obo ma no we twa video obo ma no we twa video obo wa no we twa video obo wa no we twa video we eti agric minister nya launch feed Ghana they say boom the first place on koye kumawu because this is na bobo no what
we be do
na to dada eti ye bie mo na pressure na won so no e fi ho say over 2,000 youth wa come agum
and ho adwono
kakra so it's a strategy afeso so region bia woni mu dynamics ben na nanom no nkontokwa we are DC we are minister we are CEO who Ashanti region. No say any want to me near want to internal region.
Even across board, whether north east, whether upper east, whether voter region, wouldn't me.
Opinion leaders now will be in that wanted to.
But you see, Captain, the other side is say, in my opinion leaders no Eddie Bonnie with impunity.
The Biano so ya no what ya.
What you ain't
What him say
Captain, Sir Galamsey, ya near Brea, de Bia, would TM,
Wabodo.
Opinion leaders, he be break a home. What I say, Bebre, a home.
I feel they be so Accra. Me and am can't heat coming.
Baby, come on. And they do it with impunity.
Kwabena.
So,
senior.
But with a full soldiers and a penifona semno. We see a message is about Obiabe Bobie Akwe, Obiabe another district be municipal be MC any omon kasa. Obi grab a testament say omo MC any party executives no ayaka.
Why?
You know
why? I understand Crawford as I say, oh, you're parliamentary candidate.
And you can't blame the local government minister.
And baby, I don't blame him today.
You can't blame him.
At worst case scenario, I recommend seeing you. You're far from now. Local government minister, Najuma Bakono, recommend it. You know, you're far from now. Asa. Well, who ye parliamentary candidate? When you see election, they are your DC year. We do different level.
Yeah.
It's men you watching say now that time now women organizer no when you're fine. Men watching say now youth organizer and support you. Men you watching say now constituency chairman on support you. And I'm saying to know who be there who pay. And I'm saying now no support you. And I'm back one and you be on no year nanti ase nyen to know. Oh you know who are changing attention I say hey. Ke woman nana said the idea no men no when you're fine. At the very material moment who be yes idea no pepe no. One kasa as DC no woko for how abeto ho so enti constituency executive na time na we parliamentary candidate na ono wonye fine no this is the time I say o chairman who say won ne ye fine pa chairman bra women organizer bra youth organizer bra ye do koto say we DC ya yes o head district ne so but more we say party bi na win power and I koto na ho
but chairman for me so adwene
o hadwen
kakari women constituency women organizers no
so one hwe na be hawo
because school feeding say better yes obi afa schools nsia obi afa the protocol credit amount no wa fa e dia kwa ko ni busuani
eno de no watia no waje Kwabena yi ye tie no
so na dia asem
ko ba no de fa asem bi amba oyi ana wani mi no wa hye mi no bo so watemi uma constituency
ni temi ana wo fa ho tan
da bi wo fa me ho tan kura no sa tan no district ni na be boa me won ya ase aye party 70 ya na ye suro say obi wo party no mu na de oyo no nya wo mu ntimi nka adena as a women organizer owo ho wo be ko ba bi nso no ye sa women organizer no
ye no so ko so
na ya board matric wo na ye de adena ko mu bi foforo
ye no so ko so
no so tepe no wadwa ye yanka say ye nyansem no ndwuma no bi ho a ya cheche he wo district bia constituency bia youth organizer no on ye district no youth employment deben coordinator mwa
yes
okay region bia regional organizer ono na ye nadum coordinator mebwa okay and a district secretary no say parliamentary candidate or ho appointment and now win election now there's the likelihood say either the chairman or the secretary never be DC enti ade na san hihye ne da ho enti eduru ho am tom fumu bi aje nipa den qualify so qualify there men tom fumu no na fe omo mani nkofo mo no se Kwabena youth no expectations omo wa bahama ho no
very high
more underestimate
very high
and mebunu no hu say ase say mre ya yo me yemfie na nyankopon ne mahama
at least obese say eniema dia betwa the next 20 years
Kwabena
yeah
and mebunu no emfie na nyankopon ene mahama say
and that is why you mu bi say eniema ko wrong na ye mahye because you ti nkomo you was street mu ye ti de ekoso it is a bibia say ko wrong pena ya bo say hey massa
And then ebe.
Because Nkolana need that so last hour.
Last hour no.
Last hour.
Say woman fear na Nyankopon nem jo mama.
Last hour.
Enti ena mahama so ye nipa bako. Or ko UN or faha or yesi or the namha na oko na obanti wo hwe enema ono ankasa as president or ka so oba obeye na Kwabena enye niama nketenkete o hwe sa big push o se den no eno no nko ade ekoto bekumu ma wo sa big push asem no a
se de obesi anante ho
president na ankasa kofa to no ho so no enye adwuma ketwa. Number 2 sa 24-hour economy ade na da ho no social guzita no
your friend obo paye obo paye your friend obo paye
eno sa 24-hour economy no eno nko aso ya asem wo de eno to nchen ya ba ko no kwa fense
adwuma
wura eno so nko ya asem
adwuma wura no nya bete
eno so nko ya asem e de ne ho eba and so no one defeat Ghana na ba no wa wo so bam the agric ministry it's eno so ya asem and some kokon keten no
masa
and also these are 5 major things the president said me as the president
including Galamsey
me as the president no ye na me pesa me ye it is a who say president asset goals we amane ho a ministries departments and agencies no wo goals we hen Kwabena proposals be no who say set this ministry, this department, this agency, and you have to just say, yay, the president is all 24-hour economy. Yay, your free zones, patron in case free zones on ye BBL. Me the example, me and me what free zones, no, me share free zones enclave now. 24-hour economy, no, yay, from Mohano. You who said this company, that company, this company, that company. You can't almost see any. One more bet me abwaye. I'm a lighting system now. Ebia a war Accra Central. Yentimi international. You bet me a solar, ya pilot. My yet me so. This is the proposal from Ebia free zones. Ye proposal for the 24-hour economy. Yes, Ebia ye war extension officers are war under the Ministry of Agric, no senior extension officer and say this is my plan for the feed Ghana to 24-hour economy. No, obi bedi wa cha najo. Kwabena me kan se mincho na ti ase ye. Eno e komedi e dey manajo no.
Okohi.
Me da hosa da fe bi ho so.
Okohi.
Na mada. Ena me try, let me say help me wo.
Me who?
Kwabena 12 midnight me di banku tilapia.
And I don't know.
Abba. Me am home fine.
Bema be wudi
enti ye extension officers no so yes so your plan a ye dey aba in support of the 24-hour economy ni enti ye so fa ha one way into communication one way into this ministries department and agencies no one 24-hour economy plan we hin. So they are looking at the president.
They are looking at Gusitano.
Yes, and why are you looking at Gusi?
So no, but Gusi so you see because they're okay. So Gusi say Eddie. Only this thing you are saying around you. What's also deal with the policy?
Yeah, well,
Massa, you're dear bra. We are dear bra. How do we implement it? How do we implement this one? How do we implement this one? Massa, how do we implement Munsian song or Chakra? What be economy?
It's a 24-hour economy, dan said Dahono. What ministries department any agencies? What one casano den or moyo? Kwabena, what do you not turn chair? Ministry of Agriculture. What 24-hour economy now? It is the best single policy that can sustain Africa. And you gonna 24-hour economy no. It is the single policy. A bit we are sustaining the whole Africa.
Now the engineer so my Adriana now production level at
but say ya me no kase. Say ya me no kase. What is the security plan for 24-hour economy? We have an IGP. What is his plan? We have a CDS. The plan for there were immigration officers who are playing the land and immigration controller no the plan for 24-hour economy no. If I were the president, I'll sack you.
There you. And yeah, executive no more breakwa.
And that's what I'm saying.
Because more breakwa now you see, you can just get all these people for them to bring their plans.
that Kwabena Ansah by now Guzitano to be recommending me a PAM CEOs better.
Dabi ono mo ne nke Bianca CEOs no be recommend me a PAM no.
Oh you are.
Me am papa. But
in fact, and so why would the name Kwabena
because the point is like you rightly said about just 3 minutes ago. If say what all those people said, well, for our plan Breme, we for our plan bar, we for okay, so Ghana police mo plan they say for the 24-hour economy. Already aba, we discuss it. Okay, so how do we go about it? Obeka say funds. Let's find another way of raising funds. And for now to me because even you can do PPP with it.
Kwabena 24-hour economy and require funds.
Well, young friend say Obeka say one, maybe they don't have enough men. Two, they don't have enough equipment. But police for Obeka say you go petrol anajo. You understand? Ubusa police service just to take cover. Now Obeka say you go petrol anajo. So at least Gusitano will need a comprehensive proposal from the Ghana police as to how they are implementing it. Yes, night patrol, we know. But we need a comprehensive document. You understand? A blueprint. To police, our 24-hour economy, a whole blueprint, military 24 navy 4 medical service or 24-hour economy. So you try to expand.
That's right. Kwabena, and only maybe try to study 24-hour economy know how it can grow.
Yeah.
Apart from these ones that I said, I decided say me and Kasa say me call district and that region be measure private companies are So I went to Cape Coast recently.
Okay.
Me visited 5 sports, drinking bars in plus 2 nightclubs at Cape Coast. And when he said nightclubs and drinking sports in Ghana has sika umuche asort for die.
Oh yeah.
It is a 24-hour economy in penny for very smart people. One, this is what they have to do. They should have a private company summit. Private sector summit for the 24-hour economy.
Where all those,
that's right,
groups,
fantastic. So you do classification and you categorize the summit. It's private sector summit, for the 24-hour economy. Opening Guzitano tie. Yeah, woye kotobeton bodria. One wo kokwanso kofa tomatoes. Kokwanso kofa jeni, kofa meko no deba. Now, obi beka se obi akofa jeni ni meko de
24-hour economy.
And now we remfi say obi se si anadwi na ne car betu afi Burkina. Enti car no beba bedru eye Ghana soil so no na about 12 midnight. Is so otra obankran. Is he the person, is he part of the 24-hour?
Oh, part.
Fantastic.
Oh, part.
So one ekokwan so eba no one be propel 24-hour economy no enye won akọ school enye won air condition office 24-hour economy no form for no. So now Guzi should be able to tell us say banche ton for border for no meko and the sankro for no, what is the plan for them? And
Guzi crowns were experience if you say a sankro for in our dormitory constitution.
So
obviously
yeah, drinks.
To say Papa Angel
nomne blue one. So you categorize the private sector summit under the 24-hour economy. No way group will win that. No be some say okay. First of all, friend am a friend mono. And your 24-hour economy into them frame. More challenges into them frame. Me frame mo can't me.
So it will give you a fair idea.
One beba no ho. What per se? Wuma nipa or ye adwuma wo mem no ho tona. Kwabena say summit ni 8 o'clock. Ebebo 7. Na emma wo ho ofe enye troka ma wo. Ma men kan so we nkyere Ghana for mpani for no ntia say oba na ho ofe. Ye de dada nyansa ni gini tirim adwen.
Oba na ho ofe.
Ye de dada nyansa ni gini tirim adwen.
How do you determine?
Anything ma Delilah. Otumi ma something twitwa ni wi.
So how do you categorize oba na ho ofe?
Wa we to me no mienu na see enin re. You need me. It's a man of warfare. It's Accra Summit, no, and man of warfare 7. Will be at the table. Ansah no beba drew what no why ready. And my man mum the beshia, one beton man inside. Boss, company ben now free. Okay, Pacho, chief senka oba, mo hawa mo wono. So bet me a try, catch your my. Won't be try, Pacho woka, make me your home be kakra. Into that summit, no, you are there to tell your problems. So behind Accra100 24-hour economy. And see, if I want to drinks in the area, no, you say, a power, a problem. Mutuan Kaniaka, a how. Kwabena number 2, taxes and only idea no, I was through where you see. Into 24-hour economy must have a tax component. A bet me a may private sector, no, and I met me contribute positively. Yeah. Into the attendance, so okay, more yes, I do more category A, category B, category C. It's then categorize the 24-hour economy, no. Depending on the category that you fall under, then we can say that we'll give you this tax rebate. It's a company be a 1 year, you are 5 years. Now, on to me grow or no on to me so from waka, I stagnant. So, company, na president, 24-hour economy for that catch say most are more what this category, no. The next 3 years ahead of us, we income tax and say 10%, you are paying 3.5%. Now, so remaining percentage now, akano, men fan kotoshi, fafa nipagum. Na first income tax now, and kawode man me abino. First income tax no, employ nipa 4. Faka home. But I buy no super catch or so short revenue. Baby on short revenue. And this is the trick. Deeper now buying a fan edumum no. Sasi kana we jebuna ye de ama company they fa worker no. Where can it be to income tax? So indirectly what you wade. Through the worker. Through the worker, you are getting it back. Again, you are getting another 3.5 from here. When you want more ton we are, then you go to Abia Aboso Kain. You better then Aboso Kain. So be the car ban will be maybe one day. That is where the Ghana Police Service comes in with their 24-hour economy policy. So the police will say that, okay, so I buy any per se or include Aboso Kain, Kumasi Mazin, a company, and then account that. Then Ghana Police Service, this is our 24-hour economy policy. Your policy they say, fit a for be Jubana Juninano, every fitting shop there will be a police officer fully armed. Fully armed. 24-hour economy, Kwabena, I am there, but I don't know how they are handling these things. More be amfa buku nko Kwabena, yenja buku no, yenfa fie nyansa nkwade we ho. Kwabena wo wie wo mo no wie a, na waba afei won eton wache. Won etonton nnuane na yedi. Bankure tilapia na adwo Kwabena, a big business. Oh yes, a big business. But when him say no, obi akra ye mumu won mo genjina kwa ho wo ye mumu no wo mu suro ade esa ya na akromfo edi tu okọ. Yeah, oh. What is the 24-hour economy? You say mumu for the 6:30 now. Very good. What is the 24-hour economy plan for such people? Who is doing it? The 24-hour economy the bet me affect ya sorry. The bet me am sorry kura ye. Enti kwa sorry 8 hours, but say kwa pra 2 hours. Because cleanliness is next to what? Godliness. And you turn a 24-hour economy, no, you're launching your turn fefe, and it looks like the people do not have a plan. Obi a president. Why are they looking at the president? He's done his job. John Mama, we are launching, we jam to now it is up to 1 hour extra 24-hour economy so to sit down and say that this is the way to go. Kwabena, what do you not told China? Radio stations are work room ha. TV stations are work room ha. Yeah, 24-hour economy for no one friend wine. But yeah, you know you jinamu dada. Yeah, you jinamu dada wo. Enti busa ho say about the saying that as a magic. Kwabena so realize here. Aje wo mo ye endemu enkomo no. Yeah. And who say wo ye wo kasa. Apart from that, from 12 midnight. And then I say I saw for the share the link in one be a bonfire. And anka ye nwom nko a eba ne say ade ye na eco meeting ye di2 man. The question is no. The structure and the nature of our programming. Yeah. So it synchronizes and syncs better with the way we function as broadcasters. So 24-hour economy people must come in and say that, okay, 24-hour economy. I realize here who say more about 12 o'clock. Kusi ahomache be 5 for near dinner. What the born yomonkwa. Now, yem pesa mo de born yomonkwa. Okay, yem fine your day. That time no be an hotel radio. Say hey, what's no be an hotel radio? Don't forget say mami be ton watch you 12 midnight 1 a.m. Say no kokompe Kumasi Mazin Abosokan. When we down say no 24-hour economy. Woma bemudada. Okay, so yes,
so all these departments are functioning.
And they are functioning
in the night.
It is a more body run there. Na body run bambos where no year to Ghana Police Service for the one plan about that. So the fitting shops have been protected by the Ghana Police Service. Patrol teams strengthened their patrolling into Jumane Koso. Until radio now you wasted time no born no from midnight air corner. It will be converted into advertisement. That can be converted.
And he said, what will be back Ghana? No, that's sorry, I do 1 o'clock. Or take advertisement. Ewa Onia FM, Accra FM, Joy FM, City FM. Say, oh,
that chrono.
You told me, I need waha, and I do benyabi. And I say, yes, say waha, and I say, Samri, a coco pay for a year, Juma. If you are not a source service in a car, no, twas Kotabali, and I do be
so always as 24-hour economy. You don't sit down and joke with it. Kwabena, who hear that part now? John Dramani Mahama and Kasano. Emra ba part 1 no na oye kwan asphalt valley no oye na najo
me ya na obi aswe dey as magic ade beche okwada okwan de nye
okay
ade beche we so no nsia na
fantastic until no ankasa John Dramani Mahama no we demonstrated before say 24-hour economy no waye bi dada. And so when it comes to construction SSC one way be ye kwan na najo contractors no kura no wo mo ngai crofo house so mo haye area because John aye bi dada. Contractors ni nyina amumra all people who belong to the construction department come. Mo be see school dan no. See mo see school dan na najua, how are you going to do it? Because that time na nkoda ne da. How are you building so that you don't distract and nkoda sleep? So that you dey cheon betimi akoy.
Betimi the kind requirements the Emma contract.
But it's no so crane will come in with entertainment na ye jai no. So you bring in Satawale. Na Satawale a conference pim or bo show Saturday anado. Or bo show no ho na nkoda ne entertainment na contract na si dan. Enti kum no mo ka say sound system. But that contract na board so. So the 24-hour economy no Kwabena say we ye bema ho e betimi affect o bema kora wo de dem. Mo bema timi asori agina so ye. But we are just joking with the 24-hour economy, and I don't know the kind of people who are handling the 24-hour economy.
You see, and I can maybe what they know. Yeah, or matrato books, you know, maybe different from what we are talking about here. But almost be catch also PhD.
Forget it.
So until no makoye PhD because me sure says John Mahama probi dia manual o probi or okra PhD and in there you born DNA you born credentials. So maybe for all you know what we are talking about maybe we are just playing.
Okay.
Child's play.
I was telling somebody, you know what we can do? We can appoint night mayors. Say a 24-hour economy. So we have night commissioners.
But know that all the pressure about public person so.
There be night mayor no. Onyo be a year tria na kafo frobia. We need to start with governance first. You see, Kwabena? So we have a night mayor. Night mayor no bet my why. This is the assemblies ni na no. Your various assembly members. Yeah, roster ma assembly member because as assembly members in John Mama so be to. So if the state is paying you, why are you not working? Fantastic. So we appoint night mayors. Enti Ebia Oko Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. Ebia Ahinsai Assemblyman this month when our night mayor. Oko Ebia Alpha Krofroma Assemblyman this month when our night mayor. It's night mayor no. What are you doing? You are roaming round checking the amount of security. What patrol team no. No more call rounds into Woshaha as a night mayor under the 24-hour economy, night commissioner under the 24-hour economy. So you are making notes for Zuba So the next morning, the first person Zuba will call is that night mayor. Why is the 25
at least adeɛ sɛ lungu bɛbu who said deɛ nkade ani hɔ a ɛhɔ sitie at least wobɛn sɛ ei enti saa kwae wei na sɛ daytime nkurɔfoɔ nam so say because wonim sɛ adeɛ sa ne krom yɛ din a ɛna tumi assess roads
exactly
na wo sɛ sɛ deɛ ayɛ ni
so there's a night mayor. Night mayor nyɛ sɛ ɛkɔ appoint foforɔ assembly members akɔto no so aba assemblyman na yɛ appoint baako wo na woyɛ night mayor. Kwabena, when we are done with that, we need to do safety by design. We cannot just sit down and say that we are doing the 24-hour economy without safety by design. The safety must be intentional. We got to do it intentional. Invest in lighting, viable but community-oriented stewardship, targeted policy and policing. So the night mayor now, no namono, okutane pen in the paper and run a light we are so hana dri. Adiachi and no light no and soy. So it will even inform policymakers in the various districts, regions, municipal and metropolitan assemblies to know where the problems are and fix them. Yeah, no, as I say, a worker-centered policy for the 24-hour economy. Kwabena, me no me no ayete he. Me sesi asa me pon 12 o'clock wie. Na doma baba be gu achi. Te say dey be gu achi. Wo hwe mo wi oyɛ dem bio.
Awuchi.
Why? It is a way my born crana me go school, my born mean to me class 4 for a day.
I see.
Mean to me class 4 for a day. Ghana journalists are GIG, Ghana Institute of Journalism, yes, way. Saya now, so I'm confirmed share broadcasting or Omudia Dodo send a broadcasters. Confirm brother bu microphone mo na dwen say brofo news na show classroom na no be kan ha wa keka funu no ko ye ntimi nko ho as visiting lecturers. So the 24-hour economy no worker centered, we got to do that one. And me tie Joma Madin na me who said no papa no yanse bi dan tidim.
I think recently, Gusita Nobeka said a very difficult policy, if I'm right. I'm so Obeka, right? And
me papa no on fait one and it is the most easiest thing. You see, Uma Obia appointment to Africa now Transika. 24-hour economy no as I said brain a draining Ansah neba table no so first as a sikanaba good morning Ansah a sikanaba 24-hour economy no it requires a draining nimdia ni Ansah na di kan wo table no so we can be place based location based and ye baby and ye bet 24/7.
Oh, of course.
What I say?
Of course.
And you baby and bit by 24 hour economy ni bi ho. Because uko go mo techima ya. About 10 o'clock akwaku bi chemada. Kwabena ba ni wewu. Waraba wewu ko why din. Enti go mo techima. Ye ntimi nye 24-hour economy wo ho. Uko adumfa 24-hour economy wo ye wo ho a enye ye. So we need to select every district. And here you bet by street markets.
Very important.
When street market, and we hear buying sika, it is just gong.
Now say in Sawamu say MC, me will say anajo. Now on a market no more amount for ton yama 1 a.m.
Exactly.
Also,
and who identify zones with potentials and tailored interventions. And number one. Ya come and kesim. You want some kesim for Budija Wednesdays and Saturdays. Into Tuesdays, apofona eso mo couple. Ewo kromanti number 1, kromanti number 2, kromanti number 3, woman ko. Eja number 1, eja number 2, eja number 3, woman couple. Anumabon ko biruan ko. Etromusa kusi axim. Into every Tuesday, every fisherman is rendered jobless.
Economy no low.
Yes, every Tuesday, apofon couple.
And Accra they say
very good. And it's a 24-hour economy penny you must know how the economy of this country run. say Tuesdays no wa ye papa no mapofo no wo pona no ho nyina Tuesday bia no wo nya adwuma. That is why I keep saying say if you know you will not go for fishing on Tuesday, don't eat all your fish on Monday.
Ade.
And I said Tuesday won't couple.
Why Tuesday we talk much show marry.
It's a 24-hour economy.
Friday time why?
I said 24-hour economy for no identify these areas. These areas, baby, one bet me aye street market. Tuesday na apofono. Went me an kopunti. Sabe. No ho ache no a. I say onya hwenye no. Obet me kura di ne yirachi e de ne nam na kodom. Apofono a onya bibia anye.
But okay, with all this, the question we need to ask is Argentina be pim ne Gusitano office no enti be engage Kwabena adwene fi Mahamati mu to form no eso chen won ehwe so no me na me ka kire eso chen which I disagree.
Oh there be eso Kwabena
which I disagree.
Je ku fokofa zero tolerance of corruption by adwene so chen nipa no ka asem no kire won no to mo ntimi fight corruption. but na the cover one decent one factory buy adwena nka se fini trim to form no na so chen ono amu na so chen nipa na nka se o ka kire won to mo so ntimi anya ho adwuma. Look, sa 24-hour economy ade no eso and enya obi a wanyini ena betimi aye ena enya obi osua na obetimi aye de ote ase enim ase ekwa ase do ase edo asukotimi hunu ewoso na bi petegu no ka foforo gum ona betimi aye. So you can be Guzitano, you can be whoever, you can do it. You can do it. 24-hour economy ade da wono Kwabena me da Mahama de bo ho se bom na me se urade Yesu ya da se agro na kwesi. But unfortunately say kura no bisa wo man ka say 24-hour economy for say data be no ma collect. I don't think so. Bisa also ma collect data.
But Mami Musa editor Emmanuel editor what taking interest in this 24-hour economy issue? How?
In fact, you see,
because if you break down Captain Smart today, obviously the media, I think we haven't taken enough time.
Me know actually. Na media for we. Ya odi omu ebam Kwabena. A media for Ghana has seen. Obi ohono mo 24-hour economy document no kra no a opani Guzitando no office at the buy no on kofa kra no wakan.
Now what can we?
Kwabena makan bi. Se si a me be ya na me hwade o Facebook. Obi di abeto won mu se okọ Omaru Sanda.
Yeah.
O se ye no Omaru Sanda.
Yeah.
Also oko adenta DVL anaju 9 eko ye ni friend say licensing nasi from when boy 11 near 7.
Okay,
I'm telling you e kire say e bi baby ho no mo a start year adwuma baby ho no mo a starting year adwuma
me twa na no kakra Kwabena.
Oh yeah. We having a conversation.
DVL oh a champion 24-hour economy ebe pim.
Oh, how?
Okay, fantastic question. How many people never register one cars in a year? How many people and never renew one license in a year? If you check the statistics of cars in this country, cars we have in this country are less than 2 million. Hold on. Are less than 2 million. So DVL they are all year no a year I will kind be so. But 24-hour economy ni betimi amma me pem. But
Captain, and then obi license e wu nenu a okwa renew no. No be so kwaje license
you are talking about a well-structured thing.
Yes, I agree with you.
But we are looking at the person from Tumu.
Oh, that me fi say ti say the agenda any headquarters. Yeah, me say zona or district office. Etimi aye bi no. Me assure say now it is being decentralized. So tumu na tumu a zone and na tumu a district. Say the course wa identity utimi ko ho anadwo.
Okay, so captain, if you didn't to the captain Ekano, that I say I don't know omode ba for my Ghana police Ghana because tumu dey okay. Indeed, baby to say adenta would be for adenta security to tumu.
Oh, me no ya agree.
So if you say you implement be with tumu, which means then the Ghana police must give us a blueprint on 24-hour economy and how they will implement it over the northern part of Ghana. And yeah, you know, Uncle
I'm not to say me assure say if the 24-hour economy program or policy no, it take full shape now after starting year Juma. It will affect all sectors. Including,
okay, so you think say you take full shape?
Me feel say now a graduate. Okay. Tell me no. Baby, I started a year Juma. Okay. Ma who support no na si for no so.
Yeah, port is on.
I started. DVLA so me say if your person take shape and I be do time be take shape no. Now the police service who be supposed to giving your friends the security no na si for no. Me sure say omo so by this time they are planning. How when
the captain won't problem by this time
I'm sure come now and my 24 DVLA anajo no DVLA anajo security wo ho
senior asam make at wunya ntiase let's not reduce the 24-hour economy to formalize the institutions so as ade na ye no we are not getting the drift. The 24-hour economy is a total fully blown human being.
Yes.
And yet fingers. And yet come wasem. We are talking about the head, the eyes, the nose, the ears, the mouth, the teeth, the tongue, neck, everything playing its recognized role. Now Madiana is comprehensive and whole.
Yes.
This is what we're saying.
Yes.
And DVLA, 24-hour economy in excess of what it means is that they could have done it already.
So what happens is that
Temaport. Oh dear, yo, wadum. Because you cast no go back no. Near 8 p.m. no more buy. That's not how many
but no my
so what
me akura no mayika me yi no anajo da.
Fantastic.
But me aye ho adwuma gu oda da anajo no to me ko yi no me ko di live no. And anajo no to me. But me aye ho purpose in
anajo
na me yi fi.
It's no SAP department and agencies they could have done it years back.
Of course.
And o manye. It's in your way 24-hour economy. Me, I'm looking at it in a way it can affect more than half of the population of this country in 2 years. This is what I'm saying. And as we are joking with it, and I think that Mr. Guzita Nomas up his game. Kakrebi Yesreno. Any obuoni ni die kwanso. Kwabena hwe. When we Accra provisions. Eba Ghana. Yet krum how. Na Yekra tinapa. Yekra sardine. Yekra corn beef.
It's bad, eh? Too bad.
Sane mani na Yekra we never do a system no more. What happens to economy?
Too bad.
The 24-hour economy, no, the major thing a woman, Emma Muhammad Debani say, it will reduce unemployment.
Yes.
And reduce our imports.
Yes.
And increase our exports. Because the very material moment you import one shipload of sugar, you have imported one shipload of unemployment.
Thank you.
Okay? So first thing that we got to do, when we're 24-hour economy, they need to have a public realm, culture and programming. The culture is that meko DVLA meko akɔgye license. We know the processes. And the DVLA are extended time, no. So DVLA, yes, you can see it under the 24-hour economy, but it's just an extension of time. Oh, DVLA.
No, but it applies to
Baby, Kwabena, hold on. It's an extension of time. Because radio stations are here.
Yes.
Yeah, 24 hours. Dada.
Of course.
Yes. So how can we feel 24 hours economy?
No,
tell me.
So I'm coming. You bet you radio station Kwabena. Ya namwana ya bia by whatever circumstance. We were not able to monitor our electricity, ebi e issue prepaid yantimi anhwe ye beko akohwe na ye Jensen so bi a diesel nim just a scenario.
Yes.
And I do know quickly na say was ekoto light ya beko na say ECG your friends say vendors wo hono mo.
But now you can buy it online.
Of course, that one is there, but it be so tough physical.
Yes, it's true.
So those physical, so those who buy physically, you know, also Ghana has and you be and an idiot online.
Ansah na beba na Crawford the momo top prepaid that.
Me say and you be
and then Crawford the top that.
Me say and you be.
So what I'm saying is that, Chief,
and you be na me
the political language the kwadi we because this is the only policy. Apart from one district, one factory, it's so nationalistic. Adia, a fa obia or war mining mubi. It is a ye fast sope. Near the core we will crash the 24-hour economy. Kwabena. 24-hour economy no ho. Say ye papa guzi tanonom. Umutimi tnasi yi. Makai wo document no. Brofo.
Of course, yeah, the brofo natural.
Oh, brofo.
But the content.
Brofo.
But the content.
Brofo.
Obviously, Vivian Oposi room wasn't built in a day. Gradually, we shall get there. Francis also, Tony. Oh, let me. Charlie, when you say Francis also, Tony, allow the media. Kolabania, my baby, I see Muhammad, you say. Abe. Oh, be sending me message. You know, after me pia cry and call. We ya some. Oh, okay. Anyway, so baby, no, I almost sending the same, but because now I could say, finance minister Beka say 24-hour economy no, a bill rolling out fully in 2026.
Number. And Kwabena, and the document non prepared by two or normally.
Well, maybe the document is giving us a fair idea.
Sit down, we have the fair idea.
But me, I'll go with a captain argument.
Document, you know, nowhere in the document it says it is going to be you start here in the wholesale.
Wholesale
in the document because a policy and every policy when you start it should have it has to be implemented gradually before it gets to. So if the finance minister has given us 2026. It means that he's the finance minister.
Okay.
This policy, it has to be supported, you know, with funding. So finance minister, according to...
That is where Captain Ewo problem.
I don't want you to talk about money. Charlie,
but you have to fund it.
No. I don't know how. No. I see a baby and I sika.
I understand you. You know, it's a policy. This is a policy.
No.
That needs to... be funded.
No.
It's not a policy that can be self-funded.
No. Oh, yes, sir. You create avenue for people to still at the early stages. Number one, me say 24-hour economy, Kwabena.
Okay.
And yet the single largest policy, it can take care of the whole of Africa.
Great. That one, I mean...
Understand it.
Question is, 0 to 3rd month, no? Net 24-hour economy, no be. What are the measures? Monitor and evaluation by and then on by what will be the dashboard? What will be on the dashboard? Are they going to write? What is there? We did this. We were not able to do this. We were able to achieve this. We were able to do so we're rolling this to this. So we should have timelines. We should not just sit down and say that DVM.
So that you think say my fair idea that the 24-hour economy office must take steps to engage the media.
Of course.
They should engage the media.
Not only the media.
Let's talk about it. Then, which means not only the media. Captain, they can't say.
No. For now,
get time.
I agree with you.
Invite various. Business actors.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
You know, categories of business actors. Get them. Talk to them. Right. Understand their challenges. Let people bring in their proposals.
Yes.
Because that say NDC ebe to aba. Jo mama Crawford so ko ti omo how.
But come now,
Finance minister also call market say ko ti omo how no their budget.
His flagship policy, which is 24-hour economy, was part of the how no tier.
Yes.
You see, but maybe there it is good.
And a Captain Emmanuel extension. So to extend it, then engage the business community actors.
Of course. If
we are rolling in 2026, which month in 2026?
Then the minister did it.
Fantastic. So that's what I'm saying, that by now, he himself 0 to 3rd month
of 2026.
Then 2026, President Biya no Kasape Ayasem.
Of course.
And today I swear John Dramani Mahama in inaugural speech about 24-hour economy so pepepe. Esesenka obia na woni tim so bedi minister. Obia opre so bedi DC. Obia opre kra so be see obia no or plan.
So wo tim so bedi minister na nche so obenya di.
Debi na someone go.
Anya wo plan. Anya wo plan.
No. We had that time so wo
Anya wo tim plan na president be adwuma.
And what tim so when minister you should have your plan in line with the 24-hour economy. I can authoritatively tell you we want to operate so when ministers will be more than 80% in yai.
Oh yeah.
But no mutim want na president be adwuma.
No, what he's saying is even thinking that you must have that plan. Hey, say the mamia. Me person me here baby to feed president.
Exactly. And
ever president anymore. It is the energy minister. Me want me 24-hour plan that me
exactly
plug it in
because 24-hour economy no and then daytime at 7 year count. You can night time. Because in this world, a city that sleeps while its people are awake waste potential.
Of course.
You waste the potential from the people. And the 24-hour economy no must look at avenues, areas now. Number one, Tuesdays. Let me catch you, Kwabena. Young couple Ghana. Afar couple Tuesday. It's a 24-hour economy. The plan for Afar on Tuesdays here day.
Okay. So now, then we need to go and find out. Then to know get Tuesday young couple.
Tuesday. It's a wono as DC ya 24-hour economy manager or whatever. What's your plan for the Tuesday?
And Monday no more couple sa go is ade bechi.
And that's how they check Tuesday na ade be.
Na say they want me uncle Tuesday na Monday. They say they want me uncle Tuesday no why on Monday. And Monday Tuesday is just one day.
Baby Tuesday yan couple.
And I'm saying one day.
And so what's the plan for a Punano Hono 24-hour economy plan here? This is my question. Okay. By now we've start creating street markets. Me say me Accra100.5FM. One day we be block 2 streets. Yaba Ghana Police Service in the traffic.
Yeah, the Tony man.
Because they yemba na walk criminal. Market I walk criminal and so. Yen kanu kure. A man marketing and so.
And your man name more the market as in space.
And my person will do Okrumha or brought 10 million.
But only can de.
And I make a market and so I can't any nipple. By now, you will street night markets and your street is so. And started 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Oh, there be only just structured. I am talking about the 24-hour economy thing. Until you are blocking. I did be a person who turn on the police for whom national security for whom from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. and about 5K. And we say you bet my man is very beautiful. Come on, I'm First lady. First lady. On a bad doma. I told the first idea. For when you capture this image. I don't know send a very attractive.
A bit friend money.
Now, yeah, Mammy Lodina. I share the jeans.
With the vice president.
And Lodi with the vice president. Na ebia force egu first lady na ha no kuta adoma ye ebia Makola street market night market original 18 no abom brain na yemfa ne say Zuba Fikumase no dimrika no akojia first lady in chemfa force no meto now ato I mean it's just for the fun of it now I know
so within 3 minutes
the beer market na no first lady the top force wo
come the first ya kura ya tena say na ye di san komo yi a ya dwene kura agency pi ye na ya dwene enye pe e wo policy no tre say ehia say ye niema bebre
more engagement
And engagement, apart from business people, and Nipana are also the free business one so they also have to be engaged. I'm not just say it shouldn't be such engagement. And you can see a money to test. Say I go for maybe good then business. No, let's go to the grounds where the businesses, where the patrons are.
Obvious message be very interesting. I'll say more work needs to be done to improve planning.
Exactly.
And infrastructure for the 24-hour economy. That is why we need district plan proposals which will contain protections for existing nighttime venues like Oxford Streets, London Victoria, and others that are very good initiatives. So yes, because maybe say none can be cancel me. Say Accra, who drew a year at Bobie 12 to 1. Dear, I'm telling you, say boys, yeah, that by 5 a.m. Also me night mover. Now, who moving us here now for now? Who to our boss will be packing the car through? Meaning what though? Meaning the one to me now.
No, what I say?
And you go find me now, you know, Dawson.
It's a night market in a year, Juba.
Yes.
It's a yama minimum crana, or more bread join the day, no, we are shilling any idea. No, may him say, may you never call night market. When himself, we never call night market. Police were readily available, security,
yes.
Intact. First lady, Biano, Vice President Oba, Wato, Adia would do more. No, but Vice President Obi bet me agent near. But na kono say, Yehuya Mami or Noah Edija, our night market just to attract, to see that.
Ramadan in Kumasi, the cheapest place to buy, say, fruits near that, a PZ and Roman Hill, our night market.
Fantastic! So this night market, what I'm saying is that it must be structured.
Cameroon say Accra100.5FM. A man on Tadian be once and no man says 1 city, 2 city, night market.
But they are structured.
And it's structured.
So the 24-hour economy for the buy now, no. Yeah, it means I want 2026.
It was
the Christmas year, 24-hour economy for the man who say one more drink. No. It's a night market, you know, a structured 24-hour economy street market. Yes, I say all pass that. Police for jina even we can now me catch the papa be say.
So somebody is asking us, say, I didn't know buying to me only shops to say GNTC Titino by Jumanajo, whereby they can structure it and fuse it with the private sector.
Surprise you.
That is force for
me surprise you.
Tell me.
That is Mohammed's idea. When I make catch us say, I dream if Muhammad no, I switch and one so no.
Okay.
He what say or Kakasabi, but as a Ghana for no. Yours are. I say before the end of my term, government will own Ghana. Ghana for anti-sabro of no kind of say. What yantias
because government only Ghana there, not to say Ghana for no.
Ghana for the here.
Ghana for no idea.
And it's a 24-hour economy for the by now me no pilot project to be started that.
And I'm say I was say and you can say a test because on Kwame Kwabena Ghana for ebema atimi patronize all the activities within the 24-hour economy. Omo titesoro. This
topic is getting interesting and interesting and interesting. Sorry, Vincho, I will say the mayor of London is actively championing night street market.
I'm telling you.
I think it is.
Akukuda says, Captain, we totally agree with you, but we need more police on the street.
That's security.
Kwabena. Yama IGP in TSS, we need a new department of the Ghana Police Service.
That would be in charge of.
Then this one, let me just pick on this one. Tell father says, I agree with Captain because some communities and companies I know in Tema and other places have already started a 24-hour economy, like the textile industries.
That's right.
Yes. We can engage them to know how they are rolling out their 24-hour economy. I grew up in Akosomo Enclave, where the textile companies around employed lots of people, and they were running 3 shifts then. It is done to boost productivity and employment.
Ghana Police Service and currency police unit. Bobie and Fanadunko, Ubetumi say currency, yes, currency. Ubetumi say energy currency. But we should have the currency police as part of the 24-hour economy. Tete Yohunu can just appoint about 500 or 300 police officers. These are the currency police unit of the Ghana Police Service to support the 24-hour economy.
Great.
What are they going to do? They make sure that all the night markets, the currency of energy, it's well structured and protected. Say La Paz street market here, that the year say you know what's La Paz? I say where everything happen at every time.
That's the meaning.
Okay. What that's now?
We didn't need a free massive.
La Paz na a war. Yeah, structured. It's your night mayor.
Yes.
So this is no order than Kurano. On one can to me in Shasua. Medical catch or say, yeah, appointed assembly members now.
You're right.
No one
this week, when I will night mayor. The following week, when I will night mayor. That week, when I will night mayor. Now, currency police unit, one also our hobby. Fefe, in Kania no boo. Say, one street light, then your papa, your rent light.
Young Francis, you.
Then catch up say, so who free Kumasi, Cape Coast now bar. Say no, yeah, my woman from main La Paz street and so fair ho.
Yeah.
From 7 p.m.
Senyadia will be didra.
Yeah, my woman.
Aha, honumbi.
It's in there per buses. It's in Malam Junction.
Like shuttles.
Yes. Into Malam Junction, bus no ho. Bus 1, maybe about 7:30. Bus 2, a 2 8 o'clock. Bus 3, a 2 8:15. Bus 4, a 2 this time. Bus 9, a 2 this time. It's would do one no you. No, I don't know. Okay.
Around another employment I created. I just said buses since a metro massa. Yasa for drivers ya. Almost be 90. I say increase employment, you know,
Bus 1 I do female Eba La Paz night market one. There's a bus 3. On also I do one. I do Mudia. One more kono form cars. Currency police for no kind of show car. Said about your conphobia to be in coho.
Yeah.
What I say, well structured. Eti Ebia Kumasi night market no. Yeah, no Joada na 7 to 5. But watch this. So we can say feel one that be now watch this. Yeah, where dustbins. The spaces are properly demarcated and allocated. You cannot allocate without demarcation, and you cannot demarcate without allocation. So it is properly demarcated and properly allocated. It's him say water. So every 10 demarcated areas, there's an allocated dustbin. Japan for clean your space. You clean, you dump it there. You dump it there. And see, at the other about 6 a.m. 6 o'clock you so but
then again, you also the who can now boil my sanitation companies.
Thank you.
24-hour economy. Oh, yeah.
By getting it, no, people say, okay, dumping site. I want to see a creative compost plant.
Yes.
Kwabena, yeah, what to more yet?
Yes, only see a creative compost plant. Yeah, but I'm really a being trouble. Quick one. Zen says that is true about the buses. It's just like Germany. Okay, so I don't know what German on here can say. Frank Trinity talk is cheap, but implementation is difficult.
No, talk is not cheap. Yeah.
Vivian Upon says, even in America, we pay for buses. Okay, so let me move on. Now, Cycle Forces Commander, the 24-hour economy is a global influx of global trade and engagement. For instance, identifying the global time differences between Ghana and the rest of the world and implementing trade lines according to our trade preferences. Okay, so this one is coming from Nana Jiman. Vivian says they have to pay for the buses though. Paul Adams says I'm enjoying the night market conversation. Okay, so Johnson Mr. says JM should appoint Captain Smart to be part of the 24-hour team. Simple. New York says, I wish Mr. President is listening to your program. All right, thank you, Eric. Twine says, Commander, I hope that the 24-hour economy team should invite Captain Smart and the other gentleman, okay, my editor, to join them. because they are making very solid, important points. Okay, so thank you. Frank Trinity says 24-hour economy will be difficult for Mahama to implement. Those in charge said we need $4 billion. Where are we going to get the $4 billion? Okay, so this one is coming from Frank Trinity. Johnson Amisa says, I will plead with JM to appoint Captain Smart for this 24-hour thing. All right, so Mami Osa says, if you said this about Rebecca, okay, let me leave this one. I'll save you. Solomon says, you guys are doing well. I love your discussions this afternoon. Thank you so much. We have a Zen again. Commander, in Germany, during Christmas seasons, they have a night market. They only come at night from November ending to December ending. And every city in Germany does it. Because Boatin says, come to Asia, 11 shops are all nationwide, state-owned. State can put this up and own it in Ghana, just to plug it into the private sector. Okay, so Adiko says, Bobie, I love the discussions going on. I run a 24-hour pharmacy. You'll be surprised the sales we make in a night. Imagine we don't work in the night. Obviously, we would have lost all those monies. Talk louder. Make it rich. Jubilee House. Michael Adiko from Tema Committee 10. Thank you so much, my brother. We have other testers in here, and it's getting more and more interesting. Frederick says, you guys are really doing a good job by educating the populace. Hopefully the 24-hour economy will work. All right, so Michael sent more entrepreneurs will be on board. So Bobie Moon pushes our agenda away. Dr. Ren says, insightful conversation, a very nice one there. Ebenezer says 24 hours economy can also reduce prostitution. Cut them bulls.
Let me finish with the bus thing I was talking about.
Yes, just finish with it. We have other issues to talk about.
Yeah. Baby, bus na do beba besi. Obefa bus na beba besi a, obeba dwanu mu no. Enja ho na obefa akọ. Debbie. So we have your in and your exit. Yes. Bus points. Yes. It is a wofa free malam eba. Wo kwa wonfa malam nko. Bus no be for the tail end. Yes. Because one eba mu no the bus is na mpempem. Eti bus no kura no say ABS bus no je 10 cedis. Because of the 24-hour economy and the night market, we are saying menje 10, J5. It's subsidized. Why? Because to make sure that a lot of people will come. Even the window shoppers no kura hu here. Because where I buy policy at the crowd in a niska. I buy policy the crowd in a. Obi ohonomo at that moment obefro bus number. Which way one am kroma sika show ho. Na ade bi ho a wu hia. No one say wakoto obedu fe da obi da ho. Window shopping, impulse buying, window shopping so fast wo back no. It's night market no ho a. Wo fa ha rewrem, wo fa happy, wo fa ha rewrem, wo fa happy. Na ya de no structured ye. Enti yenim say Ghana ha de ye wo ebia ye pilot project. Enti ye wo be 20 streets. You close no every Monday. Night market. Kwabena eno kura no be boy ma fe ye be hu na fe anya Monday bi mu. Ne the Wednesday account, ne the Friday account. Say the be ye ma me no na te kwan ho ye yo mo aba hey. No mu dwane no. Onim say me nkoya aba hey. Dey anadwo na so abeto na street na no anadwo na.
Ebema congestion kura in a yes. Because obi wo hono abga so de kura me nkodwom. Edu anadwo a na me go to anadwo a ade me say better for me permanent dimika. I think it's a comprehensive idea.
These are the things that make me feel so as a so mo ye am a form for no sum.
Thank you.
Say form for no sum.
Thank you.
Kwabena catch am say DV.
Undi dey obi asem me. I miss trade fair.
You see? Come on, you see these things. So meet me there. Meet me there. Sir. We my dream back when me say 24-hour economy for no apart from the night mayors, no. They should try to build the first agric mall in the world. As agric mall. The first of its kind in this world, in this country. Ghana inge. It's as part of the revenue 24-hour economy be generating no. You be see a great more. For the first time we be na body the glass.
Thank you. Kwabena.
Meba. We be na kontomri at the glass. Obekoro na mankani ye de koya aka wo fie na the glass. We should build the first agric mall in this
owned by the state.
Owned by the state.
Onon be amount you
and
Bobie bi so.
That's me are walking. Enka ye nya se Asante Achim North MP. And na Esufre president say tomatoes egu ho no na say enya ado egu ho say say etimi nya me feel say honorable Elkopoku omo na ni nkosa ado we hu na onfa oni 24-hour economy for na
because unim mama so me fa bi nka ho kakra me ntwa no hwe say koduru bia bia fe de na former agric minister Koto ono akofa body and begu ministry
no
eni sanke ye wo eya agric mall no a ya fa mi no bai no ya no international community admin ga say ento mo nto ayemfa ho ye de yo egu ye ya mo ne
ana no enema no a tise tomatoes no na se for perishable no ene the season no because ye mo ne ebeti ye de abegu no we find a way to preserve them at the time bia no all year round obekon tomatoes na yasi ebedu time na Ghana dia sadise ye work Burkina dia no yetimi preserving in such a way that ukwa na that so ye fresh in our more contomere ye fresh nyado ye fresh it is a seasonal adenoa seasonal products no ebedu time bi season bedu as in we dey dry season dey ni one no something na betwam. I think it's a fantastic idea.
Kwabena yeah nya Greek mall na kuayo emeye punishment bi
and creative business.
And I have this policy. I'll roll it out to the agric minister. Okay? Agriculture is a punishment in Africa.
Of course. So who goes to here?
Yes, you could
Ofa agric magazine be our Africa there now.
Echedo say there is an agric mall in Dubai.
Okay, fine. I don't know. Say yeah agric mall now. And our fa agric magazine be a book be a Africa talking about agriculture. Tabenda no hu abaya waye makeup na so da no konhoda edechiri. Aberwa bi ni akokoro bi omote ba bi asabe.
Ne omo na asifo bi
asifi bi.
Ne ye do to achiri. Say idea in some phone.
Fantastic. So the signal we are sending to the person na odidi ni say nipa na oye kwia no. No bi an ho aye fimi. But when you have an agric mall,
university ladies and
top body top banche suya de ni ye kona nim and then what are you talking about? What is the 24-hour economy people talking about money?
And it's a me pon say me radio work so let me tell you something. Me pe broccoli pa
yes
me ton no edi e ofie me pon 6 o'clock me drive say me call police mo akoto no ma pon. It is a agric more.
Now I
was radio 637. I can just drive in there, buy whatever I want. And the other panel when you see me took a palace baby. To be say a your office, by your tenor. Me wa me niema ofie dada. Yeah, make a carbon na my namina me chrono. Anyway, very interesting one members. Mumu so kakra. Na me pacho we ni be galamse ni dia kowie gabi ochasa dalko you will join us within the next 10 minutes but akwasi odise ba e wa say akwasi commander kajogu mame
yeguso a na ne citizen show no say ye ni nyina no ensuo no so agugu aye ka say obu onomo a wo hyedem a ne ho po sesesesese mesrew ya no apanyin bu se ba me hya ne bia no mama me de bia na ye ka kire say imu se ba me hya no won twɛn sɛ obɛ yade ansan no wano mimbusu no ɛne yɛ sɛ wo yade sɛ wo nyade abusua no nyinaa yɛ modu amo chafa no no mesrew wo di sisanta table no so anopa no wano bia no wano bi wo na wo sene imbus heba me hya posi ne duro ɛyɛ ba kopɛ okɔ pharmacy shops ne yɛba shops na won sa ɛbɛka bi 0246 208 496 ana 0540 710 113 na uni imbusufo ahwe ɛde abomu opa besia bills microcredit ho.
Thanking all of you for honoring us with your presence at this first dialogue on illegal mining. We know that the issues of illegal mining are dear to your hearts and to the hearts of every Ghanaian. And that's why we decided that from time to time we'll hold this dialogue. This is not going to be the last. We'll hold this dialogue.
And bills, terms and conditions apply. Frey. Now, on 0596 920833 and 0302 200390. Now, on the bills for Ashe at the Abomu Amame. Momo no mensaka promo eguso koso. Now, is there numbers there? Sir Bronika, and numbers doesn't lie. And Tibaya say Nipa 1000 near Chile. Yeah, wiki mu one mosaka. Still mensaka promo sikadibino. And yasenketwa. Now, we know if from 100 Ghana cedis, kopim the 200 Ghana cedis e-cash. I feel brand new yellow base routers. And no money there. Yeah, Nina. Ne bob no weekly no wunya sikapudo e de ahye obotomu e ba chaw say MTN eswa ye de ye momo koso data bundle koso bibi akoso ti fa mo MTN na niema enkoyie emfa emawo 2074 mesha no eno me ka kire obi se wo na se madedia no akoso abu anara no wo satetel we na prostrate wo de any liver infection wo ni obi kro wo HIV ya de ni bia mesrew amman tamman 2074 ni bi nom e betumi abo pa meneno asoso na so ma de bia ne ho ayefe typhoid titi will be no man de ne hepatitis B afei so se bia wo ba ba bia otu nkosu agu ne ya ne nsu abegina mu eno no doctor friend say ovarian cyst ni na your how no tontina 74 ni bi na entumi emwa wo mesra wo call cash ni ba bi to no a wo sabeka dre bi 0246 073498 0246 073498 and 0501 628931 Tontina 74 first herbal medicine you register here South Africa na they say me say otomo na wudi a nyese wudi mo ho akeke nya mutuo ne ne wo de beye wa che ni ade no se ni Jimmy Rice fa mo ye hu se ye tomu a ye no a ye die nyina no ye se kwa tumi nya achede e de ka ho na Jimmy Rice for de won akofa de abanie one more just say auto on 4.2 kg bag of Jimmy Rice ni bia me so de tie ni ya na card bi shem you can't and scratch it. When you scratch a pair, 1 year you stand a chance of winning smart TV, gas cooker, washing machine, fridge, and then kick and one who doing na. Yeah, you real crabby be outside like I am at say no could Dubai. We pay there he be now pay. Fly Dubai with Ginny, spreading smiles, terms and conditions apply. MD4 adja to muse a year papa. Now ya the Makot surgicals. Patro where the assassin surgery near ye. Ya two assassin she na chesenia oba ayi kumase enomni adimpote mu a ye tonsase no anya senke to akra size bia wo pe ye obi ya ye de ema wo na ni mempese kasa ne be wanti mesro fa number no na frɛ na busa se ote wo citizen show so si e bonsase papa ho dawro na so kwaje wasase 0244 314310 0244 314310 and 0549 436442 na only one more ahwe e de abomu kwame ne aka ne bakwa yakoba na chese de aka nyina no etumi ato aso kama pa na we ne de na chese was a value proposition of the Senate scheme no we senate for one asem ne yake na ne omo ka nyina ne sempacho ha ho daache no na wo daache ne so be ye fe na ye ni kan ko ade a ene fa ho to senate for one scheme ne so na senate pe e guarantee wo ne wabusua na enei no de ban se wakonkokora bom na wo hiam wa bi de afri no wo mo de ama wo emo obi anada emfasika no nyina we gahuro nom ne ade mesrew ya pebi to no mo na daache asemti dokoto kwadu a na wajam ho Commander General Kwabena Bobie Ansah citizen yeguso tenkwanya so ye de ema wo Commander over to you.
All right, odiseba da sibebre ye bewia obesiaba live on Accra100.5 citizen show and yeguso yekremu den ewo ha say enkomono ayede enkomono ayekama na mpamcho mama ya nkoto aso we you know you better for just 5 minutes na yako editor na Felix Ofosuku achide bi begu honorable Felix Ofosuku achide ne ma bi begu ni Facebook ya nyina ya hwebi but yenua a friend is saying Charles McCarthy, her point of law. Or say it is for national security to keep the president informed at all times, and I think he's referring to first in command deal with the grassroots and the MCs and the DCs and all that. So, and I think he has a point. He has a point, but yes, you said it. So let me pick this updates on NIMO's anti-galamsey operations in Western Region, and we are reading from Honorable Felix Kwachu Fosu page. And we will spend just about 15 minutes on this matter. And now, updates on NIMO's anti-galamsey operations in Western. Okay, so Asiaba. Now, the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat Task Force has carried out a significant operation in the Western region targeting notorious galamsey hideouts on Monday. That was yesterday, October 5th, 2025. The task force stormed Gangway, a crime-infested community in Abosso, Pristiahuni Valley District. Key highlights: makeshift structures destroyed. Several makeshift structures serving as hideouts and drug bases were set ablaze, and galamsey equipment was destroyed. Hundreds surrounded. These individuals were involved in various social vices, including illegal mining, trading, and narcotic smoking, as well as gambling. Drugs seized. In additional operations, while en route to Gangway, the NIMO's task force conducted anti-galamsey operations in the Dagin Dompim areas of the Takwa Insoya municipality. These operations resulted in seizure of equipment. 15 water pumping machines and 1 generator were seized. So it goes on and on and on and on. A quick one, dear. It seems, editor. It seems now by intensify. And Tokano on galamsey. Since last week, you can see some sort of sense of urgency. Yeah, more attacking areas galamsey for no. And it seems this NIMO's for no, they are working more than the Operation Vanguard. For no, your thoughts, quick one.
Maybe said that NIMO's no, well coordinated. A chain Operation Vanguard. Operation Vanguard ne na sifo bi na betwa mu ko ye no na obia ye ne de nko obia kwa because Kwabena say ye nsem twefo ne ye tinsem ni bebre me minim obia no ye miner ono oye small scale miner but sa nipa no ano oye madam na omo sa ne nkrofo bi ye galamsey no bi na me ne nam sa na Operation Vanguard fo yi bi omo ba akwa operation me ti se ba akwa friend ka kire nkrofo so ochine be ba ho no mo na sebdusi e ba e be frɛ but your phones in the say ya hacking your phones in the say no omo e monitor pa enti be ya pe yam bi to na ka register chip bi na ka fa ba bus na fa brain nipa nam nim na mo Accra ha na bus in family okumase na sebe ya ye bitimi adi nkomo ho so enti na Operation Vanguard no those involved including the security na involved no omo kra ni omo ye adwuma no omo ye galamsey na illegal mining no omo adwuma hyehyɛ enti omo kwa omo ana na sa come tip off say Jack and ye ba ho
yeah
enti be ya but who said new adi NIMO's no well coordinated in such a way that Charlie said there any as you woman no apart from government a committee no Ghana for kasan so afi obia ni aba ho say yensuo and your forest nation obia ni akoho enti ama we no I well coordinated look at the say I say gold board CEO
yeah
Accra trucks cars pickups a donate mom to amfanya adwuma the other you know now who said there was no commitment and for that matter those who were involved who were to make sure that you know your friend said galamsey and ye see no all kono kra come de no
why she
into one you know do our pitting mu no any pitch ran as she ho say Jack and then there me ba say near be you. It one baby and not just one my maduma. But in this case now, won't you mean quite business on? Yeah, bet you. My information is that most of them crano and nim say omo boys no me adwuma.
Yeah.
Omo money be on with their cameras. But they don't even know. And the cameras are being monitored somewhere. And you will least mistake. Yeah, bet you this one is more coordinated than the Operation Vanguard the coin. Because from what Professor Frimpong Watkins report me and we say so Operation Vanguard nasi for no. I na enya be a beboa amia fighting galamsey. But look at another day a sea or Western region. Amia say yes, there is pure commitment to it. And then on the morning show, na CJ Western Regional Minister Ekasai or see. So why you want to say opese oye galamsey e Western region there? You want to say obewu. That's what he said. So why you want to say obeye galamsey or Western region there? Be ready to be killed. That's a huge statement.
Yeah.
You see, now a call a you want in Suita on railway tracks no asien na yedidi asien no.
Yes, so much nipa 15 also.
So much nipa honum. And it will be sound say enti estati free da ben. Estati free da ben. And na me sure say estati free ne. Estati ya che omodidi asien nyina o. Ya just say railway lines na hangi. Ye didi asien nyina to the free takrade eba besi akọ. Ye didim takwa nsu ayem Pond Valley Huni Valley na koni na no just omodidi ni nam ya me sure say estati free ne. Eti say Operation Vanguard no Operation 1 na ba so no say na omu hu ya ana omu ye adwuma ni ya enko omu hu nka me do say but so omu say nema na ba bontin bebre a na che say adwuma ekoso enti na e ba bontin no say adwuma bia nkoso anka obi ehu
kebe din
so omu say nema na e ba bontin and I think that President Mama ni team no and especially those fighting the galamsey in Nasifon they are doing fantastic work. They don't know about who na chese to obitwa because they didn't know ma ho building na ba ne kire say ye hu afede ye hu say eh we koso wa ne yenim we koso wa ne yenim at first no koso but ye ma hu
yes society be near friend presidency forest to say
presidency forest
am be can story be achiro me wo hon mo no hini bi ma me kwan say me wo ne mo awonwi ana abra
ye modi
aye kwa ho
enti modi
be catch here say enipa say asumasi ya omu free presidency omu the tracks abba ho no mo a cheso ohine no ani te say ne kwaye ni nsuo na omu say no ohine ni catch me enti ye hwe ne enya story mo na je say yentimi ensi saade no ho kwan ye petition at the command your friend said then director of CID
can you boy
there be am say na that time na ye oba dey no wa Ashanti region no crowd simple and can you boy the petition the command on here no story no affair start say be your story no pe on here no friend catch you say I wa wonim say I party am wo mu me papa so ye party pani pa wo enti story no almost say enya akiredi ami Kwabena enti me hwesa na mbusa say na wo de wo himfo ni bi a ehye wase no ye wo nkronkro nu ya omunsuo say number samami me no madi kwama o mate ase o ma giatum abo san krofon nipa kase akese no mo Jubilee House ni din se tracks krom de ban kra no ye wo government of Ghana enforcement e wo ka no na wo hene no kra no wo ko kan ye no wo this is director of police wa me a withdraw security afri wo himfie because according to hene no this is director of police na kaka kra bi so wo retirement and na je say ono na che so woni ayi krofo ya hihye ho awe awon ya awe and no mo kwa awe you see And so there was no commitment there. But you see, America say, you cannot go and do that apart from the security, apart from President Mama. Ghana for Anka say new home. And they say we are least mistake. Ghana for Anka no ebe report at the aba. Obi be jinani fear baby. Obi trap at the aba because one say on also needs to say the forest ya nananu di ja woman and say. And they say no there. The awareness is there, and I'm very happy because the yati the deni natural say. I feel obie who the na first na kitasumu
say ekro. On se ni Susano. Uko bobo na uti kokonua.
Aha.
Na
ukoko muti.
Ona na bi nia. Na wa tell say eh ha. Usu ni say ha na e ho na atwa. Aha. Tu una na di gu baby anu a. No why di go ti mo de be ko. We di gu baby ayi da.
I don't want to. I do want to say
anyway, thank you, editor. But my member, captain. So captain, and the permit say, Obika say Omasai area arrested a year to me, and what they are saying is a political witch hunting. Is that what you see?
I mean, Galam say no honor kakra mebaha. Yeah.
But it's the same thing.
Yeah, hypocrite.
Why?
Ghana for.
Why?
Yeah, hypocrite. Yeah. Kwabena Galam say fight no ho. Enyamrewu wa tokodo. Ayenka no kure. And Galam say fight no success be ebe ho ma party ni ma politician in communicating success no. They should throw it out to the media to do the success storytelling. Also, when you live in a certain space, you must know the dynamics of how communication is being received. Then we'll be able to tell that. Adiana why na yampa sa why and answer one. What do you say? Ofosukwache, he's a solid communicator.
Yeah.
Fantastic one. Or tra.
Yeah.
But me pese this time round no. Say oyena ebeye yia. Ka bibi say no on trauma. And but no kasa fan to the Facebook. Because it will be received with political thinking, political ideas and political lenses.
Yes.
Even if it is good. Majority of the people.
No, but he's there to communicate on behalf of the government.
Me baho. Kwabena diambutre. Kakakra. Yeah. And we be na Kwabena Japan yeah. Ka oye gu kufu aban. One more time now, there are issues in the sea. So not communicating, ma'am.
Yes.
Go and read all the communications from government people. One more than
No, but they have the facts.
There be facts there. At the end of the day, no facts near there. They appear bontain, they no more catch no fact near here. Which one was the truth? Was it the fact or the reality on the ground? Senior. Galamsey fight a serious national canker. And Abaiwe, 40% of the success age na Galamsey fight so ompa umujidu ompa umunjai.
That's a fact.
Okay.
That is a fact.
Okay. Naimos and Koma Edeno. When we search in Pia, Menkrofobinka. Kwabena, Galamsey fight na dahono. Between me no. Say when new DC is wo.
Yes.
I didn't tell Galamsey the Dakos was a president is your pair. I don't know my friend when you two Galamsey wo.
Osino.
I don't know Sino ye two Galamsey.
A kwan who pay.
Mason kwanta dent na ekoso. Mason to be a dent ye two Galamsey wo. Takon so ye dent ye two wo. So wo DC ya abanya commission no party AUFI wo constituency ye do abankrama se du nkatiamo ma me vela so ya mo interview aveto ya shortlisted my president abodin ma wo DC wunim tenchire poten pa say your president is against Galamsey na say that so koso wa Kwabena. What does it tell you? Your answer is but
better.
NDC executives, NDC members, to Galamsey says here, yan kind of current crop for any so now. Some of the MMDCs are in the bush.
Last week, Joy, a story, very interesting. I think somebody, maybe about dinner, some manso. I don't know. That MC was a DC, deny it. Joy is more Echo Busano. And
I'm on Fee East.
And he denied, say, Galamse Bia Kosu Krumo. Only for Joy to use drone to pick the area, pick the Chinese and the people in the forest.
Me see,
you know, such a DC must be sacked.
A queen way in a fight now, a question. Mrs. Sacked. NDC, Mebune Gungrem, who also chain MPP from Mebune Gungrem.
And some MPP for the call.
What we call? Yeah, by a banty, you won't go change. You really get him
Mokwaba, Mokwaya,
Mokwaya, and then you can say, and Mokwaya, Mokwaba, and we don't care. I was. One a shame to Galamsey, no, yet cannot correct. Said a bear, one way I fight at the end, they are dealing with party people. So when you are dealing with them, deal with them ruthlessly. Kwabena point number 1. Mpacho, Attorney General, we all was here. Pacho, Subsidiary Legislation Committee of Parliament, when and dano in 2024. Why can ye?
So no,
your friend say. Your friend say.
Your
friend say,
why?
Body no now,
not any.
Me Pacho,
Ag,
yeah, Marasa Yanko to Galamsey. Yanya mining, I will quiet moon. Why not transfer me against Amarantum?
Parliament.
In the Parliament. Parliamentary Subsidiary Legislation Committee. When we hear some of the woman who must have a plenary home will be discussing. Or Chairman need to say, womb.
But I think that one they are working on.
Kwabena, I don't want to hear that before ever again in my life. Number 1.
Me assure say
Pacho count the number. I could have interjected you. Senior. It will see a tax. Nya parliament na jitum.
Yes, a mission.
E kwa e friend mission e you see a tax. Na ye nua no kwa chim kusie ko bob fom popo. Ye GR who say musie pie pa na do achi.
Cheno for no.
Cheno for no. Ye friend musie tax. Enya mission bia we. Kwabena ye ntwam. See atwam. Mahama ba ye fi ho. Okay. Number 2. Betting tax. Ye ntwam.
Normal claim.
Anko parliament. E-levy, Yenkem, Uncle Parliament. I don't know some way in quite the actually 9 months. I think you know. Why is this one? This one.
Omaleo.
Oh, Yenyan Fankoi, President Ishawa Moyana, Attorney General say Accra100.5FM, no more the corners here, Jituma, na fair. Hold on. Patrolman, minimum the America. Then be Chuchamano.
Mati.
Attorney General say, what catch the lands minister say. On uncautious forest, a Wagana Hina, non family of Fankabil. What be that?
May I have issues with Sadia Nacho?
As an attorney general,
I have issues. Seriously.
Time now, or quite so. As the attorney general, CCA, no, or yeah, MP. No, Tessa committee in this one. Or catch other than Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Okofa Forest and Daniel Fatachi.
Because I mean, why you writing it on my Facebook page like
80 Dominic Ayeni, you're part of the problem. He's 50%. I am telling you today, Kwabena, the Attorney General is part of the problem. On your balls to say, to forcing your balls, were clear 3 bills, 3 laws, 3 day, were clear free all. I did we one a cover by, a Dominic Ayeni, none a cover by. Parliamentary the Subsidiary Legislation Committee on a charming. On a coffers hard and buy, say you go to gold, and we acquire him. Some ran on the buy, who said the forest attache. Other than the offer, your friend say, I'm a coffee boss and coffee list of forest in Mara. Now, Kofi Ababo on forest to do a Wukuma.
So I don't see what me as secure.
What I say? So, answer the bet me fighting Galamsey, me, Abai, me say Galamsey, what to call. Adi obetimi aye mamme magie di say obetimi fight Galamsey Samra and woman.
Oh, me sure.
Yes, I be Parliament Subsidiary Legislation Committee and a yay. So another Subsidiary Legislation Committee now. And what was see and woman Samra.
So Parliament name is on recess.
Oh,
Eti mo mumra.
Emergency sitting I had such as.
Oh, we the omun ka emergency sitting.
And your friend.
But o maka say.
Aha, wako fa semaba. Bisa Dominica Yeni. Akufado from Kufasho. And on by obey yes amra the man.
The president Mahama from.
So from President Mahama some catch hey. Bag me na frey. No me Kufasho be yes amra na Dominica Yeni di bae no.
Obi send message bi os Nila Latte or say Captain during the MPP administration we know of Wontumi, we know of Charles Bisu and other MPP notorious Galamsey dealers, including the National Women Organizer. What stops you from mentioning the names of NDC members involved in the Galamsey activities, if any? Back it with photographic evidence and stop the speculations.
Or behave it as a politician, maybe a fan to them. Profound outro. Who can DC back one day? I joined the class over.
Yes.
One day. Or Pesa Fena, maybe see someone say Mahama Kuraka say investigate Yamin. Into John Tay. I am Munjas Uncle Agrono. Yes, I baby, I have in a codroom. Some baby near my name away. In Crawford shop message, man, Crawford, no more forward, no more type my back. No, ye Jack can you didn't believe how big you could hano, and you forward the message for me. Never come back, Bobie as an uncanny captain.
Because I didn't know, sir, DC Noir or Tono, maybe
Kwabena. Me say, Sam Rana, Dominic Hayeni, at the Bayano. Sam Mahama and Shane, Sam Rana, ought to be fighting Galamsey. Because when we are checking Crawford, our forest, no more copper, no more coffer, or more license, ye issue ma, say, Yamayan to me, say, Yanya mining, our forest. Now, I tell you, General Moon, no Monsako war much. Because on one, a coffer, Samar and buy, into to me found cocoa to me and found two. Yes, say, we to be a mining our forest. Can a Maragiatum. Police debate the prosecutor. The law says they can mine in the forest. Chief, why you better start me?
Me can the aboa sir LI 2467 say no. Me free say obia will take part for that emrano to be carved and to be accepted by Parliament and for it to become a law. No, me free say come now. I was say you prosecute any pan.
Me say Attorney General you
was say from
committee members why.
I don't want to know the committee members. I know that.
I was say prosecute you bia. I think it was a government sponsored this thing.
They claim that it was pushed through with force.
It was not pushed through with force.
But send more parliament.
It is serious.
Assuming without admitting. Dominic, Uncle Fanny portion or can't say no,
at the committee level.
At the committee level,
because in Parliament, everything is documented.
Everything is documented. Uncle Family
because I'm serious.
Sir, Samre, no more Parliament will recess. Na Kufa do Pia Mukufasho. And on Bejitum. And yeah, dear, we hear the whole Parliament to set a parliamentary subsidiary legislation committee. When they meet today, it is bam. I see. They will send it to John Mahama to sign. I don't know where delay.
For that law,
Kwabena, I don't know where
it's criminal.
It is a say one year mining no forest. No, Yakwachi woman. Marabeni, they born lawyers in the way. And Marada was Ghana had so much me a two
like Oma Namus for Nakwachi woman.
I want some more year mining were quiet anymore.
Okay,
what the Marabena Bono because Ghana Marada says here, Yaja to my young repealing and say, yet me a mining. Am I issues license? So what are we doing? I said we are tickling ourselves and laughing. We are massaging and garnishing the issues as if we are doing something. Masa Galamsey fight na by we wato kodo. Yen kanokure wato kodo.
And obia send message wato kodo na say say.
Yeah, what I said wato kodo. SSA umuyi sa law ni free here. Kwabena. Na you say Akufado. More time, no more yes, I law no to what. Dominica in a boa or more ye. Dominica in and now ya Attorney General. Mummy says as my making some bois. Oh, on the constituency in your friend Kufasho. No by no yes, I'm at the Makufado.
And not
Samra Yababetu.
And not Dean.
Kwabena would you not to China? Galamsey, I you come hanging now. Ye or he. Yes, I say. Shabasa say we're gonna hire you. land be na wo Ghana ha ni wura ni ho
say na she abind
wo pass see ye ti ho yi wo ho me ya me fi a Messi ma me ko first excavator say me bu agu post be ba be chime ofi say identity I am destroying a property.
So permit.
Yes. Enti asase bi ada Ghana ha no ewura. Enti se ye kokro bi so no ye twa koku ato agu. Edi tu galamsey a wo de ja galamsey for no nwura mu ho hwehwe asase no wura na che no. Wo pa me yanchi amahini 12 in court cell. Se wo kro mo mahini akwadi cell. Ye shedan che dem memene da nopa. Dan na hye ne cha no da cell. Kwesi da court bi antena se. Then away. What ya asase ni wura na wo de da tum. Na abaya sa ji asase na fi nsem na abaya aban dia. If Kwabena, if we don't apply ruthless measures, we can never ever fight galamsey. Let's not tickle ourselves and laugh. It would ji asase ni fi nipa nsem. Wo ya me chama wuntu me. Se me yama pani anka me pejage bi obedi na sem. Maka cho say, me man sentence bi ehu bia. Yemfa shovel, so fi me ensama chama wuntu me. Yemfa nko numri forest na otu tokuru wo ho no. Fela me na no me yenko. Oh, ubanum so ani nsuo ni. Wuntu me nom
Katanina.
katamina no so. See a 24-hour economy. So we do want to be 24 hour. We are one year the wabankran. Near the wabesi makola. Praho 8 hours me uncle. Want to be private partner a man so ya dukoko fodia. Fire service for bomulu na o toilet na pipi bench the hono. Chale ko horo me uncle. O we are now the neko rapole e manager e hotwi. Otwi near the number 2 national security no wada. Adache na come on here sound the neko nwura mu ho kofele amena no.
Campaign someone.
What was afraid of Precalo? Galamsey fight na
baby ada.
Kwabena galamsey a kuna dahono. Enya nkwala kuna ye na den. Yeah. Kwabena you started fighting galamsey rolling stand but people don't know.
Oh yes, of course. Oh yes, of course. Oh yes.
You're fighting galamsey with rolling stand. And then also.
Yes.
Na ya kitu abi wa yam for it. No, I come for it. And I didn't kakran that time na what na central region say na to dance na to ata di na ya na confuse me. Rolling time. Atwata. No, ya central regional minister na
atwata na president Kufuor.
O de atata fo de ya man fan ko ho na mfanti atata ne ato no
bebe. No a chief of staff or
there be was central regional minister be or de bibi whichever.
Atu bibi na anya atwata.
And the yentimi answer no. J. Kufuor, ebedi president, obeshia how munu. Eye Fulani for ntokwa, ewo kumawuni ni mpotem.
From place.
Operation Cow Leg, okay, very good. Plus galamsey, mwa.
Yeah.
Fantastic. But J. Kufuor kwa ye pepepe, ono so tete committees ye be fight yentimi. The Fourth Republic at the first 2 presidents in them. You really never do Professor John Evans 50 other meals so. And also the boss with 3 years in a team on a chrono.
And also hands-on minds in one more yentimi solve it. And I joined by a part to 1. And then yeah, Kaguna so that time the papa we were dum. Your bojo mama to just galamsey John into me and solve pam no the koi. And
I took Kwabena.
Shamisen.
It will be crying at the testament. Jamie Fonsa. With that, at the other 2 hours.
Yeah, no. And your coffin and an ebu. Ever saw a dear say, Bessan, cry my.
We
no, we are grown and Sakufado so, and me and solve it. Samahaman can't him own to me. But I'm a catcher, mammy, and you know, answer
and correct.
Kwabena, what punish asase for renew ya on. Galamsey na ye na galamsey na ye no. Akufa do mumra na omoye to wona. Dominica ye ni na jede mra ne bre wo mu. O se dey 100 meters away from Nsuo to me to galamsey. You're mining. Now, in one day or say in 1 week or say 1 year, you issue over 1,000.
Check for me if indeed Ayini was the committee chairman.
Oh, yeah, well, Kwabena and Bobie and check it. He was the committee of the subsidiary legislation committee.
He was the chairman.
He was the chairman.
Okay.
Kwabena Onwa Bobie and Fabrophobia, Bobie and Fabro.
No.
No. Kaso Yahweh. And sa committee no opposition ni netna so. Say e ka say MPP ni netwo.
I'm say are you net so.
Enti ye no sa no wia. Ke. Da fe ye betena se. Say wo ye den na wo ka kire ndipa say 100 meters away. Mama license say Kotu Gold. E wo nso ho just 100 meters Kwabena.
No sa nwa no kro ebegu.
Na hwɛ no cross out ebegu here.
Ebegu nsuo no. Sa nwa no ebegu nsuo no.
Ɛna nyame nyansɛm no baabi akwae nam bia no nsuo so nam hɔ. Enti sɛ wo ma kwan sɛ yɛnkotu gold no wɔ kwae no mu a, wo ma kwan sɛ nsuo no yɛnsɛe no. Wo yɛ ɔde lacuna ko bia kɔhyɛ hɔ sɛ yen 100 meters away from the river. The river is in the forest. You have given a license for somebody to mine in the forest, and you are asking the person you have given him the mandate and the authority to mine in the forest that stay 100 meters away from the river. The president must be bold enough and tell us that number one, yeah, as I say, almost a kilometer away from every river, yeah, mining Biao.
I mean, the fish come now. The river no chair or crowd there.
What a 1 kilometer. Because forest no. Compare the beer yama license a wedge forest egu. Yenka class 1 brofuna ye catch the yen and say when the last tree dies, the last man will die. Until we are not saying the wedge egu catch the ye. Obi anya ohwe. Ye the camera see so. No so be during your tazi esikoto ne dua.
Anyo oto so amfam froka so
fakọ ne dua
amfam froka
Kwabena
fa good to necessary
galamsey na ye wo kurom ha no boys na wo nwura mu ho na etu galamsey no enye omu nyina na sika ni brenti na omu ho obi ho a ne ma me yare da hospital ekom onya obi de dan ka ene ade ye wie eno a Kwabena ho am na etu galamsey no kurom ha boys na wo nwura mu ho de wo ya sefo
no ni kapre.
The value of galamsey is $17.5 billion. The value of galamsey is $17.5 billion US. And your baby money and your chicken money.
We
are told of which when we are fighting galamsey now they are aware there are 5 major personalities. 5 major people involved in galamsey. They are the primus primus of more lawyer from can say.
Kimpins.
Yes, so Kimpins quite the same from and Asha Huamu. They are the people one of do musica crack excavators.
Excavator back.
Crack and fine a back room. Now, Kwabena, Janaze we huye. Abai we buy no. Wayam rase. And my yam fa excavator no what excavator ba brahabo na be kire national security for ade kuna wo de excavator de be ye ana Kwabena moa enti say no yes ya geo fencing e wo excavators ho enti excavator no tu on kan be bia wo de kono tracker e bom Kwabena ye tikrom ha na ye loadu tanker diesel wo mu ma petrol wo mu ma e ko Burkina tanker no tu ye bedu amasaman no na diesel na wo mu ina asan so na tracker bom sa tracker na boka ne hen
omu tubo tiko ho na tiko na Burkina kwa
enti sa o ka tira be say
omu tubo tiko na tiko na kwa na ya kire Burkina kwa so na tagari si
amasaman ni
ya chi petrol
enti o ka tira say what the tracker abo excavator ho that's a baby work but that's accepted. I didn't know who banning excavator, no banning champagne. Why would I crash champagne back room?
And the bad day. Champagne,
I say champagne, no channel how.
What is so much trouble? Ho, yeah, Kwabena. Yeah, hey, Madame for your head more harbor. Last week, Monday, and go for crash champagne over 500. Woman, you trade duty, woman.
Chamfan no so ni adwuma
last week yeah.
Ora me hu adwuma bia apart from say the Chamfan ko team so ma ko to gold no. Chamfan be.
Me say say ya fe the Chamfan no. It be the generative e be the generator. Na me say kuroba so say light dey si so.
Am dey dey be generator.
Am so am dey so kanea.
Chamfan no.
Eti Chamfan no dey yes e mfa. Chamfan so dey di si so so say no. Kwabena, the question is why na crash Chamfan ba kuroba? Wo pa yen ko parliament. Kwabena, hwebenim mbeka asem. Kwabena?
Yeah.
Why na crash Chamfan?
Ghana for na kra.
Ya Ghana for your doors, so ya Ghana ni ukra bi.
Miniska.
Nti Ghana for why na crash Chamfan yen ko parliament.
Miniska.
Kwabena yen bo ura parliament, ye be hu why crash Chamfan.
Ene dom de beye.
Yen ko parliament house so sesia. En profa di galamsey sika abedi MP. Upa yen fe galamsey for dem busa say nipa dodo wo say na mo sponsor wo mbedi MP. Upa sesia ye upa bi phone line to. Wo beto wasum kolokolo.
Ne yen nko ha.
Aba. Logolege. Wo betim komo.
Am for grade di ohina kwanwa ye galamsey sika na ye sponsor.
Fantastic.
Last 2 weeks. Osofo bi ni na sorima prayer warriors 30 ekogu site galamsey ni nu ba na sore eno okoka che osofo no se baabi a otuni de no oba ohun gold no
nti okoye na ho
omkoye 30 days prayer and fasting
say site o say gold ni mra what you talk na say
sanku fa na say achiu bia
wo de no to nchen ya ye kwaje equipment na ye ya hye no ye hye no na yesi akwaje pumping machine, water pumping machine. Nti ya fight galamsey. Na water pumping machine egu store warehouse ayen ton yen wunim no dodo. For how long no bet me aje water pumping machine?
No, but now when they do it, they secure the place. Unless maybe they are lying. So someone say akotobi they acquire that site will be very difficult.
Adia ba ko ama mani aje kitwa bi eno ye kitwa bi o. O galamsey fight yi. Eye soja ni no da no ono nko asem na make you kana boa when him say China ni bit me nya kokuduro ko bowura na office of $1.5 million or command bribe me video no hanya so be video no on phone so
ombe
wa make video
they have money.
The question is oyede no hu boa na office why
nipa na kire no
say goro boys wo kwa
nti why na hu ye no kire no na ye den kura na ba ne tim say $1,000 anko 120,000 ye den na 1 million 1.2 no sesa 1.5 kra no no ko ye den na ba tim it means that the maybe abesen ko no wo de 1.5 million ko pepepa wo ho beto nti sa akwa no kura ye chi ni sese ye hu ba bi owo sa China ni Kwabena ye hu ba bi owo man fa de phone ni nchira
ye chi no.
Oh, of course, so kwako bribe dia.
Ala ye chi ni wie ya. Ne aye hu ba bi o. Nipa no chi no so ono so ye hu no. Kwabena na.
Kwabena
de o chi no ono so ye hu no.
Enti galamsey fight no, SSC ye very brutal.
A man for say Chamfan no is the new corn mill in some villages. It runs faster than the original.
Kwabena
fufu machine.
China ni no ni. Oh no, patch. Only.
You went to breakfast like you were saying.
China needs was me offer.
Come here.
Was me offer.
Enti galamsey fight no he. Ye do ba bi SSC. Ahemfo no wo mun tikasa. Na nanom no wo mun nya de o mbetie kasa no. Enti ye nche won. Yen chia him for no be 10, 12, 20, 30. Engum
o meja nkwase ade no.
Ade Yakopon. Na wa na ma hene. Say ye nyam fa wontu nti wo nya criminal. Nti wo ko court a ye de uchi ne be sensi so. Na wo gina daka na fifiri. Wo ria. Na say ya santebe mu na ya ka chotumfo say. Sa ma hene we.
Ye hiam.
Ye we pad ye wura. Jane kwan ma ye. Number 2. Sa no de ye galamsey no ye pa cho abanyaje asase no for 150 years
asase na
abandia for 150 years ye wi a be jemu amamo na se ye be ba be jemu na hospitals wa ye bugu ye be je mu ama wo no na say factory si so a aya bu factory tugu ye jeli ahemfuru bi Kwabena MPs na wo constituency ye tu galamsey no wo ye ho amo Yambo constituencies no ye tu galamsey e wo ho no.
Almost all the MPs that came from Galamsey
communities,
you know, they all benefited from Galamsey.
Galamsey constituency by Biano. Yemo we now swear oath on the national television.
So Galamsey and can be no debate.
If you are I am not in support of Galamsey. No a pajan in sa.
Nti se kwaku free a
na kwaku free now.
The more tigari.
The amount.
I want to say yes. Gadau Ansah man. Ya do fast and tell some man Gadau
full share.
Ye wie eno a wo ho. Afei na ya catch na ye ho say. Whether state of emergency or no state of emergency say ye who say who forest BM and then so who to Galamsey a operation shoot and kill.
That is where I think
you think is there
no, people also have
problems. With they?
No, with the Agra, you will have excesses.
We will never have excesses. Excesses be any Kwabena say see will be catch us will be am robber no be too. Egu posi for so excesses mabenti posi ndom yenkunu.
No, a different issue.
Nipa bi no that ye adwuma onye bofo a osori odan wuram.
Na make say because so call a site where we have innocent women who go there just to sell their water and stuff.
And say I'm saying that okoton so na madua.
E say nipa hon dey.
Ye jai I'm saying you see apamo bi afri ho. You declare the place no operation shoot and kill. Okoton so na agba hwan na okoton so.
Obetimi anya obi a
no
na fom kwa so ana sa
forest e wo krum ha
ni paboni fo no ni paboni fo bi a oni ne wan se lu ka pochutu
Kwabena
na so me no mienu free kwaye
ana wan ne kwaye wo obi for abai forest reserve
da bi oni from na fom kwa so
da bi
Aisa atwea nsuta atwea forest dey wo be ponase no na wo ye government but dem crofo do ho edidi
tedi Kwabena government forest reserve ye ndom
okay well
a reserve
Matias yo ye ndom bi wo ho no mo a sa forest reserve no e na fuom kwan
enti
ana na kura
asaba ye kase operation shoot and kill ya wonti ase ye se ye hu sa wo tu wo mu a ye potonku.
Okay.
No, be on what I call the na kobo.
Na bi anu ni paboni fo bi. Oni wa say
okay. Every election is peaceful.
We have Kumasi issue to deal with. And I'll come back.
We have
mining in Ghana has been historical, and when the first Portuguese arrived in Elmina, one of the first things we sold to them was gold, and that's why they built the fort in Elmina. Our grandfathers were involved in mining. The problem with the difference between then and now is that they use rudimentary tools to undertake the mining. And so the capacity to create destruction to the environment was very limited. The whole equation changed when the small-scale mining sector started deploying heavy earth-moving equipment. Before, it was only the big-scale mining sector that was involved in using excavators and bulldozers and huge dump trucks. At a point in time, the small-scale mining sector, which is a legal sector of our mining, it was passed in PNDC time to allow, because we realized that the big mining companies were owned by foreign companies, and Ghanaian small-scale companies that had the capacity to mine were prevented from doing so. And so the mining code was revised to add for small-scale miners. And as I said, there's a difference between small-scale mining and artisanal mining. Artisanal mining was what existed before, using pickaxes and shovels and so on and so forth. But when the new licenses for small-scale mining started, and they could afford to bring in excavators and bulldozers and others, it meant that their ability to destroy the environment was expanded. And that is where we currently have our problem. I want to assure you that we are determined to win this fight. And your contributions, your criticisms, your pressure.
And on Nathan, I could say fantastic show. Mamon Pony. Yes, Remwa. I could be a share upon. I say upon a Yakwaji home Accra. So, Yakwa Gabi.
You can't say that any less Ashanti. Yet, an angry person was apologizing for disappointing Ashanti, for neglecting Ashanti. Now, if you want to win in 2028, and this is your attitude, that's what you have to say.
But 1 minute, editor, I'm for say floods are taking over Accra. Baby, minim so receive such reports.
And Crapa and my report in the circle of Blakuma. And nay, the friends of Uncle or one more corner.
In fact, you're not solo to me a move in a car.
If we actually a new plan, Aqua Cosi, Achimota Mall,
Progressive Road.
And then our Casanco said talk is cheap. Share. What if say Ghana yakwanya ye winina? See a very serious a constructive route. Ghana yakwanya ye winina no less than 200,000 kilometers. The whole country. Yeah. It's a 3 years job. A 3 years job, Ejumo.
Afa and so that frustrate no.
Kabra, share. Yenim bibia ma flood neba.
Oh yenim
yenim na.
Enti yenjaika.
Yenim na.
Yenja tree.
Yenja tree. Kabra yenim president nim Akufo-Addo no onim Kufuor nim Rollins we wusha asamado ya we Mills nim JM nim obia nim problem na ama incline enso ni yiri yenjaika yetete one attach ya koka kire yen say obeye odo wakoje 1.3 billion dollars wo mo de beye menso ni na pa na betwi afa ho
na seconds ka
wo de twen kwabra twen na 1.3 billion dollars no kofa daily graphic na hwe ni mu oba bedwiri ni ma be skyscrapers.
But in seconds,
Sikano na say away. Skyscrapers no Akufo-Addo you get up and you talk nonsense. You get up and you open your mouth and you talk nonsense. And the money that you're going to use to do something, how can you put down the man then? You construct a skyscrapers. You want to put down my house?
Or you need my neighbor house. My neighbor house.
You see, Kwabena, me and crying sweater, in so the pa on to you me dying. Umbungu. My brain kind so talk kasa ho men cap hwe
around him there yan say no man yes 30 years from secondary school nearby by
journalism
every year be a Accra flood ya start ya reporter according to memoir reporting or don na for e de yina bedru sebe still Accra
sorry to move me down
yeah go to Gabi Ansah so that quick one
we let Ashanti down because we didn't fix their roads. NPP let Ashantis down because they didn't have flyovers. But I have been in meetings where MPs from Ashanti region have said that and your flyovers they want their community roads down. And in politics, you are supposed to give people what they say they want, not what you think they want. They what? They wanted their community roads. And when you look at the number of roads that was done in Ashanti region, per capita across the country, you can't say that NPP left Ashanti region down. Yet, an NPP person was apologizing for disappointing Ashanti.
Straight, Captain.
Kwabena.
So Ashanti region and MPP.
Sure, in a country where there are plenty lawyers, there are low layers.
I know.
Sure. My careful, I want to hear me sound tribal. But I am just hoping, praying to God to hold me. And see, once I Gabi, Ogusu are all Casano. Ma maybe or say yellow. Na MPP more flag will come no. Or sorry for you. Or sorry.
Sir, okay, cancel phone.
Aha. Or sorry, me jidi yesa ma me no ya santini. Here asem na Gabi kan nyanse bako pebodin. Webri obi kru. What the nchine egum. The person is going through this excruciating pain. And then you have the effrontery to tell the whole world to say, hey, Ashanti MPs. And the catcher will say, Wamumpe development. Wow. Ashanti 4 MPs, Yadamasi.
Hey!
And to say no such a means abunsu. Say na wonam Kumasi na me do achi o method saso dem wo swame me pri na say Kumasi be na say o say che me nsabonsu Gabi say woni ne koye meeting o ka kire ne say umpe development
open t-shirt
hey honorable and apia kubi ha apia kubi former Greek minister
Usofri
hey honorable Usofri
Akoto
hey sana ye bontoa ye Ansah de ebetu 2024 abai mene Kwabena ne Sami Jamfi ye ni breye ye ni ho ancho sana mo Ashanti region MPs no sa mo ni Akufo-Addo de Gabi Ochireda akuma ye meeting say mumpe development to Ashanti region.
They claim he's lying. They claim so
hey na po
say na po di waka
hey na sana na po ye MP
anyway Ansah no be running it.
Hey na po
Kunapo me am senior
na po enti sana ye bon 2019 Asante ni tunu fa akoye ntie sana wa one Akufo-Addo ne Gabi Ochireda akuma ye meeting say Asante ehia mpuntu.
And that is the reason why ya na ye pushi for mpuntu no na ye ho ye omo hi no.
Na de metie we de me kan ni say unu so akotena se ne Gabi ni president akobo sa apono a uwie na ba foforo baya no akotena say MPs in Ashanti for development. Okay, say na say bi am go here.
But they claim say Gabi is a liar.
Oh, what do you say?
Gabi is a liar. No, what about I don't know lying.
Me and some of them are funding me, you know. So some we are Gabi kind, my funding you know. First part na make can. Ti say na Ashanti MPs no. Omo pay development. Mr. John Mahama. Onya de wa Ashanti region. Ma ye who say Ashanti region MPs ni pay development otum for pay development
Street.
Yeah, ma minimum na ete central market no omo pay development eti yam fan said the Gabi kan ye no kore eno me side no ba Kwabena Gabi Ochireda ku nim nyansa akosuku kwa me do nyame
Captain
no
no
That's why I lie. Also, party here, President Mona Mosia said 2028. Mubenya 41.8%. 2028. More per party, Abedi power. Mubenya 41.8%. 2028.
32.8.
24 omega 41.8.
Okay.
Na 41.8 ni kura ye bonya me so mpa se kakra beka ho ma mo no. Na mo de anye kura no nya 42% no. Ha? Sa asem we ya no kura wo ye nyansani a wo meka na bonten da. Politics.
Amene no.
Dabi tie.
Unim me free say won.
Oh, won tema se to. Enti de akira de se gabi ne wo fa akufa ado no. Already na kasa no wo mo pass anteman ye.
Okay.
Already no one pass anteman ye dada. Enti fan say.
I'm struggling to accept this.
Meba. Kwabena se si a wote hoyi. Se wo ba. Eni kwa so aye bone a wo bonu kunu. Wo ba se opese odi jadi agro. Odi jani beba no.
Dabi.
Enti sa santifo MPs ni kura be catch so mo pay development. Wo we president adwin wo tirim no den na say wo
Say who puts a national development as a priority than will be
now we don't come home.
Yeah, of course.
It is a one year sa na chere say.
Semina menka.
Hona me ba no.
Sir, na menka. Sir, blue array.
Enti extra we say na wo wan kasa wo mutim so mo pass ante ye.
Na sala adidie.
Enti hwe wo senior. Na ya tigana ha na ne MPP agija mana koduru baabi a hwe se ya nye careful a wo ho baabi a MPP kro no wan hwa senior high school elections one the candidate bi akobelusu
adia yo
MPP
senior high school elections hwe oh, yeah, what dross school be what brown high for dross drobo senior high school me do nyame edru baby no mo kan say no dross no doss nti wo mo fa royal no mo de wo no koka ho na koye road ross me say royal drobo senior high school road ross kura no ma anya careful o mo de candidate ko belusu because access say wo mo kasa no ma dwen adwuma wo mo kasa by heart wo realize ye hwere abora nya ye by heart Shady Abo Papo ye by heart. Gabi abe sili ade no.
Or the stamp is so.
It is a what you stronghold. Where a dream be was Akufado in the chief one say. I say apart from Womu, no one. As a woman be we say look and so be a baby.
To usually almost say the next candidate.
Na say na say one almost say about me and Ankasa. I'm a do baby ba na put Ankasa your campaign mama. John Mahama ni Lomotini, and I want it. And I want it. One one can say part in it right from the beginning. And it's a see Mugusu said, here, as some way Gabi Abeka for years to come, it will come back to hunt the new patriotic party. So actually be a unity to be the president of Ghana Habiuma, or patron the day to two. And to say, obit me no betrasi, a bopo bonnie to say. No, what is so. Yemfa say asante MPs ni ye ampa yemfa say omo kan ampa
oponko abodamu a
na wa osu wura ne so so osu twi ponko no osu du tibu bodam
oponko no abodam
na osu wura ne so osu du tibu bodam
wajibisa
enti sa ampa mpo say Ashanti region MPs ni be ka kire wa wo so na wo kogina Ashanti region e ka kire so be mo interchange wo so ame Wana ukojina Ashanti region eka se obewie Mahama Ketia market no shase
Gabi say in politics wo ye de omanfo no pe enya de wo pe so ye ma omanfo
okay and dey me pese Gabi twanti nti o kira on fam tin command en fa do machine tum
sentire say o so onya politics bi o so wa abrochiri
Gabi uni dey on person be politics bi o the busuafo na gu politics anymore say o ya we Akufado good politics any mass poto okruma. He's aware. He knows it. Why ba president by even Rollins or ye cool. What he said kwesibo chodwane. In the Fourth Republic, Ghana have from Kwame Nkrumah time or founded Ghana based there. President Ben and Finance Minister Jane.
If you Jane.
Why what is your finance minister Jane?
No, but I raise you because we have kwesibo tree.
Mami Shase. Kwame Nkrumah the finance minister kwasi prat kwakuba papa na onu kojobo otu ne nkafo omo na ho omo boa no ma na ye finance minister se miensa no obi enwane liman finance minister o kwanwane ye free omo so ye mra Fourth Republic Rollins afọ pani kwasi botwe Kwame Pepra omo tena krom ha Kwame Pepra kwa de asem to no so de no tum ma no wu no to krom ha why na call Victor Salome Kwame Pepra what is odane
still ye yiru kwa wanwane
me da se pacho kwasi botwe odane wanko ye okoya na kufuo baaye no ofa osafomafo and finance minister no odiko ba redu peto aso osafomafo wedane very good kufuo kwa no na professor Nelson baaye na ode Kwabena ye papa doctor former governor of Bank of Ghana ebe ye no finance minister pacho Kwabena ye good bank okoro odwane ye very good okoye na pepepe na John Mahama baaye and John baaye no obefa setepe ebe ye the finance minister pacho setepe wedwane very good eba ne say na bedu Akufo-Addo nko aso no finance minister edwane onyare wedwane hwenya no
ne ho fa no
enti sa wunya president
munyama de dia
asawa de kana body dia he's the only president in this country ya the finance minister ontimi ba ne kurum madwen ho the only former president the only former president in this country and the finance minister ontimi ba ne kurum Akufo-Addo Ghana for engine omani de bia ebete adobi ope president de bia emi na ho
next Kwame-Addo
Kwame emi na ho
next
ono kwa is the only president ewo Ghana ha the finance minister waka kwentro nso dade lumba wu shafreji waka kwentro ma dade lumba wu shafreji mo Ghana
ka ye dey
ya ka kwantio
owe nyo ya ka kwentro waka eti
kana forata ntimi mba Ghana kana forata Akufo-Addo finance minister when he said Fourth Republic you know no so pen a 7-year pa chair
oh yes
he was the longest serving finance minister enfie nwotwe crane
ofiri na aka be 6 months
when free so I sakwa na mi na 1000 za won ko fa no ba no twa wo mo twere be se wo mo dan bi a first no no mo de be question no mo adada me pia bon tia no masere sa e ko na no mo de question no mo akere ne yonkonkoka
can you imagine
can for that day no e correct say Dr. Richard Anani me yes he na road minister so no want to sign contract they are backdating no what are you talking about
I say can no na say advisor
owie na oyi ken no for yata wie no no ba ye ken for yata presidential special advisor on finance and economic planning into okwa na sort ho
kasiko
enti so we obi a we be di mampani na say the finance minister timi dwane ka kwantum say ya me no ka say we say ken for yata we move it to 7 countries in less than 1 year
on travel
oko Cayman Islands kakra no abetwema ko France kakra no abese ko aha kakra no de akobo ha kakra hwe se wo bo bra papa otumfo poku an kai o senti se wo ye ni yi anka wani mu benyam o ka kire ohini bi a membo de yetu na konya so o senti ade pa anti se wo ye ni yi a ka wani embenyam enti president a obi a wadi akonwa wi an finance minister edwane wu nsuru no Kwabena titu abodi unsasema meka na yewo pa finance minister bia agide won asabe won ko mo krachi nyame fo mo kranse yi won akai no bia tekro yi kwasi botwe okọ ne krachi otena ha na okọ ne krachi kojo ban redu okọ ne krachi otena Ghana na okọ ne krachi Kwame Pepra otiase otukrom ha yai onko ba bia meboa setape otukrom ha onko ba bia meboa osafomafo onwui otiase otikrom ha ya onko ba bia meboa se ya me no ka say Akufo dofo ote ha onko ba bia Akufo-Addo finance minister we
okwa yare hwe
we don't teach you ajeje ho
dabi ne wododo no
Akufo-Addo finance minister no okọ hen
but I think say for 8 years MPP decided say as Ashanti region, they can go to hell. And I think
Obia Kwabena East and the highest number of votes a year Dr. Koko Timba by. Now Kwabena for a complaint to Kwanye. President Enya opportunity our radio show Kumasi, the heart of Ashanti. Catch what I'm saying. Some more quiet press conference complain say some more me am kwai mamoa. Montuaba.
I am
ya can ye.
Sadam ya se wo ya ba mo de ya so abaya mame. O kokro mo tino ya wan kasa wo dia. Se ya me se wo se ko fa de sem no kasa. That's how was press conference ko kwa sem ba me na se manya ko mo kwai. That's how many was won so ba de mame na de ya wa wasem. I know you walk the be or Kawawa some two as I was why I miss me former president. Former president. Men yes, I did. That's a 1 minute also so that's a one saban mamia. And it's a ya was them. Hey, why was it? And I'm a buana. Coco Martin. Hey, wow.
Yeah, Empire, maybe. President Mills. Mr. President Mahama. Mr. President Mahama
Mahama
Adia 1 year. That's what some other be a coyinti. Assassin walking can fast Ashanti region.
Oh, only for
Ashanti 4.
President Mahama and Yama Beba Kuba Bembe and Sa. On your wash,
Mahama need be SS or Ashanti. Debbie, Mahama Central Market.
Oh, you crow from market.
Mahama, I'll be Papa be a Washington region Biano, a Yendis in a year. Opening
Matias, Madame
Kufa Majesty, or man, you could boost
interchanges, you know. On their own Kufa 5. On your 1 and 2 Swami for what Swami Diamond for over a gallo again. Okay.
I didn't hear me.
Cobra. Diano, yes, I didn't know. So, yes, I name me saying we that greater.
What's on your name? Say, why, yeah, Jay Kufo, but Mahama dream Papa on the team. Oh, see, after it, military hospital, no. 38 military hospital. Sabi, Mahama, 10. No, sorry, 10.
I don't know more cars will be at 10 years to 7.
I mean, faster than come. Maybe faster than come. Mahama, 10. And can every other back to Bukari, Yakubu.
Of course.
And so Mahama say, young friend, Jay Kufo 38 military hospital. I don't know Kufo Timno. I go far by way. Not that we say, Gabi, I could say, Ashanti region MPs. Anyone only Akufa do a meeting, some more develop Ashanti.
Until make us say,
it's an Wakaho, Kumewu Hospital, Akaho, Aferi, Akaho, Central Market, Katia, Akaho, name. It's Mahama, yes, or the Fufubia. Dada no shas na. Say na Akufado. Only Ashanti region MPs na ko meeting say Asante man ye say na ye to abakwa ye petition. Enti wo de dada no shas na no.
Nipa kwasia.
Mo na mu ho kwasia. Mo na mu ho kwasia.
Mo be chemu ni just 3 minutes.
O da be de aka ne ya
ya pokra enso
me pom na me nuru agra ka ba me twam na I say enso na ato no de anohye.
Ya kika.
But the traffic in be say 1.5 hours from Kolebutua. Anohye. Eti for vanche. Na o sebe ba na be ka chire for sebe na mko aso na baba bedru. Captain ne dua ya dua ni nyina eno ano maka no. Gabi de se wo dwene no ho a o de onsa be guti.
Wo na afon.
Da wo na wo tie o company nkaka Gabi ba be ebo strategies. Chief strategies. Papa de ma.
Wo de che obabu na
Gabi de ma. O we vision de ma otumfo bu fu ya. O ka so de be die to mo ma himfi bio.
Yes.
MB for Copacho. Sata o 2 Pescafe World Bank. No mo se ken for ata na na kufanuti. O sa se o mudwa Asante manye no. But Asante MPs no mo fu enti no. Gabi ene na na kufanu ni ken for to me manipulate o mo fu. Yes I gonna point me ka just Asante ma de ma mo t-shirt no no mo hia. Wo to on t-shirt ye de dada o. Enti be na no nka se jem. Na be mo wa se na MPs let me anya gugudo o mo respond.
Who is Gambia not to be responding to him, a brother or Abem? The position is
but no power.
Idea power. In fact, I never called Mammy who said, but change that we are so weak. They say, maybe your back catchers are married deal. Ya set a committee, Gabi just set a parallel committee. And until you know, Gabi and a dictator. Ah, now watch also a week, sir. And as a minister, I'm going to Yagma. So be Jimmy, I know Jana, you are the man. Gabi a good you now we ya on in a for the same or say what the Africa Prosperity Network on Africa politics be one mechanical sir. Or 12 years can we start to say you know I don't start policy.
The debut can do you. Won't be funny.
I say no you like we must say we want Jabia. It was I started along to the political career or Sabe would be say I have to the all catch up so say what the mom will do say I bon you. Now better not the contest. Send your bay, your best aqua dada as at the phone. As at the phone, I said, I didn't know from. Can you imagine? Shall no Gabia won't catch it? You see, sometimes all there as I did, Madame for Diagra. Oh, make us a honeyman more. No, on your Gabi. Second, Gabi, or to say, I say, one, what you want from? You are dinner, made politics. I'm going. I'll probably to your account, but some way over your normal cotono. Okay, we are better as I demand the MPC. Oh, Sanity or Musuno. Or Musuno. Charlie, say some no can you say someone come here, repeat it. Was you a friend is a Asanteforo and a Mamun Casa said a bear beconnia to me or Matua Banamaka say, Yan, you may better than your car or Matua Banamet Sunday. See, be you Santiman Temua, Yanya Vutu. Well, without Santa Regional, there is no MPP. Because one Chubby and all the two, Chubby, oh, quiet, Chubby. And this in 54,000 and MPP 64,000, 10,000 difference. Yeah. I would do opposition from the party MPP before now. As I demand for that Yata, me you go for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yana be Drew baby, yeah, Casso, woman I asked and for Muna, yeah, almost pen people, yeah, before, not all differentiated. Very limited, a coward. Gabi. 1, 2, 3, 4, Kofi 1, 2, 3. Kofi do better. I won't do baby, I also as and the phone MPP, I don't Makumasu. Yeah, before. Yes, they did before. No, my catch. MPP baya na enu na mam hu se asantefo na di UPH bebrenano obu biti o madwene eni no obi di less than 10,000 people can vote no di 30 man. What was Danko's role in the UP itself? Danko what was his role? And so much of Danko buzia dombo Dabenkwa mama biti wemo enka assembly enka party protocol position munye bu eso abasa kabo dakana to on guard your engine mo say on dangerous mo ayafu owo be nyamu siga ibedi etu na no nyomi na otu no se dey come here what the man go for jail and no say oh no see on the party me na ba say nyo say dey say the am say na to for oh ba ye man for bibia mfum bibia na say be ya be kasa credit
into 2028 MPP the candidate beba
I beba
na me so be busa so mbeko Ashanti region akoye
no oh Ashanti region campaign they say dey ya o me yan won mutiti so
but all leadership no just obi be ba na
unti wo the presidential candidate
da be say sikali bi so sa na ye wo say e say wo ya so wa be wi
sana me nyan sana ma kan sem
wo
the presidential candidate
say ye ngosia
abi the candidate person
candidate beba
beba say ngosia for
MPP the candidate beba
oh ye ngosia for omo ba beje
nti omo wi a omo call regions ni na wi a omo kwa Ashanti
omo ba ho
omo stronghold me donya
omo de nyumo e be ko erade kasa ma wa go to me no was at TDC Ansah for go
nyame Kwabena wa bre
ave di enra ba omi ase mesrawo
na yo so mo kasa ba ni nya jimifo ozo mo nya jimifo
sa ni obi nya wa asama ankoka maka
ene me gawo me de me ni huni asem
uri ba bi o kare mobo mesrawo amo mo ntuti abe sai ba brabo
me ni huni asem
onu wo mo kasa ni o mo na jimi ni o mo kasa mo ra che me de me ni problem Ya se boy si ya so go ja communicate. Say my baby ya ma.
I'm a shama brabo.
No, but on a more serious note, I think, sir, somebody should set the MPP down.
Obiano obese fa la ke.
No.
You said the penny.
No, Dabi, share.
Why dey cause to
No,
down?
me can say me say here. Party ni say the TB and you hono J ku for free.
Agree.
You wanna hack money who so judgment free.
No, national council chair.
One brother penny o tell you on go na bo amala say more.
You wanna hack
Hack man na bo amala say more. I hear him.
Chief divisionist.
On go na say no more. How one she omo subo bi omo fa mo Hackman.
Another but share party ni penny for that tenase.
Egwawi
MPP ni guo wo ho. F Chinese.
Na egwawi what you say ni guo?
Ade cancer party MPP ni guo F ntem because Bema and Mammy and Son and Warren no. Why nya careful who do Bema breakfast. When him say MPP wo me Mammy and some Warren Bema back.
Sir, I did be an say an emre.
Woman has said down Kwabuzi and Dumus, I 3 my way, and my 3 way. One a worry party no.
Aye.
Ain't you know, say, I did be sano a Giagua. I am a good time.
A good. Say if we were 54 so monka get you know. I for so monka because we had down Gobuzia Dumona. Oh, maybe I'm fit.
I see.
And you move
Okay, course, now,
your friend
say, kept course for MPP for no baby. I said, so my dear Mudi. Ah, so when I could do the queen this.
Aye. I remember so by party. I felt glad again.
What it?
I do
we are there now. I
remember also by party. I have for
one penny for an international woman. One cheap the penny being international one casa said baby I grown up.
Penny.
Oh, why no casa?
Penny.
Are you telling me say Jay Kufu?
No, won't tell no your casa client. I don't
know
Thank you.
Finally.
I say I will be a young fire drink course. Into an position be kakra. If I were Tamilon, when the crab of a swat, it be a what to be a bimuna person of what Tamila somewhere area. Between you, now they are somewhere. I did to me, pa, did you can yet be an imachon chum. And I said, no one machon chum. To be tea and a name achon chum, a tripping police. And I said, no one who saw a yari man and water and bastard is scanning to into a year. But Tamilon Bebu was any panel. Or do watermelon beer every day beer a babuano. The man who I'm not a chum chum no, and I send a new Accra100.5FM. I bet to me, I find. But I'm also bold be a way I can see with your person the city. To would see me now I can see a pa. Our person will reduce weight kakra. Said about your home by hand. We did this watermelon babu to beat ye. And I say on the woman, I said the bear and the subeti. That's the now resource. For nature watermelon every day be an 1 full glass of watermelon for the next 30 days. Not check who waits here. We say also to come and say they open. And yeah.
number no. Offer online taxis Libya. Destination on the village health clinic. Village health clinic. What do you about directly? You glaucoma when you problem. Or cataract, or problem. When you want the open best about clinic, a more about my papa, Abacono, when they come out. Glaucoma in Punta, and you cut off. That's just a bra. Why? Baby, yeah, a reverse it. Why? Also, they are very reverse and Jim to be some many you. Or prostate, ulcer, or diabetes, or by more herbs, BP or sort of do. Obama, you ever share more BP number from naturally. TNE pa. Best I know what BP brands VID. But the percentage just only BP do for 10, 15, 20 years. Who are Jai? Who do pay Jai? Essence, who say BP no Obama some air conformity. What Jai? Or would Jai show every cool and more? Village of Nemo have a man of BP. I forgot check no from there.
No from cra. Because BP say the doc and Mofano be 20, 30. You win.
Junk food,
you done any
high sodium food. And I said, yeah, never bronze on our secondary hypertension.
Yeah,
you are no kidney problem, not the hypertension number, when you have not the hypertension number.
Wow.
More helps, fine. Don't hesitate, you just come.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy. We can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. By thanking all of you for honoring us with your presence at this first dialogue on illegal mining. We know that the issues of illegal mining are dear to your hearts and to the hearts of every Ghanaian. And that's why we decided that from time to time we'll hold this dialogue. This is not going to be the last. We'll hold this dialogue to update you on the progress that we're making in the fight against illegal mining. Mining in Ghana has been historical. And when the first Portuguese arrived in Elmina, one of the first things we sold to them was gold. And that's why they built the fort in Elmina. Our grandfathers were involved in mining. The problem with the difference between then and now is that they use rudimentary tools to undertake the mining. And so the capacity to create destruction to the environment was very limited. The whole equation changed when the small-scale mining sector started deploying heavy earth-moving equipment. Before, it was only the big-scale mining sector that was involved in using excavators and bulldozers and huge dump trucks. At a point in time, the small-scale mining sector, which is a legal sector of our mining, it was passed in PNDC time to allow, because we realized that the big mining companies were owned by foreign companies, and Ghanaian small-scale companies that had the capacity to mine were prevented from doing so. And so the mining code was revised to add for small-scale miners. And as I said, there's a difference between small-scale mining and artisanal mining. Artisanal mining was what existed before, using pickaxes and shovels and so on and so forth. But when the new licenses for small-scale mining started, and they could afford to bring in excavators and bulldozers and others, it meant that their ability to destroy the environment was expanded. And that is where we currently have our problem. I want to assure you that we are determined to win this fight. And your contributions, your criticisms, your pressure, putting fire under our feet does not have any problem. We don't have any problem with that. You must continue to do your advocacy, to urge us on, to encourage us to win the fight. As I said in the last media encounter, I said that I had no illusions that within 7 months I was going to win the fight against Galamsey. And I said that it wasn't going to be an event, it was going to be a process. Mistakes have been made. In the first effort we made, we go into a forest reserve. We mapped out the forest reserves that had been that had incursions of illegal miners, and we deployed the first wave of our security services. They scored a lot of successes. In a short time, they had cleared some of the major forest reserves that were called no-go areas. Unfortunately, after we cleared the illegal miners from there, the security services withdrew and handed over the forest reserve to the Forestry Commission. And so they put their forest guards there. The forest guards don't have the capacity to defend the reserves against the illegal miners. And so lessons learned were that in the next wave, with the formation of NIMOS, that we must deploy It comes with a cost, because if you send troops and station them permanently to guard the forest reserves, we must feed them, we must provide them with fuel, we must give them vehicles and all the logistics they need to be able to do that. And so that links up with Franklin's question about budget. We need a substantially bigger budget than we have currently to be able to win this war. Happily, budget hearings have started, The budget for next year is going to be presented to Parliament, and my expectation is that the Minister of Finance will give a much bigger allocation to this fight against Galamsey. We also need enough troops. Our troops are stretched. We have so many chieftaincy disputes all over the country, land disputes. And so you go to Sampa, we have troops there. You go to Gonjaland, Savannah, there are troops there. You go to Boko, there are troops there. You go to Nkwanta, our troops are there. And then our troops are also on the border to protect us from terrorism. And so they are spread thin. If we take another batch of them and go and put them in the forest, it means that we are committing most of our troops to other things other than crime prevention and keeping us safe. And so that's why 9 months is a combination of the police and the army. So all of them contribute troops. And then we also have national security also contributing and all the other agencies. But happily we have some additional troops coming with the winding down of some of the peacekeeping theaters. And so when they come, as many of them as possible, we'll add them to the force so that we're able to dominate all the anti-Galamsey sites and be able to win the battle. As he said, we have targeted 7 major zones in the regions, and the army have come up with a proper strategy. 9 months has come up with a proper strategy for engaging the illegal miners and making sure that we clear them from especially the forest reserves and the water bodies. One of the important successes is the change in the whole issue of excavators. Excavators came in huge quantities, and I remember that at a point under the previous administration, they asked that permits be gotten before excavators are imported. Meanwhile, the law did not.
say I be bria yam fire drink so nti na mpesi hye bibi kakra e fa watermelon won ne kwan ba fa so a e bia wati bia bi mu na opese wo de watermelon san wo yare obi tumi yusu na wo de asa wo yare ade etumi pa de kan ye obi ananim atwentwom anase ne ho na matwentwom to bi tie na nanim atwentwom atwipim penis anase onu ahu se wa yare ma ne ho ato na ba se ne skin tumi to so ye ya watermelon bebu asa nipa no odi watermelon bia every day bia ebebu ano bema ne honam na twonchom no anase ne nim Accra100.5FM abetumi I fine watermelon so bo bia wa yakese bebi opesa ne sote ti wutie me na wa yakese pa na opesa wo reduce weight kakra se na be ya ho be hen ha ho a odi se watermelon bebu abibiri ti obi tie yen na se onu no menudura se de be ya ne so beti na se onya resource for nature watermelon every day be an 1 glass of watermelon for the next 30 days na check weight share we say also at come and say they open and yeah number no offer online taxis ni bia destination in village health clinic village health clinic what do about directly obi o glaucoma when you problem or cataract or problem when you want the open best about clinic e be mo ha ba ma papa aba kwakono no when be come ama wa glaucoma ni punta ama ni cut off that's just a bra why be breed ye reverse why also they are very reverse and to be say many na ye or prostate, ulcer, or diabetes, or by more herbs, BP was sort of do. Habama, you bet more BP number from naturally. TNE pa, best have bought BP brands BID, but the person just own BP do for 10, 15, 20 years. Who are Jai, who do pay Jai, essence, who say BP no bear my son air conformity. What Jai, or would Jai show every coon and most. Village of Nemo have man of BP no, I forgot check no from there.
No from cra. Well, BP say the doc, Mofano, Obi 20, 30. Yes, you win.
Junk food,
you done
high sodium food. And I send here. Never bronze on our secondary hypertension.
Yeah.
You are no kidney problem, not the hypertension number, when you have not the hypertension number.
Wow.
Oba, if more helps, fine. Don't hesitate. You just come.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And that is not defined by titles, but by service. That is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence, and never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values, and please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this Executive Leadership Program duly open. By thanking all of you for honoring us with your presence at this first dialogue on illegal mining. We know that the issues of illegal mining are dear to your hearts and to the hearts of every Ghanaian. And that's why we decided that from time to time we'll hold this dialogue. This is not going to be the last. We'll hold this dialogue to update you on the progress that we're making in the fight against illegal mining. Mining in Ghana has been historical, and when the first Portuguese arrived in Elmina, one of the first things we sold to them was gold, and that's why they built a fort in Elmina. Our grandfathers were involved in mining. The problem with the difference between then and now is that they use rudimentary tools to undertake the mining. And so the capacity to create destruction to the environment was very limited. The whole equation changed when the small-scale mining sector started deploying heavy earth-moving equipment. Before, it was only the big-scale mining sector that was involved in using excavators and bulldozers and huge dump trucks. At a point in time, the small-scale mining sector, which is a legal sector of our mining, it was passed in PNDC time to allow, because we realized that the big mining companies were owned by foreign companies, and Ghanaian small-scale companies that had the capacity to mine were prevented from doing so. And so the mining code was revised to add for small-scale miners. And as I said, there's a difference between small-scale mining and artisanal mining. Artisanal mining was what existed before, using pickaxes and shovels and so on and so forth. But when the new licenses for small-scale mining started, and they could afford to bring in excavators and bulldozers and others, it meant that their ability to destroy the environment was expanded. And that is where we currently have our problem. I want to assure you that we are determined to win this fight. And your contributions, your criticisms, your pressure, putting fire under our feet does not have any problem. We don't have any problem with that. You must continue to do your advocacy, to urge us on, to encourage us to win the fight. As I said in the last media encounter, I said that I had no illusions that within 7 months I was going to win the fight against Galamsey. And I said that it wasn't going to be an event, it was going to be a process. Mistakes have been made. In the first effort we made, we go into a forest reserve. We mapped out the forest reserves that had been that had incursions of illegal miners, and we deployed the first wave of our security services. They scored a lot of successes. In a short time, they had cleared some of the major forest reserves that were called no-go areas. Unfortunately, after we cleared the illegal miners from there, the security services withdrew and handed over the forest reserve to the Forestry Commission. And so they put their forest guards there. The forest guards don't have the capacity to defend the reserves against the illegal miners. And so lessons learned were that in the next wave, with the formation of NIMOS, that we must deploy It comes with a cost, because if you send troops and station them permanently to guard the forest reserves, we must feed them, we must provide them with fuel, we must give them vehicles and all the logistics they need to be able to do that. And so that links up with Franklin's question about budget. We need a substantially bigger budget than we have currently to be able to win this war. Happily, budget hearings have started. The budget for next year is going to be presented to Parliament. And my expectation is that the Minister of Finance will give a much bigger allocation to this fight against Galamsey. We also need enough troops. Our troops are stretched. We have so many chieftaincy disputes all over the country, land disputes. And so you go to Sampa, we have troops there. You go to Gonjaland, Savannah, there are troops there. You go to Boko, there are troops there. You go to Nkwanta, our troops are there. And then our troops are also on the border to protect us from terrorism. And so they are spread thin. If we take another batch of them and go and put them in the forest, it means that we are committing most of our troops to other things other than crime prevention and keeping us safe. And so that's why NIMOS is a combination of the police and the army. So all of them contribute troops. And then we also have national security also contributing, and all the other agencies. But happily, we have some additional troops coming with the winding down of some of the peacekeeping theaters. And so when they come, as many of them as possible, we'll add them to the force so that we're able to dominate all the anti-Galamsey sites and be able to win the battle. As he said, we have targeted 7 major zones in the regions, and the Army have come up with a proper strategy. NIMOS has come up with a proper strategy for engaging the illegal miners and making sure that we clear them from especially the forest reserves and the water bodies. One of the important successes is the change in the whole issue of excavators. Excavators came in huge quantities, and I remember that at a point under the previous administration, they asked that permits be gotten before excavators are imported. Meanwhile, the law did not say you should get a permit after, but that was what we came to meet, that you bring the excavator, then you go to the Ministry of Transport and ask for a permit. But the law actually says that you must get a permit before you import the excavator. And so now we are enforcing that law. And so you can't bring an excavator in, you can't put it on a ship, and we're telling the shipping agencies, if you bring an excavator for which there's no permit, we shall penalize you, the shipping agency, for carrying that excavator here to Ghana. In the meantime, we came to meet a huge quantity of excavators in the port. And that is what the Lands Minister was explaining to you, that we had to decongest the ports because there was no more space for anything. And so we've moved them to the military space at the Shire Hills and other locations, and we've corralled them there. One of the successes too is the registration of excavators. Even though the law requires excavators to be registered, nobody was registering their excavator. And so if you look at the DVLA records, there was no registration of excavators. And so anybody could bring in an excavator and take it straight into the forest. Today, we are requiring that every excavator must be registered with the owner of the excavator known. And once that is done, like he said, we started putting trackers on the excavator so that we know exactly where they are going to. It's not only illegal miners who use excavators, contractors working on our roads, quarries, and others all use excavators. And so it's impossible to just put a complete ban on excavators, but we must know where that excavator is being used for construction purposes. And so we now can hold the owners of excavators responsible if we find the excavator in a forest reserve or engaged in illegal mining. And so that's one of the advances that we have made. We started a geofencing policy where it makes it possible for us to know where every excavator is, so that if the excavator moves after where it was geofenced, then we can go and find out where did this excavator go and what is it doing where it has gone. And so that would help us. With regards to turbidity of the water, as the scientist said, it's just about, you can see physically with your eyes, you know, what the turbidity of the water is. The thicker brown it is, the more coffee-like it is, the more polluted it is. The less it is, the less polluted it is. And so, like he said, we are scoring a few successes, especially on the Ankobra. I believe the minister chose the Ankobra to start because it flows through his constituency. And so there are some successes, but like he said, we still have the Pra, we have the Densu, we have the Birim, you know, we have the Ofin and all of them. But that means that we must get more manpower. The Blue Water Guards have started work, and a lot of them are deployed on the Ankobra River. So far, we've recruited 1,000 of them. We pay them an allowance of, if you take away deductions and other taxes, of about 1,500 cedis a month. And so if we have 1,000 of them, and we pay about 1,500 a month, it means for a year, you're talking about roughly 18 million cedis. And that's for 1,000 of them. And so if we scale up, then it means that we need more money to employ more of them. But I endorse it because it gives them an alternative source of income. Because as they are fighting the pollution of our water bodies, they are also earning an income as a kind of alternative livelihood. And so that is something that we'll have to scale up. And so the Minister of Finance in doing the budget must make extra provision. We also have to start reclamation, because it's not enough to just stop them and drive them away and leave the land scarred the way it is. And so there are a few companies that have worked with the United Nations, and they have come up with some trees that help to regenerate the soil and can also take out toxins from the soil. If you've heard about the green Sahelian wall that the United Nations was sponsoring, some of the companies involved there have also come and tried those crops in areas that we want to reclaim. And they say that the tests are positive and they can work with us. But of course, we need to use these bulldozers and things we have recovered to level out the land before these vegetative, organisms are put in the land to be able to reclaim the land. So reclamation is one of the areas that we must look to. Happily, we should be able to get some support from a lot of these green funds.
Ghana born into and shut down, but Yabaya Yenchia Commander Boham Kwabena Bobie Ansah baby Obia. And across all the social media platforms, Accra100.5FM on Facebook, YouTube, Accra100.5. That's right. Let's go. Midin de Nana Otu Dako Ghana my customer phone in here. I am the voice for the voiceless. I am the gatekeeper of the nation. What's my PSC in here? Who's no mind this year? Matanan konya bunus maya kradu maswai. Maybe some Ghana. You ever heard to me and I cannot crash on, but and then specifically I'll speak to the position of Lord. In Sweden, I don't understand. In fact, me, my imagination can't but come on, I'll speak to it this afternoon. Ibenya nanano mahimfu bin so free akuapima kropon. Na ye biso monante se na ye din komo enahwie. So ably produced by Ernest Kwame Kwache. Okunawia is here. Emmanuel, I see you. Na ene ima the second send what gene spectacle. I mean. Nana BJ is here. Na hunu ne software was BJ ni blood of Jesus. Wo free sorry pet yes na BJ ni den no akyerase foforo. Everybody hunu mobo. But of course emphasis that PSC Emma Ghana anyumtufo nyina wofa. Gospel anyumtufo nyina wofa. News editor Accra100.5FM of Asampa. Thank you so much. Emphasis that PSC Emma Village Herbs Clinic, up-to-date estate construction, as you say. And you better the luckiest who I don't say actually Samson and Marcot Surgicals. So. Me bacho bronya bay ni ayena ye de bedi bronya Gini rice. Emu outra utimi say enya so mfa so Gini rice haneko. Certainly Tontina 74 measure. Na yemfas da PSN so Emma Bills micro credit wamwa ana Emma besia. Enye susutu bia no ano Ghana card ne akoye nim MTN so say menkamfo ma ho. Mesro koswa na momonu yusu enche skaba begu accountum. Just dial *550 hash ne akoye anymore. Oi! Ajoy! Sawa! Show manyoba! Aha! That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, my enkajagum yeni komonewie. And Nanka said me buy because Nanka me demo call a year Asante Achim North District. na minimum edi nkomo kakra ewo ho oba Facebook ana wa share my but me hwe senia emere no etie because by 3 3:30 you can see a sorry so na sports team no so take you over and then him say Ghana versus Central African Republic me prediction there 3-1 I mean certainly I be some 3-1 we must say done deal sir but I mean we have qualities of players now. I mean, me map. We better submit my prediction on Facebook live on Accra100.5FM 3-1. And then you better short. Now your mass sports phone are taking over. Enti then come do call Asante Achim North District. Now it is alleged that there is a DC there, and maybe I'll do that tomorrow. UAD encrophobia. One more year illegal mining. For now, I want to put them under the bracket of allegations. For now, I want to put that under the bracket of allegations. And I've said, whichever DC you are, you could even be a minister, I don't care. Will be anyone more, we will allow you to destroy our river bodies again. It is a President Mahama. I appoint him. Now, I bind bin a wasso. And you say, abai no 2 galamsey. In fact, and yes, you say, 2 galamsey. Say yensu, the turbidity level was destroyed. Anka say if we want to 500 NTUA, and we suffering between 5,000 and 12,000 NTUA. You need time for calculation. Musia France among Shawam 3-1. Musia Germany Numa Shawam 2-1. USA for the move on mobile. I'm up with restrictions. That's it. You see, I'm saying multiple vesabesu. Tiuko moko shombe bidombe. Do that. US no munya no one mami. What do I say? Na muchi Spain the omo munya. Oh, Ghana Blasters you Spain you bet ma shombe 5-1. Eh say. What will be ordinary saben kum chira je fie kwenda. Ana ayi me fele Cristiano Ronaldo. Eti Portugal fonso. In fact, say Ghana mfa team me person of World Cup Portugal. Because of Cristiano Ronaldo. Na ni Messi ni guys ni ye no. Yes yen chiro bibi kakra wa kwatia. Eti say Ghana free dem support Ghana. But say Ghana free World Cup which I don't praise e be free. Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal second team. Because Charlie Messi mu ye 2 no and ya fa World Cup and ba mu ni ball bon sen yen. Team Messi mun team Cristiano Ronaldo. What do I say? We've seen it all. Yeah, Groma, yet me shake up near the Ama Messi. I didn't know. But whatever Cristiano Ronaldo wins, he must struggle and get it. What are you talking about? May hear Messi for some about Facebook. Well, Messi. I am dollar fear. Wa joining. Team Messi for way. And I Elfio New Love. I said,
see, that's what they've been doing. But what I'm saying, okay, those times coaches be brave by any they couldn't perform because some say, not penny way ni player ba because on him so called a work up in Ibia per DMs near dear number che ana the biggest football platform wa foreign team be betima who player no what on so shining kwandia 80 players na nim ball bonankasa no pate me see Ghana wa hu na unkrasing crofo bobo o de konof na ko tachi man area ho ko to say Sogako pe voter region ho baby Asante chim ho baby infante tadi chale boys the boy bobo no ready achim fo abebre me bo achim de o say achim fo yenya de eti yen kra ya mo de okroma akufu ado wako kabe kan oh eti mesramo mon koska to krasing no na mo fa place nimra latele lai CR7 for number kawawa Abdul Rashid or CR7 more fire Loti Jones ha Bernard Adechi Osi Otudaku, you are correct. Oh yeah, that's my boss how. Almost from under 17. I'm saying no, take you under 17. Was it 2 days ago now? But they back to school. Now, Tipa truck be where him. Now, one content colony elite. And I'm saying, oh, I should do it. Daddy, you should do what? And I'm so me. I can just use my tongue. Kind of flow. Hey, in Kuala Lumpur, now, me tell you, keep on saying, then Daddy do it. Now, I can't say me do it, you know. And I said, and I'm so, let's forgive him. Oh, that's it. You see, I'm afraid behind him, saying, Papa, I'm Rasin to her, was he keep laughing? Yeah, I quite become a Messi fan. Messi for the say, more records are here no more. Nyamudi tum where and ya fa a Ballon d'Or say. Ballon look even Arab for Ballon d'Or krama fa say. Ya fa proper a Ballon d'Or ya say fa Arab there. Na say Cristiano Ronaldo 22 years of active service for Portugal. Ya bona baso. Fantastic player. Samuel Kofi. Or say home sense Otuado. More fire. But Otuado there, I think for now he has done well. Let's all encourage him. Let's all encourage him. Now, mommy and fan nko. Yen for Otuado nko. Eh, bia, who knows? Or no bit my boy. Na Monsuna ma imagine some America amumano. I'm warning you. Pate ayi kwache. All those boys are my family wajin. Some come Mexico amuma, moko America amuma. Moko Canada moma mesra mo beba enunti na SBC moma me kobi na me hwe mo so to make sure say they all come back enye so moma o pata kwa go Canada wo so be da e work endoment when you agro hey work up wait mu be di agro ma ohwe sa work up we e be sisa Donald Trump adin o de o kwa baba yes Mexico war no Donald Trump asase to aso ni hiani so bedru ho so baba so my we brother nsem what in a parteka o se ni hiani so bedru ho so baba so mo ma e we brother nsem very well but me be doing course of Ronaldo. That is why he can't win World Cup for Portugal. Yes. No, dear me, Ronaldo fan. But sometimes I think that Messi or opportunities be brave, unlike Ronaldo. And honestly, I think I will not say he's so selfish, but there are times that Ronaldo is selfish, unlike Messi. But you should also not forget that Ballon d'Or be Messi final. He had 2 pillars: Ronaldo and Xavi, and that of Iniesta. Those times, Xavi Iniesta, they were cooking it for Messi. He was stopping manya. Ronaldo no long range yen kwan ye jirem. What they say, you fight it, na you push it. So difference room. Yeah, different so. Very well. Let's do this job. You can join us on Facebook. Now also watching it. But me kwaswa kai Ghana for say there's this final retirement notice. And all retirees, me pacho, go home and allow the young ones to grow. There no me beka sasem way efa agrico penin ba kwa or honum. Eye director corporate strategy Mr. Mark Ewuaban. Opening case here, Mikra will final retirement notice. President Mahama Mayeti Asiye say, all extended will be bia Wajuma so unya 60 years and I say uateni a year of pension date in one. 80 minim what you are still doing there. There are so many people in Ghana, even in NDC, they can serve Ghana in the same capacity. Mementao, but this is just a tip of the iceberg. Maybe all the other government agencies and other government companies will be beyond the pensioners will call and allow the young to grow. Final retirement notice. Are you waiting there to swallow me? We wish to formally advise that you will be attaining the age of 60, on June 15th, 2025. 80 Papano Enya 60 years on the 15th of June 2025 based on Krataya senior staff of Griku Etroye. In accordance with Article 12 of the conditions of service for senior staff in the company, you will be due to compulsory retirement on that date. Accordingly, your service to the company will come to an end from June 15, 2025. So, why is it still there? Why is Mr. Mark Ewuaban still there? Minim say ni position as a but based on this letter, Sabreno, now or your director corporate strategy. I am told, sir, Obenya some sort of elevation or whatever. And Yame say, during the transition period, led by Chief Julius Debra on the side of the incoming government, one can say yemfa obia after 7th of December because on person will share yemam. I'm abekaya a NEIP boss NEIP Eric Ajay Crown Podie wakase staff ring na nkofie na obabe ye enema ye no ma san reapply like house cleaning exercise. The other government agencies be on more after 7th of December I'm fan crofo. And what the MPP no more ya say and the young fan people for NDC for na boa moment to move do machia said that ya former gumunya dwuma obekọ NDC for tetemantwea o manim hantwe o musugu o yam ye nya dwuma 9 months nie otuda ko complain amenya okroma. And it's because a dwuma no esi edema boys and girls are assume John Mahama assume NDC no yeah they are different people. The point is that sabi say oya Ghana ni nkwamba akwanya but enye Ghana ni a na da hope face after 7th of December nya say fa no me ka ko wie say it's alleged say owura is a chinchina womu a ye form on the 7th of December no a ye see am for munya dwuma opese o form nyina egum because of his alleged association with MPP and this for no go ye dwuma bay am go ye dwuma bay. And they be a mechanic which CEOs of NDC, CEOs of MPP say, Mr. President, you know, money pressure in free so. Wow, I hear me yes, Obiachun and not the head John Dramani Mahama. President Mahama is only one person. He cannot take care of everybody. He is thinking of national problems, like giving us good roads or building good hospitals. So, basically, factories. Or then the finance minister will give us fiscal policy. I remember Ghana have fiscal discipline. Now I'm a good shocks to our economy. You see, macro economy na John Dramani Mahama. So you should not expect President Mahama to micromanage the system again. And yes, sir, what is your use as a CEO? Sabi. And yes, sir, what is your use as a Minister of State? Sabi. And yes, sir, what is your use as a mayor, a municipal chief executive, and a DC, and a NDC MP? Wow, it's never say, look, where go to companies, government companies, and government agencies are new CEO. Aba when crofo gu fie nya dwuma nye. En crofo a na en company ma ban we. A company tia Mahama. En crofo a company tia the NDC. They are working, and their own people have become a laughing stock. I am the voice for the voiceless. Me kasama man for no. When tin yesuma me ba Ghana. I mebru ni me din komo etimi tramo CEOs of NDC create opportunities for your people. Ebini say when I retire this is 10 years, they must go home. Let the young grow. Put your people there. Put your people there. Untimi can't tell so problem samasem. That mean kodi Yesu Kristo achi na heaven ba was all besiam yako heaven bi. What are you saying? What's up problem samasem mate? Di bronsamachi ebe na bronsama wini. Meme se me pe Yesu Kristo. Na Yesu Kristo wini no wa promise me heaven ya. Wo se da bi wo mom na ese e do ko heaven. Na me di Yesu achi no. Me ko obronsam jam. Me ko hell. What be that? And that is what is happening in NDC now. That is happening in the government now. I know. No government has ever been able to employ all the people. I know. But I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, that there should be a deliberate plan of the government at post. There must be some sort of negotiation with the constituency and regional executives. There must be some policy of a sort internally to say, every CEO, based on your capacity, munfa enipa between 500 and say 2,000 compulsory. Create jobs for your people. Ghana sika, and then this is sika. It is our money. Gold no, gold. Diamond no, diamond. And Crawford, mono mutie painting kwa ni wa mutwa suo. Omanim hancho breye. Please take care of them. And ya fair maba power na mo kofa mo girlfriend bia what will hire baby ama na dwuma. Afena ya CEO bi CEO na kai say na ni nua bi ete Bahamas or kofa na be adwuma. Time when kola na ye campaign no, wo nua na ete Bahamas no se den. Your NDC Professional Forum. Papa no out here ready for the currency Sampiale. Omu free abrochire ba Ghana be adwuma bebre. I know said the government is taking care of some of them, but there are a lot of them who have gone back because there's no hope. And I'm saying that as voice for the voiceless that want you to win the next elections. Because of the good job you are doing, I have to put you on the right track. Sanu Kray will be anchored because we're a journalist of appointment. Mr. President, woman appointment, hallelujah. But I don't stress me can crunch anymore. And yes, you will lose. The same people are able to win the elections. You can't neglect them. No. You can't. You can't. So no, you can't. You can't neglect them. 80 when the Miami president Miami mami kunu Lodi naba Miami nie na mitum papa fo Mase tum papa chief of staff fo me papa Calistus me papa chairman Sedun Ketia me papa Fifi Kweti all the squad matum fo me pato the complaints are becoming too much na MPs no so me pato munya na money constituency executives more organizing meetings and say something to them. We go akra na nyeska ka sempa bichira no. Ka tell us afa na yaba. O de montum bo say ni saying, this is the plan for you. I mean, let them feel some sense of hope. But oh yeah, what they say why you MP o come on find about so you don't care about the people. You become one times MPs, I'm telling you. Mabruna badin Jimmy. Omunim nyansa ntimi tumu fu buntie. Debi sanu kure we journalist for omunka. What appointment? meka no kora na kyerɛ sɛ ne ɛteɛ because it's better sɛ meka no kora kyerɛ no what time in and so bɛboa wo daakye sɛ metwa ntoa kyerɛ wo na wahunu me sɛ mepɛ wasɛm ɛnso daakye ɛbɛhaw wonti afutuo yi na ɔpani a wonti afutuo ana winter kraboa woni tie wahena wonti afutuo ana sabi ne ntoma wɔde te nneɛma bi ɛwɔ bedwam timuntie sɛ afutuo yi take care of your people. And I'm not referring to President Mahama. President Mahama, what the Koswai Wajuma, nobody should put pressure on you. You are one person. Leave President Mahama alone. Or no yen this for president, or a Ghana for president. In the end, this is for Muntimika as a change na President Mahama. Say ya to Abamane de MPP for Chefangum, but I'm talking about the CEO Samunim boys at the grounds. I'm talking about MPs Samunim Krofo. MPs ni be bureaucrat, they have neglected their people. Munya says no, na enchemesha sabu bomudin. Because you cannot put on a certain belligerent posture. Huh? Na say, can't be me guy MP no didn't say when they are 4 years, 8 years, near 12 but the guy. Massa, the MP say guy ukruma go and take care of the grassroots. They are your people. They are your source of power. Take care of the source of power so that you can always have power. Eh? Where to are wise is enough. Pate sa papa ne de okwan bia so free o na wedi 60 years there so free o June, July, August, September meya we free o Minerals Commission sana meya papa no amayi no obi a wo moa Mahama bia meyu obi a wo moa Mahama bia meyu. There are some people, they are still working. People like Horace Ankra, Horace Mia Yankra, former ambassador to China. And there are some people who are clearly, they were against the government. Most of the crew Mayanka said, you become a match power forever. Since you became not to Marco position, will tell you the truth. So that is it, party, but the entire party and I'm a buyer. Aye on Galamsey. Na Galamsey eya dia imprempren Ghana for pa National Anti-Illegal Mining Operation Secretariat NIMOS obi abedi adanse say so far under the leadership of Kenoboa Adwuma Ekoso Nansan Western Region one Bosu area the whole Galamsey community Wamdom radar etoso through the support of the Blue Water Guard and in Yama and some other intelligence on PK, they have raided the whole Galamsey community and making certain arrest prosecution koso. So far the Adwuma Naimos Ebono, I mean some koso saying kwadia and you teach them. But I say no. Now Nkrofo beppes on behind, but we are charging Kenoboa to be strong as he is. Now Yankasi during his term as leader of NIMOS and Itimiko Galamsey. I mean, what should you expect? You have a minister, your friend Ama Kofi Boa. What make it a resolution, a firm decision, sir, based on your President Mahama Aka. Say obetu Galamsey aseno metu. And the last time one minister eye wo ye kyerɛ fa wo kwan omoko Galamsey ho agi ne on penasep look empanyifo kra so ton kodura in America. It was very vivid, clearly showed the inroads a minister for lands and natural resources they have made relative to Galamsey fight. Eti honorable Amakofi Boa, look, it's a fantastic guy. And me bomb man because such ministers no they are rare. Ministers that are selfless, ministers that have the spirit of Nkrumah, Tisa Blakwa Okujeto, there are very few guys. Over some George like this, he's a strong force to reckon with. The likes of Sami Jemfi, though he's not a minister, look, the guy is serious It's like a Juma Sami Jenfi ball gold ball. Look, the guy, he's superb. Eti obeti say Honorable Amakofi Buano. Omo no so our prayer should be say Honorable Amakofi Buan Koswan keeping the position. Now what me to Galamsey I say, because as far as I am aware, I know there are other illegal groups, criminals. Tete Chirenya ya and Kieni Honorable Amakofi Bua no mumfa campaign of a Galamsey Galamsey minister no munkosunko to Galamsey. And yes, I can be framing country say, oh mama car, I should name my price. So they are buying my voice. In the instance say, oh to the Akubaka no kreno, na makwaje car, ebia makwaje say 1 million Ghana cedis, na makama nwatum. Na enkrofo enum Galamsey hunsu ewu, na nanano mu misami ana. Mesi me Kristo ni wo twedian po nyankropam basa yadom o misami ana na chese moja hu sika ana medie awurade ma ne mpare me ewo Yesu Kristo tedema. So I rejected that nonsense. Eti such a person yanya as a minister no yanko so amona baso ne yenhye ne cry. Eti when it comes to that fight pate minister mo yadwuma but pate nyetia me buy ne say if indeed say President Mahama aye crowd say Oko Galamsey like we have seen and send Ghana Water Company me hu ye no stability levels of some what tesana what high say see no about low enti e kire say aban no we are making gains in the fight against Galamsey na Honorable Minister Amakofi Bua fantastic minister yadwuma na Kanoboa you know fantastic man yadwuma pate ebenya nwanwa sa wote say yesi aban ni mu DC bi wasa Galamsey nkoso a and I am putting all my conversations under or within the bracket of allegations. It is alleged because I am a microphone rope so imagine na sa me mom rope no man so imagine na ma kire say me ma bodam kurase wo me ma bodam kurase wo ahemfo akoronfo bi na atena se agege Galamsey sika na se ya se Galamsey mso a ahemfo akoronfo no omani na awuo no yawo nananama ahemfo na oma frantuma atete chacha wo se meshe gold che meshe gold se wo fra gold ntuma aso Galamsey asa omonsa nyina and they call themselves kings and chiefs of our country bianca no correct na bam because yenyan yetie de dia gan ben de ko but the time is ripe. I trust Ghana for me bro. Yes, sorry can no correct to me. It doesn't matter where it falls. I respect all the kings of our country. But sebita frache sa samne to achima e twase Ghana to can no correct what hine. Sebita frache sa asamne to santia e twase Ghana to ani can no correct sante hine. Sebita frache sa samne to ogwa e twase ye Ghana to ani can no correct ayi ogwama hene ayi osaberu makwasi atotoso mi sasamno edana relugua etwase ye Ghana to ani e can no correct aye nahiri wherever it falls. His Royal Majesty the Yagbangura, His Royal Majesty the Yana, His Royal Majesty Togbi Apede or Tosu Dunai, Togbi Siri the Gamanche etwase maburu sorry na ye gye mine. And when it's not about politics, because ye kum ye ho, but we don't know. You send your death warrant and ye NDC, ye MPP and enkrofo A2 yen kwa husika. And a Ghana, you send your death warrant. Say emri bi bedo yin abewu. And obi akare no atum. It is yetimanya president bi say John Mahama. Ni enya minister bi say Amakofi Bua. Na yenya Kenoboa ya wono ko turu nine mosui. Na se otu da ko beti say NDC phobia ba power and I know. Say MP before no A2 Galamsey no. Ah, ebi ma se da ko hye won nuanom wachi. Anya om ne woska. And you catch him, hey, when I'm about I tried 2 years. What do you tell me? Who's my Hamacromo appointment? Master Bashana to be until he, my financial. And a Jimmy Fonwa, Woman so ensua nyansa no. Enim say John Dramani Mahama I was setting vision no ebi mu di akiri. Otuda akoma ka kira mo say metira konya we so a if indeed se metete bibia I will name and shame. Today me dem ko asante achem dwaso. Pate hwene frɛ DC no ho no mame. No nyi no ho ano. Pate chale ma wani mra ha adwuma ne yɛ no we live show. Frɛ no den na so den komo exist aren. Masa be moja ne kosoro a yesterday. Why no achenkwa no Piotr. Kalam say said in bremu nyina. Not the radio so can news achenkwa me no bremu be. Bremu ya said no. Etu dia Fred DC ko DC no frɛ no. Yeti am say Fred DC ni say it's alleged say who DC ya. Who was Santi Achem? I want to Santi Achem no fanaze. Gas one no mpatem no. It's alleged. So who e di galamsey for? And pate me one video wa. It's alleged say DC you know etu nadbo penin bi ni police ni penin bi e ko gina o manamu e wa himfie ye baba sa video no. Patriotic journalists against galamsey. Me say we have come to stay. Yen ye wura mu to make sure say we will get this information. Patriotic journalists against galamsey. Patriotic journalists against galamsey. Pajak. Patriotic journalists against galamsey. More fire. Kaish. I come about. Yabaka no kurano. Yabaka no kurano to me. Hey, Fred DC now oh no. I mean how? Say I no kura pa dia. And you mean can John Mahama DC me jiwadi me come now. Me mo biengu John Mahama ni said that because John Mahama why one president na kuma no kura no minim de be se anya bio. One of the finest leaders of the world. Kabeka say bi bade bia na Donald Trump wafu. To dey bin jai. Me just Donald Trump private ma compare to Mahama. Man kan Nanka kwa multiple professor na buan group said Dr. Desmond Kofi Annan. Na niambe yan say but so unya no a let me show the document whilst you keep calling are you waiver fa nia prospecting license no so no fato so mame me ba cho many apre me I'm saying say patriotic journalists against galamsey which I am a member ye nsem twere for yake ho abam say ya beboa ban no ne dia ko galamsey opa ma John Mahama kran kwa galamsey ni bi meba beka eti bato bra Facebook ne behwe company no is Udin for now is under the bracket of allegation Udin Sokoro Investment Limited me mean sin so ho ansa na ma make me bolding Sokoro Investment Limited oje eye krata ya eda Facebook ya en bacho mu a mutie no ho mu follow me on Facebook na mo me nyina ye nje Ghana si wo because President Mahama no like oye nyansabo akwa ya mu ano wate mu ya mu ano muni baabi so ye to galamsey na DC bi kan no wa ban we mu a me pese I'm interested no mu kura wa ban we mu sin MPP for no mun kan tira me na ye din koma o ma frɛ one of the guys say nia oya mine ne pese o share one of the guys da bi o mu share ya bribe na mo ba bribe yen yaka die share mu a yaje die share mo kra na yaje because ye share mu a mo ba bribe o tu da ko say je 500,000 can be you but me I know I am born great I know monies are ahead of me it won't me for 1 million cedis mm say me $1 billion da manim that be part me and you so answer my let's work with this almost say this prospecting license and according to our investigations and the Sokoro Investment Limited you have a right say you also come here no be no and until I mean Kensi so say you are doing that I am putting it under the bracket of allegations because I know the ethics that works with journalism me in for one day MSA so many years of reputation I'm not that kind of journalist but yanhwehwemu ekowie say mo makọ ahemfie onom and your baba video no dwaso onom said this prospecting license meanwhile all your prospecting license here commencement date here 30th October 2012. Now just one person say John Mahama time anomje sa prospecting license and that way. But Osha expiry date now 29th October 2014. So in any case, if say this document is anything to write home about her, your investigations are made to me pull the document which they say I have prospecting license way. You have breached it because I think but final 25th woman to sumami. Yes, and that's no. Oya criteria that's we are. You are 25 where a notice to remedy breach of prospecting license. 80 womusu siemno we ana yedi remedy. Doctor Kwabena remedy no twie den. Yedi siesi. Now Brabeka say notice is hereby given that you have breached the terms of your prospecting license as follows. Non-payment of outstanding annual mineral rights fees for Manso South prospecting license RI blah 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 for 2017 to 2025 of 47,250 cedi according to document. Please find attached the details of your indebtedness to the Minerals Commission in respect of the Manso South prospecting license. Now, even if this document is legit, why do you tell the people some are mining when this is prospecting license? What I know is that you can't recognize license. Would you recognize license now for your prospecting license? I stand for correction though. And send your mining lease. And who's that chairman won't to me as part of the count what the prospecting license mining. Prospecting let's say who they share so many good day be and doc one of my doctorate GTech enyamohe enyesa. Yeah, the street now street. Ose DC you know what friend also want to make kasa me pese Ghana for this in didn't say me pese Ghana for who say as NDC DC Asante Achem Gaso baby oh no for nothing lawyer Mame Safua ya friend so me in one also want to make kasa I want to put on record and all the DC sit up my name is Nano Tudako sit up I'm not here to joke maybe in kase ya brabi me nyi but my price is so you need to have a lot of money to bribe me because my DNA it detests bribe. Me say obia corrupt. Hey, President Biaka so corrupt of what? Fiti Mahama Kofa Kufa. Nipa Bia corrupt, but we are praying for a less corrupt society. Yes, who cruise to pardon on corrupt because corruption does not only come in monetary terms. Sir, Juma Biaba, no Bia qualify them the memory. It's corruption. And you cannot tell me, say, President Mahama, Emma favors to some family, whatever. But we will support the president to succeed because we have a president in the person of John Mahama. He want the nation to succeed. And we help him. Your friend Amene say he should respond to this. Your friend Amene say, based on investigations, it's alleged to say, oh no, 2. And we are going to play the tape. Papa no shed not mwatadi any police for no. Any him for ne kasa so mega lam say na omo ba be ye mine ba bi e me ye se party o hwe omo mine we document na ensuom ana sampampo say etia ye ba kwa mine no and the what the mesasa brofonya mekasa kan mekasa and the water's name is and the name of ensuo no river already one river for run and for man na me come phone so na me hwe madi ke say so no river or wow so already one aka no and okay so let's show evidence what is saying ayi but that video na ma me abro ye no am person to galam I see, almost that the inclusive one say among licenses. Look, me, Tama, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Sunyane, is the last 3 weeks or so? He called me, I was on the same flight with him, and I asked him, say, Honorable, was it Oba office or ma one license in Po? Since 1989 or 88 to 2016, that is Rollins, AFRC, PNDC, Rollins, Democratic ATS, Kufo ATS, Atamels 4 years, Mahama 4 years. So far, licenses I'm giving you about, is it 99? Or so? I think less than 100. 2016 to 2017 to 2000 and Nana Kufado Oyetame. Nana Kufado Oyete. To 2024. 8 years spell of Nana Kufado. Omuma license 2,151. So many years 50 AFRC, PNDC. Omam Peniku for 8 years. John I can't say Atamils 4 years. Mahama 1. So many years, you know. Omuma license less than 100. Nana Kufado ni MPP 4 by in just 8 years. Omuma license 2,151. The same people, they have the temerity. Say John Mahama should declare state of emergency. Not Ghana for Ajinema Wiatum. When you do that, Jimmy. Any serious society will rise up and tell them, say, Jack, shut up. See, so been to a bad way for Yamu. And Yamu from Pom Boatim, Wamu Minister of Environment, Etrom Hokrata, said the head office of Galamsey, Jubilee House. Shut up, keep quiet. Niyama and Yasafon to a binefo. My name is Mr. Ansah. But now I'm a person about to pronounce Mr. Okay, let's see. Hello, Mr. Ansah also.
Me pacho me ba me woso.
Jina soma me wu na ye mo tebu kakra. Sa video mama video bi a as ensuo aye twa wo bi afa. That is the only source of ensuo for I can say Sancrophone or River Rewa no. Na say hono na mama dwen se mo ba kwaya galamse a otu da kon kana ntum. Na say ye wo DC. Na say DC no cresa umom na wo convincing crofos ya be mining ya be mining na mining why na lining this chesa e bia from hwadwene say 4 years no be call no ma didi peche ene sa na te dan kotu da ko minka sa bi mu anka makama no ato no ma boa bone e be call no ma si dan be miensa but the truth is that me papa ka say me kire me papa sabi abra woni skampo otiti ni mawrem de bia meka na me ma me tonje bidie edo mo manyina ko school no ka kire me say so ye boni bia anke bedi manim even though onye sika ma me de but we jamudie amame he's left integrity. I should work upon that integrity and leave same integrity for my children. But onim send you no ntimi anye no me why na ne kasa oh hene kache se ya ne na bekasa ma ya ne kache oh hene se ya ne nkasa me pa cho me no hene nkasa ya pa ne cho kache oh hene se kache se me pa na dwen kire keke enye sa na ye kan bibi wo ha ne mo a mesra mo mble mu yen because I'm giving everybody me nim say yen chair aso ni asem oh hene wo ahoma so Mr. Ansah jina so ma biansa why ma me no hene nkasa na ya mo ha mo akwa ba ha ya Accra100.5FM enkran. Hello Nana. Nana me pacho. Nana wakate no. Pate sanfre no. Oh, I'm telling you, Ghana youth, yeah who for? I'm telling you, the youth of this country, we are fearos. The youth of this country, I'm sorry, I don't want to say we are weaklings. I'm imagining the youth of Tunisia. I'm paying for I'm imagining what the youth will rise and do. Galamsey is not about NDC, it's not about MPP, it's existential threats to livelihood. Oh, he said, oh, he is on Gaza. Eti Ghana for Samifaya Obia, Mobia Meblemu. I am giving fair chance. Party, when I friend.
In fact, Nana,
yes,
I am a say I have for no surprise me and they really pa. As I say, story by any I've been saying. DC nebe kasa lawyer Mame Safua. My friend no say one ahemfofo bi meeting. Enti nya de obetimi akasa. In fact, me srano for only 3 minutes.
Only 1 minute.
Or say only ye ntimi nkasa. Enti eno achi na me
NDC DC.
Yes.
Yo.
Yes. Enti eno achi na me ye madwen so okay. Mame mfrɛ Nana Kosa esan sɛ ɔno ne ɔhene a ɔwɔ hɔ no. Me frɛ Nana ɔso wɔ ntimi nkasa.
Nana so nkasa.
Ɛna me frɛ Nana ne Odikuro.
Ofrɛ Odikuro.
Odikuro na peke ya yɛde no kɔ a wɔse wɔ nkasa wakate. Ɛna nyame adom yanya farmers no. Ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ enye galamsey na ɛkɔ so na yɛ man ya ha kyerɛ yɛ mu. Ɛyɛ man ne ana galamsey ɛsɛ nsase. Say you ana enye. Give us the chance. Yes.
Not maybe so mining no. Now the mining lease naturally.
Nana, odi ana wo can say allegedly. I mean person me dey.
That before now they can allegedly.
Na allegedly ana.
But the investigations no. But let's save our station the stress. Let's save our station the stress. I know what I'm doing. For now, let's put them under the bracket of allegations and save the station the stress. But let's save the station the stress for me. What do for now? Video ready.
Yeah, man, video.
Are you for video? Me but your video we there. Some to me join me Facebook okay.
Baby, galamsey for ni be ye adwuma no aye ni abra ye se aban mo waye no. Ensuo ye mu hu se etai hoyi. Ensuo we ni anya ye opom ha nyina ye numu o. Ensuo no aye bura. Ena ya to wor keto bi afa ho ta fom ena ye nom enye pipe yensu aka nyina ni so tina o ha ni nyina o mo tu wo tifin ni o mo dika se ni dada ye digu kokoo sukura ye nya enti ye se ensu wen ena ye nom eno so na galamsey fu aba se o mo ba be se no se ensu ban na se ensu we se ya ye nom enti o man me pamcho mu nyina mo nsoro wa company fu aban pani fu amoka bi ewom mommoa ye ne asem ye mobo ye man ketewa bewu ye nsusu ye bewu ye pamcho mommoa ye medam ase kasa baba baby a galamsey fo ne be ye adwuma no aye ni abra ye se aban moa ye no ensuo ye mu hu se etai hoyi ensuo we ni anya ye opom ha nyina ye numu o ensuo no aye bura ena ya to wor ketewa bi afa ho ta fom ena ye nom enye pipe yensu aka nyina ni so tina o ha ni nyina o mo tu wo tifin ni o mo dika se ni dada ye digu kokoo sukura ye nya enti ye se ensu wen na ye nom eno so na galamsey fu aba se o mo ba be se no se ensu ban na se ensu we se ya ye nom enti o man me pamcho mu nyina mo nsoro wa company fu aban pani fu amoka bi ewom mommoa ye ne asem ye mobo ye man ketewa bewu ye nsusu ye bewu.
Now would you walk out with galamsey?
Are you that stupid?
Yeah, friend won't say I will say one kasa.
Jimmy, why would you see this kind of nonsense? What? We must rise and speak against this nonsense.
No,
I mean how? And so we know I can say a young pa say no cry. I have for most young people say so in Zaka. Nana,
I was saying my fee can see muti.
Mad people.
This year, dear, was shocking me big time.
Mad people.
Big time. And what one?
Mr.
Mommy, I him for now back home.
That be how many for back saying.
Now, but one baby, I won't see. Say, once you bet, never moon swap. What's a one cassa?
See, another question him for no. And I maybe bedra. The you to rise and or him found to my home.
asa himfo no so mu feli e ba papa
the youth to rise or hine yen voucher home. If this is the way they will go with us, we will go with them.
Say mine no mo ye ense ye nsase bia ense ye nsuo bia odukro no na me de no to on kasa bi mu apupupu a waduane ko
odukro say mine no mo ye
na nya galamse na ense asase ense nsuo na me say ne ma me mfa wo nko na kire mo na wotu da ko de me ntimi nko kai no in fact the conversation start here say ono de wontimi nkasa wo in fact nana kosa no o chese ono de wontimi nkasa wo na empenifo o kasa empenifo be ha na na bisa say why no money empenifo no ana so sesi ade no mpese obebo obi din na wo obi din attack exactly ye be ma ye be attack won kakra bi nti on your pese otena like remaining peaceful.
Was it there's only one big man in Ghana?
Exactly.
Your friend John Mahama.
Asa.
Some big man also that man Juma so to Galamse.
Yeah.
Na make that say. 80 big man bien obi ba no so no big man. Damn shit that big man.
Me mama say ohini a wuti krum na wama DC popotwa bi edi fear and panic a show mu a chese ade ni ku wo so me nkasa
for now. But me na me say be say ko jam na usame ho. Messi allegation with the also person.
No, you see, sometimes
say for now, let's put it under the bracket of allegation. But
the allegation
and this for what by any say. We will not allow anybody.
Exactly.
So be say John Mahama.
Exactly.
Because to get a president like John Mahama is rare.
Yeah.
And then see.
Yeah.
It is yet man you bit say John Mahama. Now obetman Ghana year. We will all support him. After all, he has only 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years.
He has only 4 years. And you don't know the year say MP before I got him say.
Oh yeah.
And you to that point teaching them. There been a bias and something is alleged say NDC. 4BA the got say I make come on too. Then I'm a stupid journalist. I'm a fully journalist. And I don't want to be a fully journalist.
Oh yeah.
So me person crofo kai say. Abra na niema nko ye niema mu ye den
na otu ne kan ye
sorry kasai
exactly
me person ye did do me see be kai me after my death
yeah
me person obi a de cars do me drive be kai me me person enipa kai say me kasa bo enipa
na meeting ni
afa me ba cho me ka tem say patriotic journalists against Galamsey
yeah
yaso ba bia ya hyase adwuma me de mo kwa hifie o meeting akọ so yanko die so I say yanko sorry kasai me person ye did do me see be kai me after my death me person
day in day out piano mine no ene nananom enkita wodie ekoso wano mine no be ma nananom wodie ekoso ewo fom saanso ena nananom so nananom efre omuman for na abutref amone ne kasa was kiba ne ye adwuma no nananom afreso abaya ma ne tumi krata into oya sometimes no so feel say sɛ na nan ma gya to a man so ama yɛtumi ka atare deɛ ɛsɛ but mpanyinfoɔ sɛ anobrɛbrɛ ɛma abaayɛ de bɛtɔ yɛbɛsrɛ m sɛ nananom madaroma mo ne mo manfoɔ no ɛnkasa sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɛmfa hooyɛ bia ɛmba yɛtɔ so ɛwɔ sɛ day in day out biara no man na no ɛne nananom ɛnkitahudie ɛkɔ so wɔ ano man na no bɛma nana
sɛ aban ama ne tumi krataa but me so minim sɛ aban we buy omo ma even one license aban we buy omo ma even one license minister nkasa na ka kyerɛ me anya me krampo minister ameka wo yi na nsan yi but omo say ya mom tumi krataa me nka sɛ anya no kuro mo nkyerɛ me tumi krataa no ne osan ye keke na mo nkyerɛ me baabi a yɛsɛ mo nkotu mine no wo de fa na me nka sɛ mo ye galamsey. I'm just interested as a social advocate and a journalist. Montreme. I am the voice for the voiceless. Ghana my kasama for in just show me. Eti me my fro hene or hene so ankasa. My friend DC also a meeting. Ya fro di crew also ankasa. Very well. My uncle na ya ne owran kansa ankasa. Or ye youth activist. Na onu me enchiremu ye. Hello, Engasa.
Me jina so
na ete say
onyankopon na dom me ho papa
investigations are patriotic journalists against galamsey ye ni na menim say oben sa krono ni edikan ote ben ho ana ofri krono so na wan kasa no men now who edi bebre but relationship with sao man ete say
me da wase nyame hira papa ni adwuma pa oye me firi hopo me ye panimu a ho na me tepa po a me koko fu a me tintin nyina maye no baabi a o kan no ho ne da baabi potin a o kan wasam no ye frɛ ho mponoa wo Dwaso district e she Dwaso yase
Asante
Achem South
Asante Achem South Mponoa
me pacho ani baabi a ye kan wasam ye ho ye frɛ ho Mponoa
me pacho ho DC ni din say
me pacho ye frɛ lawyer Mame Safoa.
Okay, so we are right with the DC we wanted to talk with. Okay.
Me pacho ni no
me pacho that is the investigation say yeah, but what there now your man for me who say in fact meeting me crack also ahimfie famisha say a serious issue mame and some na nyina to say e bia na ya ka chia no
me da wase mira enene da me wura ho pa o hwe ensema o kan nyina eye nokure na obehwe machine se na me no ka sei ya ye park kakra bi o ha ma mrantie na edu occasion dia umbedi agroman kokra ehwe bie na obehwe machine se ndei egu park ne so a
ayi fa machines ne to so ya kwatwa machines ne da
mira na meeting ya o kan wasem eye nokure ya wo ho na information center ya announcement say this is say one omani behia ewo nana himfie
why say
DC announcement ni information center si DC say one oman no ewo nkita ho ewo sa adwuma ya ebeba so nti yentwen no enti mekwa na me wokumase na me mbayi frɛ me dimlika bae say ne abie we be koso dia ma me metie na me nkyere maji ko me kokofu a me didi hu nyina ho ne wo ene bae me ra ye betena setena ye tena ye hu DC anim ye hu abrante bi a wo hye atade bi oso e nadmo ena abamu wa kakra bi oso ofri agrek ena police pani ba akoka ho ena abrante bi
ne se dai erikopoku na suma no o de agrek for bam
oso ofri agrek ne bae eja se ye de ye wo akura ye ni mo hwe nti ena ye no mu nyina akotena ase o mo kotena ase a de o yeso e nadmo na se mo be kan se this is saying krata we free nkran na aba na ontimi enka so mo nya adwuma nti ono de wasan se e free nkran ne de wo so mo ya adwuma nti o mo ya adwuma enti me bi sa brantie ne se enti nkrata ne ba ye no ena aban si ba bia DC te no ye metu galamse ne ntu one ne mma free fie ho a me panechon ka obesan am yatu galamse oni fie ho oso no de ontimi nyia no and I'm so okay enti nkrata no we odi nkrata no mo se nananom nko a ene ebetimi de krata na show mo nsam to mo de krata na she nanansam ebi police pani a wote woni mpo so hu sakora ketu obi apagya fon okosora o de beto fom
police ni no mpese mo betwa
oso mo obi ampagya
na video be ye twa ye bra ansa na yenya
oso mo obi ampagya fon nti agya ye nyina obi adan bi ahye ne botom obi ampa asem afi okasa wie ya de oso o ya agriki ni se agriki force woni akiri mbra mehwe na se omo sei ensuo ni wie a koko na bembe ensuo no ebeka bi endi ekani koko ni sei wie a ye dua koko wa enye yie biem nti onu abe ema ye yakuafo no na mi san sabrante koko ya na yedidi ho enti wo be se koko na da be na be abebe ba na de mi fie du ise na mawo enti katran penifo se ensuo we ya ni ensuo ba ko pe ni kata ni nyam ensuo ni amienu ba ko de for mine ana ba ko de orelewa sa contractor ya oba orelewa emu o siase wo ebra omampani nana kufu ado wo so no onu a siase wo hofri from efire ko bi from antifi wa hunu nsuo ni nyina betwa mai se for mine ne de adane ateke enti aka orelewa ipe ana ja ye yusu ni kakra enti anu na sesia sa contractor kroye ya sanse ni nyina dia begumu a eso be hempani machines egu oni China for odo ma begu ha China for ni ti ho se o mo ti ho no pa numra o mo nko bi mu
China for nso aba ho
China for ni enai sesia me no ka sei obako China for no o ma be bobo nta bodan na de a chese menya zo so mbeko bi
ya video bi a ye twa machines bi egu park bi so eno ne de we new machines bi me ba cho over Facebook down
this machines ni nyina begu ye kura ho
ese yama mu tu mikrata free jomahama ban mu
jomahama ban mu se omumra na jafoma ya se ya omumese o rele we nka ho se ba park no so park no ye bibia wo so ye
minister say on sign document impo
wo se efrin kran aba ana dikrata nka mama ya nso ye hwe bi nanka ye maye kenka maye ye vanchrom yeso nananko anana so akrata na na pagya koso hwe mu din osi yo me manfo eye no kore eno ane yawie
na ya mo bia hu bi
dabi nanane ne chiame ne nkrofo ne epagya ko wie mu hwe mu han efrin kran na banti galamsi
because your picking some intelligent am ya show one or two document be trace out a point crampo omo breachy omo press sporting license ya show ni nyina o ha ne ade menim se wate ho nsem a
mewura amedase ene ya na me tibie se mo show bibi na yen ete akura na ye be ye adwuma ne de ye mfa ya ni hu krata ya wo kan ho asami e ka ofidie so na nanko na pagya ko wie mu hwem o se eno ano no ya kikiri ensa gu ya ki me suma me baba ko se o kan kire MC se DC se de e koso no yesra no omra mu kakra
utu ho na ma
krata ni frin kran to no de wonti minya ho hwe e wo so wasan ti wasan
DC no say
dabi krata ni frin kran to no de o ya ho hwe enye yie de baby e wo so wasan no wasan
okay o committee ni bintu buan ya investigations so sanchere say baby on betu galamsey no eda baby a oyerewa ensuo no ewo no anase wrong investigations
no kure ensuo ni mu na say o ma bekum odwan akum kraman a o ma dodo ensuo ni mu nyina
ya bekum odwan atwa kraman ho
o ma twa odwan atwa kraman o ma beyi musuo ewo ensuo ni mu nyina wie
ya be hyase atu
ai maasi wo ho waye bobefuo ye friend koko yi bi wo ensuo ne ho okoko bi san se owura mi koko yi wo ba dan wo se ne koko no amakwa mama ntua ka de a ensuo no na me ba ya adwuma ti koko ni nyina be pro ti o ba ton ya ton na mi ntua ka na me ba ya adwuma wo ensuo ni
owura no onim okay say my book company ni din let me see if I can mention it again but me person me body na me name say the same company who asemna motia because company yeah investigation Sokoro Investment Limited. Is that right? The same company.
The same company na.
Okay, so then.
Na or the China for say why kura danye ye debim. E why ofi ankrofo a odom guka mu begu ha. Otenentena. Yesra ban we dey nkoto dwegu fom. Se koko ehun anfaso na wo to koko mu ma ye ne dia ni je Asia no me say galam say sem ya na ma me to abama o mampani mahama because dia na ekoso no na haye wo ho na se ya to abama no mampani afi dia free baby sa ba ya kan bo ma to abama wo ye koko ni nyina na ebe say dia mampani ni
Ekaza
ko to dwegu Udi si one ne nkasa mombra me stop sa adwuma we mayen
Ekasa
ye ni beje yes slow mampani
Ekasa
papa
kasa nde ya na any DC de bekasa o mampani kura oni time ye hwe DC no ampampa asa na tia na je se wae di ye be for so me ye yina di masa ya ma metra no kamfun krofon so son krofon so because adwuma no kura binya bebre chire eti say ya ma DC ya ma position na indeed say ye no kura assuming without admitting say you are aiding these evil people. There is no need for you to be a DC. So when you are there afraid of mampani better so otudako me ametima ehwo adwuma me ametima yinedi we ya be say adwuma no but me be so sa kraman ne odwa no mkotwa wo so no no ahemfo ne ko bi
ahemfo ne nyina ka ho no mkoyi sa musuo no
na say na no mate ase say yen tu galam say wo nsuo no
na mo de o mate ase kura tu ye fo say yen ya ekoko ben nsuo no yen ton ma om na adwuma na mo beye no ensuo no ni aduro mo de beye no say anton kura na so mu yi fa ekoko ne ho a ekoko ne besai enti se besai kwade o mu tu yen akuafo no fompo say yen ton ma China for
o he no about how many years
me ba tell say
o he no nani fi ana why 16 years
nani afi o ye panimu pa
by how many years
oh means be say 55 di obenya
eti ohiya wedding fish de onum sabi se ne aka no sa na ti a o se yes insuei monko no muso ben anamo nso bebre e won pono ho
papa sa o wele wai munsu ya na oye ko hu ba bia ho ye clean na wa tu amna na protecting yie na eben wa kura no na motimi asa ho na bia kura no ba bi wa na twahia bia fie ba ye nine baby efie miensa efie nsia na ye nkuru sa DC yan edi na ti bon to awo ho nyina ne first time o de wini kase we area ho ene afi we
Gaza
mami papa
meeting me nya hwe kura. There's one thing I can promise you, ya the nine most for beba ho he can't do anything. Want me nya foku, I'm telling you
me that's it me that's
we dia me ni jo mahama nwene ho me kasasa Ghana ni me no we show ya me freken oboa. I'll test my PRO of the lands ministry and I'll text the minister himself because me say minister and sign tisobika se waje krata free abanmu na se ampampa se krata ya sign say na DC tibon koso so ka se no kra na akosan a unyansa wai
papa nyasam kito koko a esansuo ne ho a o ma be to do suo no mo yi musuo suo no mo wi on be start adman tese koko e wo suo no na ma se a wale me baba wa ye kubefuo 6 acres e dan suo no ho o ma ba se se wanton kubefuo na mo de a o mo de o mo be yi afa ho na ne kube ni se be so se nsuo mfa mo ho e na nko a
na krono maburu ni mo ana krono yutu nim
sese ayutu no obia suro nti obia pen bia fenti dia ne dia won so no ho a ohwa a dia omo ka no onti minya ho hwe no wakoton omususu afuo no eka baako a 10,000 Ghana cedis
ose Gaza say dog me no be can brief answer na I can't say na say dai
omususu afuo no eka baako a 10,000 Ghana cedis na omo de amakuafo no
na wonim gold dodo obetimanya wake baako
abja na me bisa se ne koko hebe bia omo mpanyina to koko maduru na se okoton koko eka baako mo obi 10,000 Ghana cedis a owe koko ni ya wonim season ni ba kwa wie no na sika wanya firi koko mu na se ye se ni nyina wie no omo ko wie a udi 10,000 Ghana cedis ni wie a ubedi den biam na ade akọ
na Ghana for ne mu bi ye mo na ye otwe say Chinese ni timi free ni chrome ja oh god China they have one of the cleanest water bodies Chinese ni nsuo mo hunu wanim no ma ja mu nsuo na ye Ghana for no ahemfo wom say omo ya ahemfo na ohene mom timi fo dwan fa hwan kraman mom ko twa yi apaye se bra be se mi nsuo wo hene no okay wo yo hene dem ntumbo
anya me uranya sam ketwa na te ho ho no die o man panini mula mu bi
I am struggling to
o mo fira o mo DC no no fa ne nancy form na se ensuo no se wie dia pra sei for my say aka we say ensuo bia ni ho biem
berwa
so bia ni ho biem na ko we pra adani ateche for my adani ateche aka we pe
ayi mo hwese mo betimanya PRO of Minerals Commission mamia they lied them me da senkansa na yema no asama on hwe sokoro hwan company no on hwe o system no mame so bia ma o to mikra hwan and ebia obekomu ana ne krata no kra no Eliza ojewa banda dem na enwuye ana ebia na honom ne da bi ne yede to so no de awu yeah, investigation the enya any the ewu san komo renew but I'm saying say for the other document we couldn't have access to ebia na mining lease for munya wa banda dem omo de yen sense nti
na the other two so na day
yeah and also document munya from 20
but what to do what
to prospecting
and 90 prospect so because document na me hwe wo eti hono
me ba to me Owura Abamo ha Owura Bashiru ha and Dr. Desmond Kofiana wa let me do that introduction but
yeah because me share document na would they share with tifo no afefo no ba could be I don't know what it is but na
from 2012
and we are there no
for prospecting prospecting yes 2012 to 2014
okay so what prospecting na ewu a
all person say renew because we share the other 20 we say document back on say 25th also na document no
and here 25th be 2025
first document
25th September
I think say no crap Minerals Commission actually so my breach BB
because Mineral Commission
yes
according to minister you buy only issue and even one license crap
that is true
and since we be document we say now we need to authenticate where that document is coming from but until the mechanism so we document be dated 2025 I'm saying 25th
read this document
I'm saying 25th September 2025
but I say notice to remedy breach of prospecting licenses so it means no we're breaching it's where a remedy that is a renew sort of renewal and
content in it
but my main camera my main camera and I will wait my camera
it's
Blair me WhatsApp
notice is hereby given
say notice to remedy breach of prospecting license Sokoro Investment Limited PO Boss blah 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 Cantonment Accra. Notice is hereby given that you have breached the terms of your prospecting license as follows: 1. Non-payment of outstanding annual mineral rights fees for Manso South prospecting license. That is amounting $47,250. Please find attach the details of your indebtedness to the Minerals Commission. Into the best free PR of Minerals Commission, in respect of the Formanso South prospecting license for 2017 to 2025. That is even 2025. You are required to remedy the breach within 90 days from the date of this notice. Please take note that failure to remedy the breach within the same specified time, specified in this notice, will result in the suspension or termination of your prospecting license.
So this one is not giving prospecting.
So this one is not prospecting.
It's not giving.
Nimpa no prospecting license. We kind of say prospecting license no be renew. Second one say it is after notice when tria na bed 98 so e so Oto they said the to record they said we hear a license to anybody to enter into the bush.
And number 2, simple sanka we license to enter. My license say in so abra honorable amakofi go say 100 meters policy no or no 1 kilometer.
Please, yes.
Exactly. So that is unfortunate.
Granted, the person who correct license.
It's unfortunate. Nana, nkoma udi na mijire chiru nyina na me ne particular ni ground no ye calls ni bi ni ade chese
otu confirm district na me
Asantia
because as we speak me don't say
that's why
to Jaso
Asantia chim south Asantia chim Jaso fa kwa Jaso
because assemblyman crowd
this is the lawyer
Safua.
Yeah. Check the district mommy. From Minerals Commission. But check it this mommy so that by yanko body.
Na me de kakrebi na me kana meja amanyofu ino modi obunkomo na chese ya rehosem because me gina chiro nyina no na party na chese nse ne humeti because or more opportunity to come and even defend yourself as it is because you see no come on and it's right say na we can say alleged
yes
allegation
yes
abeda ye pono so ayenso ya bo ekiri ahwe na ye hu say dwumedie ne sei na ekọ nti be yi wa ohu ano whether or not say dwumedie na yensa kana na whatever is happening there no ye no kre anase enye no kre na when your opportunity say na person will be you one. It means it's just a twitwian so. Because it's either I know I don't know, or I'm aware I'm not aware. What you say, and then you leave the matter to it. But when you say, "Sa e kuweno nana enye kuketwa."
Debbie, not at all.
She say mampeni, you can. Me say you can imagine what he's going through as a president. Because a lot of effort ni resources here either to no esanke di ko share baby di ye bibi fufuro de bo man no we are investing all of these things into NIMOS into with the galamsey fight blue water guys and the kike ho na it's unthinkable say ye pam say yensuo no say mukura de mo yensuo ni bi no.
This is the lawyer Mame Safua.
Yes.
Ne checking in.
Yeah, lawyer Mame Safua.
Mokra de. Mwenya krono mo mwenya nsuo ni bi kra enkofo esu se omu nsuo nyina sei. Wo no nya nsuo ni bia. Wo se me de ama enkofo so mo ma mese no.
Yakotwe nwan o.
Ene ekotwe nwan ni nkraman se
ohene no ti wo se be se bi nsu. Na wa na chale.
Ai. Ye you problem ankasa.
Na ohene mu una obeka se he. Ahia no mtimi anyways.
Your problem ankasa. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate and I'm glad to say unu team no
patriotic journalists against Galaxy.
Exactly.
And count team. You nyina dey adwene ho. Me Alaska. The Dawn.
Alaska the Dawn.
Yeah, in fact, patriotic journalists against Galaxy.
In fact, and then it nana e was see a kwan bia so
no fire.
Na you make sure say and your NIMOS or whatever it is say you betimi na ya because we share papa no on share
yeah freaking oboa ene na gura ho na say agro na area na wo de me show no
exactly it's unfortunate
it's unfortunate me my assemblyman the number from no so mame also onu fa okay
nana the American say in fact I rehearse me ready I rehearse papa say abamu namusini o mampeni wo ne namusini a wo sa district ho na asem si abeto dwa na
representing the president utie crash no ko meeting ni bia me kra na mnim so okoye o say DC ni osuma ne ba ne say ono de uso DC but ya say free bank is no so
otu one thing I mean can say I'm not going to hold brief for anybody but as we speak is the team free DC you know the spokesperson
is alleged
ama in common ne kai we
no ne kai nya aban say ya no opportunity different yes kasa etini kana eden
aban no to my kasa church this na ye kana ho asem no ya man opportunity no na ye na ye ntia no mo say oso onkasa na party
ayemfusisi
party one kasa oso onkasa
ayemfutiti ni
enti onkasa ye be ndem biem and I'm happy that you are using the word allege with all this refusal to talk no but the district chief executive I mean this radio station is using the word allege
yeah can't see
so yeah
clear the air say no clear
and obi ka say ejane show a obeba ebia ojane nya hye ni ye iti ebia shina obeba
professional journalist
iti nana
ba ogbo adwuma
yes ojane shina olonka so obeba
I don't want Mahama to fail you see I love him because he has good heart
you see
bia ebe ha na mamu it can say ya boano
and I think when you are there President Mahama is committed in dealing with this issue and you know so we NDC ni na obega say there then you have him to contend with yeah you obia ni obata so because ayadea essay insu ayadea essay ensase you see and last is now to project and prospecting licenses more prospecting licenses and in say kutu gold
ebia no more other licenses
and in the last
also say omofa ohenu peja also ohenu peja licenses no course no o de credit no ba phone no say no kre wa fan to
also peja course
na document no ye ni access to that
document na peja course de ba phone o say no kre
and say me mo me ye nhwe bi o say
that na gwa na wa sadi
if it's true
is problematic
because but mami ka some chiro you see issues of galamsey no I say we don't have to deal with galamsey as a civil matter we have to use all the iron boots now all your hands now when you know deal with galamsey look at the effort of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama now mo san kaya dey den bra doc an kaya dey den in fact this 9 was look 5 pickups and an amount of 500,000 Ghana cedis I mean your penny Sami Jenfi any minister Eddie man 9 months me pacho anka we who call not original ain't mean talk furniture and math classes and
which school that cry
sebi o ain't mean ain't take part of I'm going to Mahama Ken no krana anka boy ana so because of galamsey we are wasting all these resources so if a district chief executive were now when you say we na cost what buy na also President Nakase was used to say galamsey anything called galamsey must be out of our system and allegedly you are saying you will not talk about the matter. Look, you see, anywhere you are, excuse me to say, even if you are seated with the president of the country, you have the right when it comes to issues of galamsey. Who are right in some catcher and say, hey, Mr. President, look, I'm going to galamsey who wants him into my encounter who wants him. November I'll call my who wants him because it's of agent issue. Eddie Mon one kasa. Look, it's painful.
Yeah.
Bra, and then let me share TV3. And before I went to work. Let me share TV3. I'm ton contobre.
Yes.
Contobre for no.
Yes.
I'm see contobre no market now cut down. Do you know what you are bringing to the market, woman? Ebi kura na contobre no mercury ni mo.
Yes.
But the fact that ya catch me I'm say if free hand eba and I say omo testi contobre and a mercury and amount of mercury will mean to be
yeah.
And the market woman will suffer it. She story na mo ka ho asem no. Mate say around cocoa farms one and around abe farms right? And that is the only water source all our farmers no enom.
Yeah, farmers the whole town.
Thank you.
The whole town.
So if the whole town is benefiting from this water,
no? A2 for man. According to Nianini Kasai, the same contractor in your contract in the past as saying Sunni. Granted, it is true. This is according to him and not us. And the same contractor now all saying about the only source of
water.
But contractor no impo na abodam.
Nana.
Ana me ba
abodam. Oye wudi ni
no this the contractor ni wudi dia wase abodam. Ana yɛmfa no sɛ aban mu mpanyimfoɔ no nso yɛ wudifo ase abɔdam. Nkromafo no nso abɔdam. Ɔhene no a wo na woyɛ custodian of the land. Na wotimi fa kraman ɛfa dwan kotwa sɛ bɛsɛ mi nsu bɛsɛ no mama manfo nyɛ nsu no.
Ɔma ya mamra mani tumi sɛ.
It's unfortunate and what the assemblyman is.
Witimi gas na abɔdam.
It's unfortunate say papa no cry kasa no utimi so o say we cry ni emunsu aka wo anayesa na no
oyere na utie so ni din kura
oyere wa
enti so no kura mo enyo mobo
oyere wa to say enre da na say
enso ni din kura mobo oyere wa na ukoye oyere wa say
Matisa, what do you for Ato? See Joshua Ato, right? Who am I to Joshua?
Joshua, be trauma by me, didn't know.
You Nana Joshua Nana or to Dako. That's on the line time.
Please,
Mate, you see, this whole matter, no?
Yeah.
I still encourage Accra FM that follow this matter to the end. And say what can say you report this matter to 9 months. If 9 months is not listening to us today,
don't listen.
Fine.
I know can
say if you're not listening to me as now, but you have a duty and a right, so we'll be reporting the matter. No, this is what. In fact, you have seen something. I go by that particular sayings of a former president, President Gufado, that see something and say something. Now Accra FM has seen something. In fact, in order for us not to criminalize anything that is not criminal, let's make sure say you better reporting matter no to the rightful authorities no. Just like you were calling Minerals Commission, right?
Yes.
Now also acquired also very well. So once you get those information, I think we can come and sit down here and discuss it into matter.
Because I think this is a breaking story.
Because it's a breaking story.
Yes. Oh, mouse number.
Let's
follow mouse number. PR for Ministry of Lands.
Yendi chika kra.
If you do a chance at time now. Better further and better party.
Yes, but
Abba,
yes, Abba, we must put a record. Say, that document now, Mudi no. That one was to inform a certain company.
And that was I think 20.
Yes, to inform them. Say certain documents now are expired. So it's not a document. Almost you'll be on prospecting. No, not to talk of him going to do galamsey or mining anywhere. Okay. So if anybody is doing any mining anywhere with the issue, and Minister Nakacha said, "Oh man, mining lands is back." He said a point blank on air. Say Obia anti say Obia my mining lands or the unfair lands is Bia Mobia say Koya mining wa. Ntina na krasi Obi Koya mining na. Send your party car and I'm using the words of party. Say Obi Koya mining na. And I hear galamsey. Which one do we refer as mining? Which one do we refer as galamsey?
Okay.
So once it is on the water bodies,
so let me put
it is time to say prohibited. Nobody supports issues of mine.
My producer there, Breme. Krona kasa ye imponoya. Asante Achim Fomanso. Asante Achim South District Capital near Jaso.
Okay.
Enti imponoya. Wo Asante Achim Fomanso. Asante Achim South. Hona pap mamani DC no.
Okay.
Ana District Capital near Jaso.
Party, I now was sending the relevant information. I may send you so.
Yeah, we can also forward it to
authorities. Have been able to relay the information
just to ascertain the truth. Sure.
As soon as possible. Now, Otio, prospecting lands, and then they create problems. Our last 8 years.
A long conversation there. Me try enough time espresso.
Mate, me
Kwabena. So that's it. Accra FM 100.5. Utudako nemidi. My entry humra na yeba. Yeshadan ngum na enkejem still.
Hey, say the mako hu e Greenfield scientific herbal clinic no. Me hu kra bi me. Say enu nti no manya award wa. Eye world best. Obi an trance e ma dompem ya de. Ka say anase me boya
Accra100.5FM.
So that's one of the advances that we have made. We started a geofencing policy where it makes it possible for us to know where every excavator is, so that if the excavator moves after where it was geofenced, then we can go and find out where did this excavator go and what is it doing where it has gone. And so that would help us. With regards to turbidity of the water, as the scientist said, it's just about, you can see physically with your eyes, you know, what the turbidity of the water is. The thicker brown it is, the more coffee-like it is, the more polluted it is. The less it is, the less polluted it is. And so, like he said, we are scoring a few successes, especially on the Ankobra. I believe the minister chose the Ankobra to start because it flows through his constituency. And so there are some successes, but like he said, we still have the Pra, we have the Densu, we have the Birim, you know, we have the Ofin and all of them. But that means that we must get more manpower. The Blue Water Guards have started work, and a lot of them are deployed on the Ankobra River. So far, we've recruited 1,000 of them. We pay them an allowance of, if you take away deductions and other taxes, of about 1,500 cedis a month. And so if we have 1,000 of them, and we pay about 1,500 a month, it means for a year, you're talking about roughly 18 million cedis. And that's for 1,000 of them. And so if we scale up, then it means that we need more money to employ more of them. But I endorse it because it gives them an alternative source of income. Because as they are fighting the pollution of our water bodies, they are also earning an income as a kind of alternative livelihood. And so that is something that we'll have to scale up. And so the Minister of Finance in doing the budget must make extra provision. We also have to start reclamation, because it's not enough to just stop them and drive them away and leave the land scarred the way it is. And so there are a few companies that have worked with the United Nations, and they have come up with some trees that help to regenerate the soil and can also take out toxins from the soil. If you've heard about the green Sahelian wall that the United Nations was sponsoring, some of the companies involved there have also come and tried those crops in areas that we want to reclaim. And they say that the tests are positive and they can work with us. But of course, we need to use these bulldozers and things we have recovered to level out the land before these vegetative, organisms are put in the land to be able to reclaim the land. So reclamation is one of the areas that we must look to. Happily, we should be able to get some support from green climate funds and a lot of these green funds to assist us in reclamation. But we must put our resources in first. The menace of illegal mining, and I've been trying to find out about best practice, and I found out that apparently we are not the only ones suffering. The high gold price is pushing a lot of people into gold, especially gold. into, and there's violence, people have died, all kinds of things are happening. So we might not be the only persons, but there are success stories we can learn from. Because if you look at Chile, for instance, they've been able to formalize 90% of their small-scale gold mining. It means 90%, they were in the same situation as us. But today, 90% of their small-scale mining is formalized. And they have control of it, they inspect, they make sure that they're doing the right thing. We can also achieve that. And so even though we're not alone facing that menace, I believe that we can use the best practices of Chile and others to also formalize our small-scale mining sector and make sure that we're able to take control of it. And that is part of what we tried to do when our colleagues died in the helicopter crash. We contacted the big mining companies. Some of them have concessions like 200 miles square. And they are not going to mine all of that concession today or tomorrow. They are some of the places they've explored and found that the gold content is so low that it's not really profitable for them to start mining. But for a small-scale mining company, because of their lower costs, they can mine it effectively. But they must do it responsibly. And so together with the big companies, we said, okay, let's start this cooperative mining, seed part of your concession, so that we can move the small-scale miners from where they are causing distraction onto your concessions. And then you can help us to monitor them and make sure that they are doing the right things. So that was what we were going to launch in Obuasi when the tragic accident happened. The first was Anglo Gold. Anglo Gold agreed, and they carved out a part of the concession. I'm happy to know that since then, Newmont have come on board and are going to assist with the cooperative mining. And some of the other bigger companies have agreed that they will carve out part of their concession so that we can move these illegal small-scale miners onto those places. And so we'll continue to do that. We also have the issue of geology and geological exploration. Currently, our mineral prospects have not been explored adequately. Happily, there's new technology generated by AI that allows those with the technology to partner with our geological survey department. And what they do is they shoot seismic from satellites, and they're able to map out exactly where a mineral prospect is. Currently, when our small-scale miners get a concession, they go and dig this place. There's not enough gold there. They leave it. They go and dig there. There's not enough gold. They leave it. They come and dig here. There's not enough gold. They dig here until they find something. By the time they find something and they're mining, they've dug all over the concession. Today, it's possible to precisely map out where the mineral prospect is. And that's part of what Gold Board is trying to do. That is their other responsibility. That is to give geological survey money together with their partners to shoot the seismic for Ghana and show where exactly the resources are. And based on that, do PPPs with Ghanaian mining companies that will mine that gold responsibly so that they don't go around just digging everywhere. So that's one of the things that Gold Board is going to introduce. And this fits into their track and trace system, which they are going to launch, because we cannot export gold to the European countries because of LBMA restrictions. And yet, if we introduce a track and trace system, we should not only be able to export to the Asian countries and the Middle East, we should be able to, once the gold has been tracked and it's known to have come from responsible sources, then we can export it into the LBMA countries. And that allows us to get a much higher price, for our gold than we currently have. And so Gold Board has to activate that other aspect. Aside from that, we're looking at best practices for small-scale mining, because small-scale mining is not restricted only to Africa or to Ghana. It is done even in the advanced countries. And so small-scale.
So, Anna, Binia Bashir, Dr. Kofi Annan is still here. You heard the Public Account Committee fallout by President Mahama and making certain comments I mean, so sad, esperaho. Say, a microphone opportunity na. I mean, my member, me shall seem free. Minya Abahona, me call the other side.
Minu too. Midasi, Minchia, Minia Bashiru, and Minchia also. Na Yambo Abaso for Ejumasuna with the more minor. Membo Ganaman Penis Abaso. Or Ejumasun called the more minor. Let me cheer T4. Now, recklessness with public funds must end. President Mahama. Otu, statement we a profound. Now, every patriotic Ghanaian, so yeah, a mind bapa. Open money ye and there. And still be a journey so your president and make no. Say year in, year out. Yet in some cost for public accounts committee. After say Auditor General, I yet the auditing of the various institutions, the MMDCs, district assemblies, agencies, all the institutions, ministries. Now from time immemorial, I mean Mr. Demidi politics every year be a dream catastrophe any corner a cost for most of the institutions na cost for far too long obi anya wohwe nti wakaya yeba 2024 campaign one of the key pillars nti a Ghana for to Abanma NDC said your motoma any
but Facebook
the issue of accountability.
Okay.
Say ye ba wo bia enam so ama mana hwe sika. Wo bia enam so ama koni bia koso boni bia koso no. You make sure say the operation cover all loot. Sika no you make sure say you pay it back. If it is necessary to jail you, you may jail you. And you know, it is against this backdrop. Now, President Mahama and make it call say, no, Sanya we are cost. Now, you to me call IMF. They said the President Kufadum Niko, he said, you can get 3 billion. Meanwhile, for the general report, to wa. Now, we share chronology dream across on Kwaka cancer getting in Aboma. It's over that amount.
That's right.
And more than that 3 billion na yakwa IMF. Say, yekajino. And for me say it is a call in the right direction. What best I want support biano. I will describe you as a nation wrecker because sikebia francophone sase. I say as on mine yejine di yempuntunjuma. So for me I've been in support of that call. Now Oto me crowd mean same 2022 Auditor General's reports. Now, may refer you to some of something we are marking. Now, we special. Say, nimpa to me public servants and our politician. I bet me nimpa yamu wejuma. It to me na we share high message dream we koswa. Now, yes, the film. Otoko Auditor General's report 2022 oko page 13 na Ghana Armed Forces ma Ministry of Finance twes give ma Agric Ministry so supply some farm equipment na unu say Ghana Armed Forces ayo ye phone ade ha na mfanye di djuma otudako send this kind of call here no according to the General's report page 13 13 year unsupplied equipment. Let's say the Auditor General can I say contrary to regulation 79 of the Public Financial Management Regulations 2019 LI 2378, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture did not supply farm machines and equipment totaling 601,000 for use by the 48 Engineers Regiment of the Ghana Armed Forces. this is 2022 almost just go to the finance ministry to the agric ministry say you perform equipment aye de bedi dwuma of 48 engineers regiment ye de be ye full ama sabio a mine nya bia den edi agric ministry edi sika no and say nyama no man supply auditor general recommended say sa sika we e say ye mo ye den o mutua ne back be sin ne mutua o mutua aban wo so aye den entu anamon na otira ko enye no nko Accra100.5FM. Say in some of your wa got the same page 13 no you for oma 13 year on end pension tie or say contract regulation 92 of the public financial management regulations 2019 our review disclosed that the Controller and Accountant General's Department did not stop the payment of monthly pension to 59 deceased persons from the FAAB system, resulting in the payment of unearned pension totaling 393,315 Ghana cedis. Say, nkofobia na say you try pensions come on. Omo 59 from 2022 from 2021 and we are up to 2022 we audit we no controlling at General Department to be here and stop payment no I trace as the gamers are both names the both names no sikani ko nso bia yi. The question is who went to the bank to cash out these monies? You trace any one now otuda ko yeah we say and when the President Mahama say sa sika we yi afan kwafo bi nsem because mo se nimpa na gu ye twa sika na ma omo why na ekọ ye ekaka chi sika na bank. These are the people you must what look for. These are the people you must what investigate. These are the people we must make sure say they pay these monies. And you know President Mahama, you see who to me say wakache say a back accountability there. It doesn't matter whose us is God. So we end this in sikafa wansa cry. You what? You account for it. And ono aye bida. Obakaya ye nuaba Victor Hammer. Yeso go yeska. Me kaba yeso go yeska. She dreamt or see ono no say onya $1 million on fee politics mu. Just we back say wishful what thinking. She dreamt keke. Or should I say oh yes obenye say security for politics mo president man e dismiss no ana won kai okay pa enti na penfo say the worry attitude achie nu so catch of very cry the engine chinye enti for President Mahama to come out to make this bold statement no me abba me ti me say the man is committed sir onya onka. That's right. President Mahama me nim no onya onka obeye enti no e den oka no na yeah, sometimes nigga create twemu ye jo mampani bia o se waso daye yes waso daye mpo o se oni ne nyam nya kwapam se nyame bo no wini election na obesi asori dan a se nyame dia nyam on one personal pledge with his God se nyame nya esum no dia in the media minim na sama mpeni mo to abama no a yenya nim so de no an sika da beden e besi sa cathedral no ama nyame na oka no ade chinya ye de 58 million is that grumble say auditing by no sika na bo sa 97 million
and no full scale auditing
and no full scale auditing
97 million
ye de atuamna ye say dan pom si you aye abansike de atuamna amna da what esi amenu kase land na omo ye adwuma no woso no na ye wa judge fo adan ya den esisi wo ye dwi sa adan ni nyina guye no mutu amna kase da wosi a besi nde ye fa blog crunch ye fom na sa sika we sika say yaje ya you auditing won aka che say sika no ya say ya gisa sika no it is part of in some president Mahama kanu say who bia wa na mo so sika afa won sase masa wona wo yo mampede de atwem kra ba de wo betua na oto na me kan bibia ba auditor general report do go page 15 na utumu say nyame bi wo ha
boni akoso
bona nyame bi utumu say ya papa ya utumu sometimes we say negligence e negligence nyame bi wo ha utumu say e nipa crash amashada a grand scheme
ma to say former minister for health me wura oba ya Ansah na Okoboy ebai ajimamanu covid bremu na yimine nim say edru no per dose $9
yes
and $10 na yakoto per dose am $19 na we know say you be say I was not thinking right which serious country so you go and tell Xi Jinping in China or Dr. Kim of North Korea
that be no go
recently the former minister of one of the former ministers of Agric China he's been sentenced to die
yes
sentencing him to death
now when say Ansah no kan no say President Mahama ankada dey no go fie because you fe be regime accountability and post regime accountability ni say aban what so na won say wa appointees na wa appoint omo ye niam bia enkoso you na we hold them accountable what you say niam na mo ye come and account to your stewardship in the last 8 years ye hu bi omo di dream omo bokwa no kwa president ku fa dangasa babo ntin we be clear omo na say ya address of abaka che say school feeding sika e dey feed ye nuam wo basic schools when people for buy some money chase sika no mo dey omo chendi covid scare will come answer me omo they share the money to their parliamentarians some for your campaign now the day of reckoning is coming. Also, on page 15 of Auditor General's report 2022, 30 year salary payment to staff at private facilities. TO salary payment to staff at private what facilities. Also, we noted that 51 out of 60. We noted that 51 out of 60 health officers supposed to be posted to various Ghana Health Service facilities were rather posted by Regional Health Directorate to work at 4 private hospitals and were paid a total salary of 1 million. Oh my Ghana. A total salary of 1,609,396 between October 2021 and August 2022. Michilim saying, say, a Western region, regional director. Say who posted for equal 60 staff, equal private government hospital, some Nkedijuma. You name the buyer, almost posted 51, almost 90% or 90-something% of the workers to private hospitals. Now God was into private hospitals. That private hospital not here, Jumano.
Yeah.
Obi near Accra100.5FM. No, Gadina kept to your flags half house.
Yeah, that's
true. Yeah, almost post 51 private hospitals. Now, so I buy to your Maka from 2021 October to 2022 August. Over 1 million Ghana cedis. Emma Sanko Foso Mundi. Sa regional director no. Over here. Over to James Ade we oversight. We are regional director our Western region.
Where the oversight?
Oh, why is this oversight?
Bro, focus say ni akako where the oversight?
Say your man nipa say post to omko government hospitals. Mistake aba, you say mistake. We put some private hospitals. Then I say we you call them back or you let the private institutions here that should have been the practice. Now so regional director we hand you to for over a year before Ansah Auditor General who say way omo flag say yenji sika no fi omo beneficiaries omo sika no ko omo no ene regional director no be see nde ekufado na ba omo amba ho wa. So these are the some of the things that President Mahama said no. I'm managing sika too much. This is to me plug all these loopholes are. You be sika dey aye e dey aye nyame bebre. Otu ye ba ye ye there a lot of interventions aba. Ejumera project ye budget 34.5 million. And then ya minia Erika J wa launch one body 10,000 businesses. Baby so amasing amom sika mate amushim no ma faga na fa wadwumem anka sa sika we audit general boss yi you to be first adwuma project mu ye ba ye no fee stress abara mom over 400 million say ye nua mom school pon mu baby most of the people that drop it out eye wanya admission na go university. Universities were deadline say you more admission now within a month or two weeks. So when pay fees and part payment about 50%. University of Ghana put there say we just 70%. So when pay just 70% of your fees what admission no you be revoke. You be drop it out. And the President Mahama campaign of say no. Sanya me we no and most of your human resource now and some come university go share there no I'm drop it out until me ba sa admission fees me ba me ye fi wo me ba me tua oba ya one tempo 2025 academic year number or see previously 2024 academic year president go forward me tua mo first year sin nyina President Mahama reimbursement we tua mo nyina ebi panya as high as what 4,900. Na sasika dreamy akoso auditor general report they be yehu public accounts committee do and can to me say adwuma we. Nansi ya na menim ne kodwe kwa kasa. I say almost every portal no for fresh applications na abase etuom. Ebiem ye de mama care aba. And no purposely found the abane say there's some chronic diseases be or any impenifua aged among fear anim once most of them no what pension yes can find young medicals na there any yare bi or sabi a bow won no sika say cry one share over from President Mahama say as on mine then the year you so sanko for your sin because obi nkasa yarembo obi by any pay there every time bia e sent to be sign nimpa. That's right. President Mahama say yemfa foto bi nto na oye netu obi a yefi so masen a ye ga babo de fen Mahama case na nkasa Mahama case no yentumi emphasize ke ekoso auditor general report mi nkofo di ni kake yentumi fense mu NHIS ye buy no more the car 1.4 million. I count 2 minutes now. Na uko hospitals and credit child card ni enje. President Mahama buy us at 2.9 billion. At 2 force mom says kanu we just our 1.4 million can no de no. Ama this year NHS na gem na to public. 100.5. And see what share their course, especially in the last 8 years. You fuel contamination. Boss, you see, fuel be or never have free mu incident yet. And yes, sir, you almost fuel be seen there, almost accounting for that money. PDS Kanda Koso National Cathedral, almost the Sika Kutuamana. Bubu judges for the Eguye. Now, what are we doing? Minister Bako Sika igu hu oni dem no obo so kra nye. What are we doing? And the President Mahama say any business as usual. Sisiano he's meeting the relevant state agencies. Na ya ke tabum. Na ya hwe kwa ya be fa so a ye ba just as ke free nkofo ma di dream abo man ko no na o say brother mama anytime ba ka say obeye dialogue anate bibia no o ye biet just resource who say about the first time yeah economic dialogue na ye buy na inflation down 23%. Yes, I dialogue bi ye ji nkofo abi ye di bi kan ho ye di adwuma na economy na jan na so na cedi 17 cedis to the dollar. They say 12. A liter of petrol na 17 cedis. They say. And you know, once I bring my baby design so baby no, and them dig abu beno. Say the only no 20 year 3 pounds. And you know, for me, it's a core. Like I say, every Ghanaian listen to me this afternoon. I saw support. Na baby bia manisik obia manisik agedi no ho obia nam ne nsaso mama na boka obia wajeje tax one fa ayede e so remeti awa remeti e say yede yeje na odio maybe with page 16 of Auditor General's report no
osu be wi o
miwi the manu see oko page 16 of Auditor General's report na oh asemu oh you have be unsupported payment say omo tuaska bia there are no documentation to show them this kind of year okay I say we noted that the heads of finance and 5 health institutions paid a total amount, and we're now a new Ebrim government hospital, our Eastern region. Also, we noted that the heads of finance of 5 health institutions paid a total amount of 960,789.48 Ghana cedis on 58 payment vouchers for various activities without sufficient and appropriate supporting documents. Over 964 million. 964 million. 789.48. Say, almost all the cotton yama. And I say, Oma yes, and procurement be. Oma yes, maybe no more tria. Sikano, ama vendors. But doc you be say okay. What's what to the aqua supply area pens we station we yama office no. What you car?
Because 100 billion is 1 trillion.
Yes. What you car? Document say to the aqua supply here adwuma no wa hina. Hey.
Trillions of trillions.
So on what basis? Na sa institution say to test as without any documentation.
Na receipt in here.
Auditor General say bibia ni wo.
I no so can document no.
Ba mo so botia. Nti wutu we say obi na wahye da atnase no mo scheme so mo sika no.
62 billion cedis described transfer through GCB account to unknown source.
Obi
enti ojo me bon tofa no de course no.
O say go the tofa.
De course no. National service.
UDSC no.
There was a national service. There was a national signals bureau. There was a scholarship secretariat. No much just scholarship and cat here. You went to that scholarship. If I catch us a cafa, you never back, brand your mom. Your mom, your father, supporting the dependents. Now, your more scholarships of collaborate. Well, you didn't mad and far by home. But MP Pablo, your more scholarship as a cafa, you know, my bra. Now they only dependent time on music. Mammy Bako, maybe a crown. Your friend Madam Portia.
Student honeymoon.
You see a man of scholarship, so Uncle UK. Uncle to your public health.
According to the reports.
According to the report, you go to your public health.
Okay.
The public health will say, you know, Ghana how? And to what share? I'd report a scholarship at Chino. Anka ne ade aye de yenye bi wa ha no anase ni nwie on e kosia
eno de yentimi implement
but jojo no
that should be ideal.
Yes
anka ne yenye wa ha no kosia ba
but kosia public health ya mama me no 16,000 pounds Nikun buy man 12,000 pounds.
Nikun the bed.
I'm going to
£16,000. Independence. I don't know. £7,000.
Storybook Ben I can give.
Oh, me say, and then me say documents about next time
general report.
Me say
no, hold on. I have to say and I will read.
Me say report no. Scholarship secretary report no here. That am di baba. I want me to the last born. On man £5,000.
Nana.
Hey, when you say scholarship person be baba. Baba. Sa MP no owo oyinu.
Dey
Kingsley. Is it a Boakwa South Zulu? No, I don't know. Yes. When you say you're interrogating, a Boba.
Very well. My media bands. Na.
Who do you bemo?
Media. Aban.
Who say who do you Aban?
Asmin Aban.
Oh, okay. Because
I would me confused.
Abam. Na kujo Abam.
Fantini pa. Abam. Nana Aban. Abam. Nana kujo Abam.
Yes.
Nana.
Mami ko Bashiru.
Na woni omuka say obi a dependent na try say obi a enye obi nti a na ehye so onya no ontimi nya enti ya fa say in the situation a omude scholarship mama me no na ehye se na no kunu na mama ni ha onye aduane ndi onya bebe nda onya atade enhye enti esa aban no san boss aka no na mo san de sika foforo e de manu kunu no so na no kunu no so onya ne girls we are not the manage girls no
you know your whole definition.
Well, what does it mean what does it mean
no £12,000 not yet.
Don't say no you see what they are saying is or then kunu aba more than independent no anka ne bano kura say you make say okay that's fine maybe ne bano and independent ne ma me ni ho ne ma me go school nti enu nti omonfa ne bano nya dependent omonfa ne sika kakra no fa nya ne mo 1212 you see ne ya me ya no kura ne say ma me no she's not a needy person. You see scholarship no the main reason I scholarship schemes no is because we want to support the needy but brilliant people. Sometimes the person may not be brilliant, but then the person is needy. Yeah, brilliant. Yes. But then we may need money to go to school. Into a scholarship scheme so that a boy. That is why His Excellency John Dramani government is saying, Cocoa for, of course, we are helping the government so much. You cocoa free abrabo more actually say country where I call charity say everyone say because 50%. Because cocoa is one of the items and makers products are it generates a lot of funds at the money you. So that's why they are giving them that scholarship and they say cocoa farmers they are providing scholarship for your children. But they are needy people and important people in our city in our life. In the some providing sir and your money edema cocoa phone. And people sorry yeah among cocoa phone no more come or more appointment or more in a month no multi say 20,000 Ghana cedis in a month, 30,000 Ghana cedis in a month. Now too, boss mommy. Some of the CEOs of multi-media sika bebre. So how do you call this person a needy person? So we could provide it, school fees at the master in Kakrowe. Now, I find you seem giant. Now, accountability once time. You say His Excellency John Dramani is saying say. Sasi kana efa kukuomu ekofa kana na ekofa pokua sene ehacho ekowro obi pocket mu no. I say from now onward it must stop. That is why I'm happy. Say eneke say those people are there are supposed to be protecting and defending this country.
Fantastic president.
They are the people are omu twaiti. Nana me no way. If you are a civil servant, you are supposed to be protecting and defending this country.
That's right.
With your blood and sweat.
No fire.
These are the same people almost sorry Omo chere politicians on how to steal and how to loot and how to create and share among each other.
Politicians also tear say no steal.
That's what I'm saying. Me back ho.
That's a we hear from so.
Debbie.
I'm cow.
Me catch.
That's all you got. Seven for me cow say we are on fashion bottom and my fault. You could resist it and say I don't like it. But if you agree, you are complicit.
Yes. Me no say, the accountant at the office no, onye politician.
Yeah.
You understand? The procurement officer no, onye politician.
Finance director, onye politician.
The financial director no, onye politician. Same Mr. Rameka. But there are those people at accounts committee no more parliament and there are those people are in Shushumo say and now auditor general actually say they are the same people are almost sorry and a chrono they create loot and share. These are the people. When some people in government, not in government as politicians, some people are omo pass. Just say Ghana and be income. Some of them who are civil servants now, omo say be papa be enye Ghana mine. Some people are seated there. They will create and loot and they will share among each other. I am happy with the way MP Mills, your friends, Honorable Mills.
Eva.
I think he's the public account committee chairman also. No, I think she's the deputy.
She's the deputy.
Yeah,
she's the ranking.
Yes, she's the ranking. Yes, on fire. You see, I am happy with the way I'm more.
So already an MPP.
MPP, yes.
Public account. They say opposition ahead.
Opposition ahead.
Okay.
So
very well. Yeah. Very well. I am happy with the way they are handling all these matters.
Which are offense or more.
No, David.
So this for the person I led in the fire.
Any lady no kwa even papa no kwa no here in this new.
Yeah.
He's putting it
no,
because it has to do with money.
Park, check for me. The head of park should be opposition.
Yeah, it has always been.
Well, let's do the check.
Sorry.
Abena, yes. She's an MP who call Kumasi. She's an MP on that road.
The woman is also representing.
Abena say as a Etiwa East. Yeah. Or and you know.
Oh, good.
Who free me who are chims
or
and you know.
Nana, me no can say. Look, before we left this country.
I say you two Ghana. I say who you know.
I say who you know. Yes. Oh, when I was in Ghana, say that since here. Inti, me no can say. Before we left government in 2016. Now GIIF. Omode sika bi ato ho say.
Honorable Malika Kwaba.
Yeah. Na sa kutuwa no mu no. About $270 million. Okay. In a womb. Sinking fund about $500 million in a womb. Stabilization fund about $300 million in a womb. You know what? When the NPP came, and before they even came to power in 2017, no. President Akufo the General Sun PBM so say, "Ye wo sika na so e come there. Ye tisika so na so e come there." No, we say na sa sika na President Mama etimi aboabo no say yen fan to Ghana mpuntu embra no. E no say no de wan hu na ye tisika so na e come there. Ampa so na ye tisika so. But say na e come there. Why am I saying that? The different Ansah. We have experienced the governance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Number one. His Excellency President Akufo-Addo's government 2 terms sir or D abaye. We have seen that this is water and this is Ansah. Nehi ne mu odi ehu ye. Aban bi ba. Ase wo na si dan asi ho. Yes sir, you find say what see dan ko do lenten. Obeba no beto aso no. Wa ba, wo si sa dan no. Wo ba wo de wo hu say dan ni si ho. Na inso say obeba wo hu modern atimi ato aso ade zinc ato so no. Wo ba na wo tu block ba ko na wo de akoton. Ade eche na wo tutu block ba ko na me na wo de akoton. Wo say dan no. Wo say dan wo tutu dan block so na wo tutu ba ko na wo de dan block factory. That is what NPP came and did to this country. Because that sinking fan no and somebody had the papa be my. Na wonim. accountability the same accountability as my cano. I'm buy sa sika na mbe hu ye no. I'm somebody go to damp. Hey, nana. Somebody go to damp. I'm say one village, one damp. How is this possible at all, my God? And you see, sometimes.
Oh, but why is it not possible?
How is it possible? No, Nana, catch me.
For irrigation, do
you know the number of
baby say
Debbie
project?
No, you don't say. So, okay, so one community, one dam, Korana, and can maybe
it will make sense.
It will make sense.
No, any community be here dam actually.
Exactly. So if you assess one community,
and there are some communities put together, they can share
now
from
one catchment.
Yeah, one catchment area involving several communities.
Maybe I'm free by say you can't count the number of villages. Dam. But they struggled and made sure that they used 250 million Ghana cedis to go and do dugouts. Now only maybe near me before crying and say, I'm a person watching how I come sin.
How do I think?
Say, oh no, you see, I did we are not. I must say, one day, one fact, say now one day, one fact, one village, one damp, no. I could say, I'll catch a mujal say, now, hey, for now, somebody 250 Ghana, 250,000, and they go to them. Now, money, son, and I'm going to seek a to sad dug house. This is one of the tips I'm saying that reckless spending and useless spending, it should not happen. And this is why I say that woman must be questioned.
No, but even with dugout, some to impunenya, there are evidence to effect say baby one my took namfa based on senior scam iswa. What about $12 million?
Yes.
I see a day quite poor look down.
Me ba ho nana me ba ho who they try
not there. But
na ne tell me sisu say say maame no your question on say you knew that 250 in fact any project you are going to do you do feasibility studies.
Yes,
you do feasibility studies.
Yes. So if you did your feasibility studies
after that you even do pilots.
Correct.
Before you don't
if you did your feasibility studies now we say oh so feasibility why but it's not yeah. What you simply tell the people of Ghana say truly we promised it but the fact of the matter Ghana that one you save the people of Ghana an amount of money.
That's right.
But omushe ni high 250 million Ghana cedis. Edi ko tutu amuna. Sisi a wo come krom wale bamboy. Dams ni sa daga no amotunu. Insuo toyi kura no, insuo ngum. And even around those dugouts no kura no. Oh, I'm telling you can go there, you can visit them.
Dugout to honin su to by
Gumba to of the patent and to me store.
No. Assassin no play land no crensona action.
Me say insuo
rejecting soon
because to me I stand on my words. Let me tell you. Let me explain to you. Engum because oh nana.
That bread masaba.
Nana.
I'm na ben so tired.
Me say engum.
Also
me
rejecting soon.
Na uko a high hill area.
Okay.
Na nsuo gu ha. Ebi stay na.
Store, yeah.
Ebegu.
Debi. If you have good, it's ebegu so.
But
Ebesako. You understand? It's equivalent. Niamokoye is equivalent to high hill area. Mokoye. Achechekura ukwa uhu ho. And they knew say niamoye koye emboye, but they use our monies to go and do that thing.
45 go interview.
Okay. Me yes. Okay. Na me no can say they knew that. Or say I mean Abayeka no. National Cathedral. Now say be when I said the president go for the say on promising Yakobon. Na me won promising Yakobon na me no
be ready. Obo mo be ready.
Na wo bo be me na me be ready. Say we na person be ready. Into be we ready. Na me so me be ready say me be ready. You say we should use our monies to go and do National Cathedral. $97 million.
Yes, judges for a dying hole.
And a koye
drilling
National Cathedral. You calculate it.
Yes, reckless spending. Now yetiha, and I see a could too damp. In fact, it was even President Mohammed's idea before he left office 2016.
2016.
When he says a Paulugu damp, Paulugu because whether we like it or not, Upper is for Omodo Jenny Papa. Jenny. Amudobi. Na jere na mo dono we have to just help them to expand production. Because I can say, by helping them to expand production, thank you. That we even started. Yes, chance you buy $12 million. Echo shares are the anymore. Dollars. Echo shares are the up to date. We are
Bashir, MPP's greatest achievement, and only about me achievement or not. The establishment of the
okay, yeah.
I don't think I'm better. Bashir catch you know. That's something could shame. What's your investment? Some God crazy work.
Good. I want to call her say. I'm going to sit down our upper east. Say, Emboa amount for 90 omuntiminye in no be a quadro up to date. Okoha blocks no cra almost your modi 60 honor 3 blocks near Koy Kunya. And no cry, you can't say a corner cost go go. That is what NPP did when they were in power. Reckless spending.
Just canning you up.
They were creating, looting, and sharing among each other. Normal teachers they don't earn it among themselves, so they do it and spread it to the presidency for them to also get something to normally attack. That was what they were doing. Now, Ezen Bank, yes, Ezen Bank, at least portrait farmers, on best on dog, and your ma, yes, and your money. Because I go for the sorry, what cut time to crack crowd door be brave, they come out to me, so to me, so for good, bro, now to me, quiet, or the court share gallant, or the court, on one side, won't me know, ye can once a man. One of their communicator almost say, "Would me was so powerful saying Jimmy can say, would me was so powerful saying Jimmy can say, cover the sick idea on what the church say, Kule Willie. I want pieces, members of parliament, parliamentary candidates, yes, and I'm going to church from Kule Willie. Now, health insurance, Nana, health insurance. That's why I was saying some civil servants are very wicked to the extent that. What do you mean? Who said private hospitals?
Civil servants fund there.
Yeah, private hospitals. Not private hospitals. Instead of say, go Nanawako Hospital, you are under the health insurance scheme. Whoa, card. Your card is not expired. Who call hospital now? Much a drama say, Cocoto drone. What the cost of Cocoto drone is why? Where Cocoto no more say, a higher midrash pro. Yes, who control don't we are or mobile instead of some may sad donor film no their side count yes and their my health insurance so no crack and say look do what this public accounts committee area no any president American and say d chiri and make sure say anybody that is a corporate must pay for everything that we are spending.
Yeah, can't say for those
of you who love, in fact, your mic is off, who love MTN free after one, prepare for the upgraded experience, and that is MTN after one extra. With MTN free after one extra, you can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes to talk. Which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute, and you get to talk for 60 minutes straight with no interruptions. And my young come for MTN, just dial *550 hashtag and Bills microcredit. Your number cross and medum who dance here. Copebisian 0596920833 0596920833. Epacho and Yafina Kutusu. Nehian Ghana card. Okwa ombeboa papa and collateral sembia enim deposit sembia enim ko na kwakwa jebesia na faye wadwuma 0596920833 Bills microcredit omwa na eboa enkroma Tontina 74 mixture eboa etriti yadewa bebre typhoid fever kidney infection hepatitis B abnormal pain STD high blood pressure ulcer just ovarian cyst asthma HIV prostate enlargement chronic cough make a jaden na sickle cell anemia patient madrupa ni G number 0246073498 0246073498 and now call cash drag lena shops na kan ubetimi enya bi ma menkan for snit one pensions amount enne anwumre misraw yedi enum no na ye kai se da chefa pempa bi hu hia enti ye kan for snit amount snit de they say omwa ana aboa ya fiti mresanting gusu aboa en enti misrawa jiwo number na pay in Chemubi, send a bay, and subit and a good plan for your future. 0302 611 622 0302 611 622 from Cecilia. No man by share now or a good package amount. Now that's also quite homogene one yet sansani. Mako Surgical said, Menka was a Yakumaso at Samanso and Sasano Iguho Buruja for residential buildings in 2 persons see a dying El Honumwa. Not you say,
how much do they range?
Okay, Meba Honum. In terms of the size, Mebwa. Size in 100 by 100 meters, 200 by 200 meters, and 200 by 100 meters. But from what now, no more Eddie.
10 meters. A mistake, no, feet 10 meters.
Feet. Okay. So it should be feet, of course. It's measured in feet. 200 by 100 feet.
Yes.
200 by 200 feet, and 200 by 100 feet. Okay. But it was a pa. And we a businessman, so I make out Kwame Nkrumah circle. Ubitimi in your office one now with the Eduja 0244 314 310 0244 314 310. Village Health Cyber Clinic, a whole biako, all types of diseases. Now, them people say, oh, file ya dem concern for me fee. And then be, a Juma Power Mobile, food dear dance here. On new Fadama Bombay washing. Honumwa, Tibobe washing be no. Honumwa number 0272 019917 and 0244 626 590. Me patrol Union Yadi na check Fred number 0244 626 590. Up to date estate construction semenka will say assassin for assassin 30,000. You also turn outright near this one about 26,000 or 35,000 near this one. So person tell me so at the same price. You remember 6 months good payment plan. Now would you 3 honum. Now this is go for rational. And then my member have been naka. Me say me betu susu. Me share drive me many top protein be go. Assassin is the only one of the few things, if not the only thing that appreciates in value with the passage of time. The assassin dear, and then a Japanese assassin a Japanese. Assassin a Japanese. So invest in assassin. Me patrol mutual ubeti me and be was shy house. Na auto assassin so 50 assassin could see so there you meet me up wow 0531 228 238 0531 228 238 from Cecilia 0531 228 238 na anyone any share. Ma me ko honorable Maleko na we maybe empty ne luckiest o adansi and so actual blue flame longer lasting condoms. Na Dr. Desmond Kofiana e di ho adansi ni bi ni. But yeko na yenti honorable na yeni sanko.
Na o si di endom.
Oh, Utira.
Blue
Flames pleasure condoms.
Okay, bibi dom.
Say Dr. Desmond Kofiana. Yeah, o sinana aya tije ho na boye. Dr. K. Na what about the moody? Dr. K the building. Right, that was this year. Some young boy train, Anna. Train.
Nana, yes, my main chair your tea for. Na main chair one kasa. Na me say Juma na kasa me nwanu mi no motena ha no. O ma boy Juma pa, me ba na me tea o mo pa nso. O ma yade. Na de o my penyin se kan no. In fact, all I'm saying, Rami man, standing ovation. Just because Aden NSKC Timbia Ghana as a nation, we will lose this kind of amount. Every year, no one say you lose woeful sum of amount. And so you lose we are Obia accounting for such an amount, which in fact a hard ring porto say share scar in fact as a result of Sky yent me irregularities, Sky yent me accounted for from 2020, Ecopim 2025. Nana, it's amounting to about 80 billion Ghana cedis. Maybe say who says Ghana cedis, yes, from the 5 years Sky yent me accounted for as a result of reckless expenditure. We share somewhere 2020. Irregularities are to me accounted for amounted to 12.8 billion. And in 2021, no, a banner for say be a beba from Kakra, but a beba from Kakra in 2021, no, when you are 17.5 billion, and a scar
I say ayiro say de yentimi account ye nim BBF nso nkrofo a anka wo say omo protect scan omo nanti free hwinsi omo 2022 Mikhail says scar 15.1 and already 2023 above from 8.8 billion 2023 above from 8.8 billion no na 2024 ashuti akọ 18.4 billion and 2023 8 1.4 billion. And see, be say who say,
but does it include because Accra was it the fiscal year 2023?
2023.
And you know that Bank of Ghana about 60 points.
So this account no, only 4. Yeah, MMDCs. It's 2023 a year 8.8 billion, 8.79, which is 8.8. And then just the 2024 no amounted to 18.41 billion. But question I hear say even your core a financial market say you pay bushia. Imagine bushia you cost you 3 billion. $3 billion and almost spread it over 3 years at the amaye. Now say you $3 billion. Now even only your MMDs somewhere last year pay. Now ska omuntu me account for 18.41 billion.
And let's just say $3 billion will be around 45 billion. Or?
That's $3 billion. That's going to give about roughly about 300 and something. $3 billion will give about roughly 360. That's about 360.
Like 36 billion.
That's 30. No, that will be 360 billion.
That becomes 360 billion. So it's $3 billion is times 12 of
yes,
your
it's times 12 of your currency.
So 3 10 30.
Yes.
So should we say 10
36 times? That would be 36 times 3, right?
Yes.
36 times 3. That's a lot. That's about 108. Right?
You must spend the answer.
Calculate
$3 billion.
Yes.
3 times your currency, which is 12 now.
Yes.
But let's do it 10. So 3 10 30. So it will be 30 billion.
30 billion. Okay.
10 cities.
Okay, that's fine. So granted. So that will be about 36.
I'm saying, alluding to your fact to say, if say 30 billion. Why do we lose 80 billion?
Within 5 years.
That's the point I'm making.
And even beside that, 30 billion, with the duration of 3 years. And the yearly be an omumaya 1. Yearly be a omumaya 1. The yearly be a omumaya 1, no. Yen be say who say, Sky, yes, say yearly crano is more than Scutia Yakwaji. Winner, His Excellency, if you say Darby. If that will be the case, dear, or more under their regime, or more side we cost on day, then we need to hold them to an account.
Unfortunately, your time was for 1 minute to wrap you up.
Good.
I'm sorry.
I was saying you hold your to an account. Holding the omo to an account, and you have to pay for it. Into Ombe Triano, and Oka say, advisor to the president, so far as a law is concerned, that's Dr. Yeni, and then the Chief Justice. At the Obeshiomo. Then they look at the way forward because every day in this thing cannot be happening day in, day out, day out. So we share account committee. Yeah, former health minister Menu Ajma Menu. When you say enona ye move back okay. Vaccine obi ajin $8 no. What could you it was $8. What could you $10? Between 8 and 10.
Yes, I don't know cotton 19.
And between 8 and 10, in 90 look at the difference about 11 cities.
He used middleman.
Even middleman, you have to spend over 100%. Meanwhile, there wasn't approval from
Russia
Parliament.
had indicated, say, they didn't want us to engage any middle people, even on their website.
And even, do you know, it didn't go through approval from Parliament. Meanwhile, Parliament has emergency approval, which can be done within an hour. Agency, which can be done within an hour or 3. It can be done.
Right.
But one to me, you know. And we now, and to my first say it is in the right direction if we start prosecuting such people.
Great.
And there's an evidence to that. Okay, me call you back. Okay, me call you for Hama. What's the name? Hama, the former deputy Victoria Hama, deputy minister for gender. Or see, the wish here. Obenya $1 million now I resigned from politics. The driver recording in the record he was sacked from office just because of that statement. Into the ACC,
Bahama does not condone corruption.
I believe the ACC effective. Sana Mahama Khan is excellence. And take a step.
Many thanks. This is paid trip to Dubai. Oko Edimpa. The Mr. Wa fly Dubai with Ginny. Ginny spreading smiles. To make and foot Ginny 2 kilogram bag. You know. Kopevito. Kamapa. To come market Ginny right. I know it like I do tell you because the luckiest is in 3. It's here. And I'm showing you how to grab a winning ticket. First, General Overseer of Mighty Chapel International at Kaswa CP Junction. As we celebrate your day, we ask for long life with good health. God bless you. From Rejoice, I, and the Sunday school children. And finally, happy glorious birthday to Abdul Aziz Mourinho. As we celebrate your day, we ask for long life with good health for you as well. And this is from the family. And I vlogs meeting the Nana Utu Dako Desmond Kofi and enjoy me, of course. Oti ora abam enka sanso ana oti Bashir nka oti Honorable Malik nka party producer me Imana la yinti we fly high on Facebook me didn't know to that like I said Odifo Akwaba me manage but me crash to save your time back for God and country
and small man so sharp
but me sorry so but me catch and say me didn't Nana Utu Dako Ghana my customer for me nobody can intimidate me
I
am saying this on authority. No be beyond follow me journalism part go and start read about me I don't want to blow my horns but I'm an institution and me I refuse to be cowed into submission so say 4% but nobody should dare tana baby in dream say I'll beat maybe say
then Janison or
catch it up. Very well. I'm out.
Thank you. Nice.